Subscribe because it motivates me to post more. Don't wake me up. Bye. Rin Kami. I know this is a dream, a fabrication of a madman's belief he could control everything. But still, when he said those words to me, those words that I had longed to hear for so many years, how could I want to go against it? How could I not want to believe it? Finally everything is perfect. If this is a dream, I don't want to wake up. Then don't. Don't wake up. Stay here with me. She stared upwards at the red moon, branded with the Rinnegan and now Tomo point circling the pupil on the concentric ripples surrounding it. White wrappings began forming from her body, made from her own chakra dot. Naruto-kan, she remembered his body being whisked away on a platform of sand with Gaara and Sakura. She had tried to follow and catch up. She desperately wanted to be there with him, but her body was racked with exhaustion. She barely moved before her body collapsed under its own weight. His eyes widened, he heard her call his name. He gritted his teeth and looked in the direction where her chakra was. He began to set off to help her, but Sasuke grabbed his shoulder. Naruto, not now. Damn it. He looked back to their opponent. He couldn't save her until he had beaten this guy. If he could stop him now, the jutsu would be undone. Fight it, Hinata. It sprouted from the ground and began circling her body like bandages, until they had completely surrounded her body. Her eyes began to feel heavy. She felt as though she hadn't slept in a week. That was all she felt doing like now, to sleep and dream. When this is over, Naruto-kun, I'm going to be standing by your side. Holding your hand. That was all I wanted. That's all I ever wanted. She remembered her silent promise to herself she had made earlier. Too long had she been running behind him, trying desperately to catch him up to him, to stand by his side, to let him see her the way she saw him. Her eyes closed after trying to resist as best she could. Her mind began to drift off into slumber. I just wanted to be with you, Naruto-kun. Hinata's eyes shot open, the cold layer of sweat covered her. She stared up at the ceiling thinking of everything she just saw. An all-out war for Naruto, him arriving on the battlefield just in time to save her, Neji dead on the ground, and Naruto holding her hand. That it all felt too real to be a dream. She sat up, looking around at the room. Whose was it anyway? It was big, not as big as her usual room, but big enough. It was still rather empty, aside from the large bed she was in, the beside tables and wardrobes. It looked like a half-finished project. She stood up, climbing out of the bed and moved towards the window. She smiled as she looked out the window. Konoha, up and running again in all its glory. The sun breaking over the buildings, birds and the wind whistled together as they flew past. She opened the window taking in the lush fresh air. I never knew when I'd see it like this again, she thought to herself, closing her eyes and just breathing, taking her home in, but there was an inkling in the back of her mind, a feeling she couldn't shake. How did I come back here? Though? She had no memory of her journey back to Konoha. Truth be told, she had no memory of why she was away. All she could remember was that dream, that war. She looked at the bedside table. On it was a picture of all the rookies' teams. From left to right stood Shino, Kiba, Choji, Ino, herself, Shikamaru, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Lee, Neji, Tenten, and finally Sai. She smiled at the picture. They all looked happy. Ah. Why can't I do this? She was startled by the sudden loud bang from outside the room, followed by the scream of a person. She moved towards the door. Opening it, she found a corridor. As she moved towards the sound, she saw more pictures hanging on the wall. The first was her Genin team photograph, then a picture of her team when they finally became Chunin. After that was another picture, and it was then she noticed the change in herself. In the picture stood herself, Kiba and Shino, yet they were older. She couldn't see the change in Shino, as he had covered his entire body. But Akamaru and Kiba, they had both grown bigger. Kiba's hair had gone as well, looking more wild and shaggier. Herself, she did not think she had changed at all. She still stood the same way, still looked the same way, only her face had changed, looking more mature. After that was a picture of herself, her father, Neji and Hanabi. She smiled in the picture, as did Neji and Hanabi. Her father looked content. Do I live here? She finally came to the conclusion after looking at some of her favorite memories. Ooch. Screw this, I'll just go buy some. She was startled by another large cry. That voice. She knew instantly his it was, as she turned to carry on. On the other side of the wall hung more pictures, but they were not of her or even her own personal pictures. One was of Naruto's Genin team photo. She giggled as she looked at the younger Naruto and Sasuke glaring at each other. The next was a picture of all three of them again. Sakura stood in the middle, stretching out a banner between her arms that read congratulations. Sasuke stood on her left, wearing the Konoha's standard flak jacket. Naruto stood on the right, held his own in one hand, and giving the peace sign with his other. Finally there was another picture of them, with Sai as well, the pale man smiling a genuine smile. She noticed the change in all of them. They had all grown, Naruto especially, so short in the academy now stood at the same height as Sasuke and Sai. His hair had grown longer in the picture. Bangs of hair framed his face. She could see the back of his hair had grown as well, and he had tied it into a small ponytail. It looked like a shorter version of Jiraiya-sama's own hairstyle. After that was a picture of Jiraiya-sama and Naruto. Finally there was just a blonde-haired man, and an astoundingly beautiful red-haired Woman. T. the Yondaime Hokage. She looked at the picture of the man. Why was a picture of him hung up in her house? In fact, why were any of these pictures on display? She finally moved closer to the noise. It was behind the door now in front of her, the smell of cinnamon. It filled her nose. She pushed the door open, and her jaw dropped. The living room was large, with a couch and big bookcase. A dining table stood behind them leading into an open kitchen. And in the kitchen stood Naruto, and he was shirtless. His hair had been cut down again, shorter than when he was in the academy, but still just as spiky. The kitchen was a mess. Dirty pans were thrown everywhere. Next to him was a bag filled with cinnamon rolls, some burned beyond belief, others too undercooked or so misshapen he had thrown them out. They're not right, damn it. And Naruto-kun. He turned quickly to see her. He grinned madly and blushed, scratching the back of his head. Damn, I was hoping I could have a decent batch of cinnamon rolls made before you woke up. You've been sleeping like a log since you came back. He chuckled bashfully. Why are you making cinnamon rolls, Naruto-kun? She asked with confusion, a blush appearing across her face, like every other time she spoke to him when there was no one else to distract his attention away from her. Naruto blinked, staring back at her with just as much confusion. They're your favorite, right? Oh, don't tell me you've got a new favorite food. I finally found a good recipe for these cinnamon rolls. He sulked. And Naruto-kun knows my favorite food. She stared in utter surprise, the blush on her cheeks becoming even brighter. What are you doing in here, Naruto-kun? What do you mean? I'm trying to make cinnamon rolls. Naruto looked back at her in confusion. I meant this house. She replied back weakly, her eyes darting towards the floor. Well, why wouldn't I be here? I live here. Naruto grinned back, that usual cheerful grin. Even as he had aged, the smile remained the same smile that saved her from herself, the one she had grown to love. But the pictures, I thought this is my home. She answered back weakly, all those pictures on the wall, she was sure this was her house. Wow, Hinata, you must have hit your head hard on that mission. He looked back with something she sensed as worry, before he grinned widely again. We live together, Hinata, we have been for the past 4 months, you know. Look, we had that done when we moved in. He pointed behind her. She turned her head, on the wall behind her from where she walked out. On the wall was a large picture of just the two of them. Both dressed elegantly. Naruto wore an orange yukata with black fabric on the shoulders, a faint, yet shimmering red swirled through the orange fabric. He grinned that usual grin, and had an arm around her waist. She herself wore a sleek lavender kimono, embroidered with white flowers, a darker purple sash wrapped around her waist. She had that same blush across her face, yet she managed to look forwards and smile gently. Hinata vaguely remembered that picture being taken. She remembered trying hard not to look away, and tried not to blush as Sai painted it. But it was a vague memory. She couldn't remember why the painting was done nor even when it was done. The memory felt like one half complete. She looked back at Naruto, then to the picture, then to Naruto again. Her eyes widened, her full face went red. Naruto-kun and I lived together. Her eyes went heavy, it was too much. Hinata. His eyes fluttered open as she heard her name being called again and again. She had been sat at the dining table. Naruto crouched down next to her, his hand placed on top of hers as he stared at her face. At least he has a shirt on now. She looked at the black jumper he wore, similar to the standard blue one Konoha shinobi wore. Maybe I should get Sakura. Your face just went red, then you collapsed. That mission must have done a number on you. I knew you shouldn't have gone on it. He mumbled to himself, sitting on the other side of the table. I'm fine, Naruto-kun. She responded weakly in return. She knew what really happened just now, but if she could play it off a collapsing from exhaustion over the more embarrassing truth, she'd take it. Are you sure? If you hit your head you might have that amnesia thing. His hand wrapped around his mouth as he squinted, thinking of what could have happened. Suddenly his face lit up. I know. Ask me some questions, Hinata. That'll help jog your memory. Truth be told, there were so many questions she wanted to ask. She understood nothing. It was as if she had been asleep all her life. Small fragments of a distant dream fluttered through her mind. Nothing seemed to feel like this was real. Why do we have a picture of the fourth Hokage and that woman? She chided herself inwardly, of all the questions to ask, but she remembered looking at that picture after waking up, wondering why they would be a picture like that. You've got a picture of your family up. I figured I could have a picture of mine. Those are my parents, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. He replied with a proud grin. Hinata's eyes widened. Naruto-kun's parents. He finally found them. It wasn't really how she'd hoped he would find them. She had hoped Naruto would find his parents alive, giving happiness back to him, letting him know what a family was. Was Konoha at war, Naruto-kun? Was the world at war? She found her next question, those memories of her fighting with Nietzsche lingering in her mind. Yeah, 4 years ago, you know. His face fell a little. That masked guy in Akatsuki waged a full was for me and Octopops. All the shinobi came together to fight against him and his army of these white zetsu things. How did it end? She found herself asking even further. The real Marraige had got revived through Ito Tensei. He tried to use the guy behind the mask to revive him, so he could put the whole world into some huge ninjutsu. But Obito, the guy behind the mask, something happened. He remembered his old self, the part of him that would do anything for his comrades, the part of him that wanted to be Hokage. He turned against Madara. The Shodai Hokage was also revived through the Ito Tensei by Orochimaru, and arrived on the battlefield with Sasuke. Kakashi and Obito combined their Mangekyo Sharingan, and sent the first Hokage and Madara into some far-off dimension, to fight in eternal battle. Obito was gravely injured, and before he died, he used the Rin Tensei to revive everyone who had died during the war. I see, she spoke aloud. So what she saw in her dreams, was she just remembering the events from years ago? I'm sorry Hinata, I'd stay if I could and make sure you're okay, but I gotta prepare for the cage summit. He sighed loudly, moving towards a cupboard near the front door. It's so boring. All they do is talk. Plus the Mizukage keeps giving me this weird look, like she wants to eat me or something. Are you accompanying Tsunade-sama to the meeting? She asked innocently, watching as Naruto looked back at her with a puzzled look. Are you sure you're okay, Hinata? You sure are acting weird. I mean, why would Bachin be going? He replied, taking out an orange cloak with black flames upon the bottom and put it on. Rakudame Hokage written down the back of it. He pulled out the Hokage hat as well, sliding it on his head and grinned at her. Hinata sat with shock over her face. Naruto-kun is Hokage. Naruto continued grinning at her. Happy Nagato Day, Hinata. He called out before disappearing, leaving her with even more confusion and questions. Hinata walked the streets of Konoha, still filled with so many questions. Why could she not recall anything that had happened previously? She remembered up until Pain attacked Konoha, raising it to the ground. She remembered telling Naruto how strong her feelings were finally. But that was all. She couldn't remember the war Naruto spoke of, or anything that transpired after until when she woke up this morning. But why couldn't she? She walked past citizens in Konoha. They acted as if nothing was wrong. They smiled at her, which was not something unusual for her, being in the head family of the Hyuga. But their smiles, they had grown even wider, full of happiness towards her. Others, mainly girls her own age she had never seen before, stared at her with fake smiles, weakly masking something akin to jealousy. But why? What as she had possibly done to them? There's Hinata. She heard her name being called. In front of her was Kiba, Akamaru and Shino. Happy Nagata Day, Hinata. We've been waiting for you. We are going to see Kurenai-sensei today, remember? We agreed to do so after you came back from your mission. Yes. She just agreed. She didn't want to point out the fact that she couldn't remember saying those words. She joined her two teammates, strolling silently between them as they yammered to each other through her. After a fairly long walk they arrived at Kurenai's house. She was sat in the garden with her daughter, who upon seeing Hinata laughed and smiled wildly, sprinting towards her and jumping into her chest. It wasn't hard to catch the small girl, but it surprised her greatly to see how big she had grown. She was only a baby the last time she could remember seeing her. Not an Ai-chan. She blubbered out ecstatically as she curled into her shoulder. She's missed you. To her surprise the door behind Kurenai opened. Asuma strolled out, a cigarette hanging limply in his mouth before he lighted the small stick, taking a deep long drag. Asuma-sensei, but I thought I mean Hyakutsuki. She stared at the man in shock. She could vaguely remember his funeral, the weeks of wiping Kurenai-sensei's tears. Haven't about that in a long time. Asuma mused with a smile, blowing out a small cloud of smoke. I got really lucky. If Sakura wasn't on that mission, I'd probably be. He stopped himself, looking at his daughter intently, before smiling again. Happy Nagato Day, Hinata, from the three of us. Nagato Day, what is that? She mumbled to herself, apparently loud enough for Kiba to look at her curiously. You okay, Hinata? You're acting weird. Did you bang your head on your mission or something? He asked her curiously. Before she could answer, a perverse grin appeared on his face. He leaned towards her, giggling mischievously. Or maybe Naruto went a bit hard on you last night, and you're still a little dazed. Kiba-kun. Her face blushed red with horrified embarrassment. She knew exactly what Kiba was trying to insinuate. And Naruto-kun. And I have never. Really? Wow, I never imagined Naruto would have that kind of control. Kiba responded rather surprised at her reply. He knew Hinata was terrible at lying. He did even need his nose to smell that out. I am not surprised at all. Shino responded bluntly to her other teammate. Why am I sure? Because Naruto has managed to control the Kyuubi perfectly. That would take a great deal of willpower and control, not to break that hold. Yeah, but still, after 2 years you'd figure. Kiba-kun, please stop. Hinata continued to blush and stop her brown-haired teammate's words. But it did make her think, despite the painting of them, she had thought that maybe Konoha wasn't completely rebuilt, there was a shortage of space. She had wanted to live independently from her clan for a while. Hanabi was to the future clan head. Even with all her progression, her father even leaned towards giving Niji the status. There was no one her father was more proud of than her cousin. But to be living with Naruto, she assumed it was a compromise for shortage of room to house people. The red glow on her cheeks grew even brighter. Perhaps she had been wrong. 2 years, Kiba said. The painting of them being so close, her living with him. Our Naruto-kan and I together. It was something she had wanted for so long, but she couldn't even remember how it came to be. That was what she wanted more, to build something indestructible with him, slowly, tenderly and with care, for it to suddenly be on her without her memory. Despite the swelling in her heart, her dream finally being reached, it felt somewhat wrong, like it shouldn't be. Ah, Hinata, happy Nagato Day. Hinata turned to see Sakura waving towards her. Sakura had grown as well, being slightly taller. It was her face that changed the most. It was softer with more rounded features. Her hair seemed more styled and wave, but it remained the same length. The same diamond seal that was on Tsunade's forehead now rested on hers. Nagato Day, what is that? Hinata found herself asking quietly. Everywhere she went people would say it to her. Some said it cheerfully, others said it with what she could only describe as disdain for herself. But these were girls she had never met before. What could she have possibly done to them? Like I know, everywhere I go people keep saying it. She turned at the new voice. Sasuke had not changed, despite his obviously growth in height and his hair growing slightly longer. He held himself in the same regard, the same look plastered on his face. Wearing a white high-collared short-sleeved shirt with a zipper and dark blue pants with a blue cloth hanging from halfway up his stomach to his knees, along with black arm guards that covered his forearms and stretched up to reach his upper biceps. He also wore a purple rope belt around his waist, tied in a bow, in which he carried a sword. The only other difference was an open standard Konoha flak jacket he wore over that. He continued walking and stood next to Sakura, who smiled at him. He almost seemed to smile back, but it came off as a small smirk. Hinata noticed it. She watched him almost relax at Sakura's presence. They both looked at her, staring at them blatantly. They quickly looked away from each other, yet a small tint of pink covered both their cheeks. Hinata, I just saw Naruto earlier. He said he wants you to meet him later. He never said why, just that it's important. She winked at the girl, making her go a darker shade of red. So he gave me the day off to help you get ready. She grinned evilly, pulling out a small bag which had money wrote on it. A Hokage authorized shopping spree. This is going to be fun, eh Hinata? In an instant the pink-haired girl was in front of her. Before she grabbed her arm, in a dash they were speeding off towards the market center, leaving Sasuke behind, who watched as the trail of dust had dissipated the further they became. Chen. What a bunch of idiots. He smirked, looking towards the Hokage monument, Naruto's image staring back down at the village. For a second it changed. Sharingan eyes stared contemplatively over the village, but they weren't his own, 2 long creases going under each eye. In a second it turned back to Naruto, and Sasuke simply smiled up towards his face. But still, it's good to be home, Itachi. Hinata walked along the street of Konoha, blushing madly. She felt far too overdressed, wearing the same kimono as the one she wore in the painting of herself and Naruto at their apartment. Though, Sakura insisted that I be dressed like this. I wonder what Naruto-kan wants. She arrived at the center of many streets leading in different directions coming together. In the center of it all was a large statue. She looked at the statue in utter surprise. It was Sasuke's brother, Itachi. The statue was large, at least 25 feet high. His hands were extended in front of his torso, performing the beggar's bow. His Sharingan eyes were fixed in stone over the village in front of him. And sat in his hands was Naruto, who when he saw her approach grinned and jumped down. He was wearing the same yukata he wore in the painting they had done. You look great, Hinata. Thank you, Naruto-kun. She blushed madly before looking up at the statue again. What is this? Naruto looked back upon Itachi's stony face and smiled. Itachi was a hero. He protected Konoha, the shinobi world from the shadows. He always cared for its safety. During the war he was revived as an Edo Tensei, but he broke free. Then he went and stopped the Edo Tensei jutsu himself. I couldn't put him on the side of the mountain because he wasn't Hokage, so I had this made instead. Now he doesn't have to watch over the village from the shadows. He can do it now in the sunlight. Hinata smiled upwards at the statue, before turning to Naruto who grinned at her, grabbing her hands swiftly. Come with me, Hinata. That place won't keep my reservation all night, even if I am Hokage now. Hinata was less surprised than she should have been when they arrived at Ichiraku's ramen stand. Whenever the rookies came together Naruto always suggested they should have lunch there, often being outvoted into trying other establishments. But she was surprised to find it closed at this hour. Ichiraku's usually ran open late into the night. She remembered watching Naruto being there, getting kicked out by the old man who wanted to rest after a long day's work, Naruto sulking away from the stand, complaining that he hadn't had his fill. Naruto knocked on the makeshift door that had been put in front of the usually open entrance. Tsuchi opened it a fraction. Upon seeing Naruto he opened it wider. Naruto turned to her and grinned. Come on, Hinata. He waved at her to follow him inside. The inside of the small stand had been redecorated. The stools were hiding from sight, and a small table with 2 seats stood in their place. Various sizes of lit lanterns hung from the walls and the ceiling. Vines of flowers weaved their way through the lanterns on the walls in shades of lavender, red and blue. It was beautiful. Naruto directed her to her seat, pulling it and sitting her down before moving to the other seat himself. 2 bowls of ramen were already sat in front of them. Almost immediately Hinata began to play with it. She wasn't really that hungry, and all this, sat with Naruto in this beautiful setting, just the 2 of them. She wouldn't hold anything down even if she tried to eat. Her stomach was already aflutter. Have you had a good Nagato day, Hinata? Nothing would stop Naruto devouring ramen. Emotion, illness, injury, he stomached it, so he could stomach some ramen. What is Nagato day, Naruto-kun? Everyone I've seen today has said it. She finally asked. It had been bugging her the entire day since the blonde had said it this morning. Naruto looked up from his ramen, before smiling softly. Today is the anniversary of the day Pain attacked Konoha. We're remembering that day, you know. That isn't really something worth remembering or celebrating. She answered honestly. It had been a day of death, so many around her taken without warning, consideration or mercy. The village laid in ruins. Naruto almost being taken by Akatsuki. That's why we don't call it Pain Day. Naruto chuckled a little bit. Nagato was the real guy with the Rinnegan. He was controlling all of Pain's actions. And in the end he swapped his life for everyone who had died in Konoha that day. He smiled a little bit, remembering the frail, white-haired man, and those strong purple eyes brimming through the darkness despite the state of his body. He was Uraya's student, my senior. I often wondered if I should call him Nai-san. In the end his true conviction came through, his true way to obtain peace. He didn't have to give the people of Konoha their lives back. He was dying already from exhausting so much chakra, but he did it anyway. Nagato Day remembers that sacrifice. It celebrates our bonds to each other. Hinata couldn't help but smile at his explanation. There was a purity to it all that only Naruto could have seen, as he always saw the best in the worst situations, like the statue of Itachi she didn't even have. To guess that Nagato Day came into effect during Naruto's blossoming tenure as Hokage. But there's something else about this day, something that only I celebrate. She looked up as Naruto as he continued speaking. To her surprise, she saw that their situations had changed. It was Naruto who couldn't lift his head up, playing aimlessly with the food in front of him. It was on this day I got told something. Something that deep down I thought I might never hear. His own blush grew as his eyes moved to look at her. It was something you said. That is why I'm not afraid to die protecting you. Because I love you. Her eyes widened. Of course, she remembered telling Naruto finally of her true feelings, but she didn't think he had. He had transformed into the Kyuubi moments after she fell against Pain. He had never discussed it with her after, so she assumed the transformation had affected his memory, making him forget the most recent things that had transpired. It was always a worry to her as she may have had to confess to him again, and she didn't know if she would have that courage, that determination like she did in that situation to do it again. But to think he had actually remembered. My dream was to become Hokage, to be respected and admired by everyone in the village, for my existence to finally be acknowledged, but I never imagined in all my wildest dreams to be loved. But you did anyway, even though I didn't know it. He smiled softly again. It was one of the times you saved me from myself, when I thought of giving up. But it wasn't the first time. When I panicked during the Chunin exam's written test, you offered your answers to me. When I felt like giving up before I even went to fight Niji, you placed your faith in me and gave to the courage to fight him. Then there was that moment against Pain, when you said those words I thought I would never hear. There was that moment when I almost gave in against Sabito. You brought me back. He smiled, taking one of her hands in his own. Her blush magnified at the contact. If it wasn't bad enough with all these, he spoke so sincerely. These hands, they were always pushing me in the right direction, making me stick to my ninja way. We've been through so much over the past years, but I've never been able to speak well about this stuff. I'm not a good speaker. I don't have a way with words. I'm not smart or cool or charming. I start blubbering like a moron kinda like now. He grinned sheepishly, chuckling weakly as he scratched the back of his head. It's taken a long time, but I think I finally found the right words to say. They're just a copy of yours, but you said it so perfectly I wouldn't be able to say it any better if I had a million years to come up with it. He looked into her eyes again, and her heart melted. Was he? Would he? Does he finally? I remember calling you shy, timid and weird. But every time I thought like giving up when I almost made the wrong turn. But it was always you. You kept me on the right path. You pushed me. You comforted me. You slapped me out of my own silly imaginations. You kept me real. These hands saved me. That's why I want to walk with you, stand at your side, to be with you because you know what? I really love you. Hinata only stared back, mouth agape in utter shock. Naruto sat there speaking of something he might never have. To be honest with herself, she had thought the same thing. Deep down in her heart she thought that she would never be able to get Naruto to return her love, but there he was, speaking those simple, yet powerful words to her. He called himself a blubbering mess when he spoke, but every syllable was perfect, like a symphony to her ears, right through to her very heart and soul. All the chasing, the hoping, somehow it had finally paid off. Her life was perfect as of this very moment. Finally everything she had longed for had come to fruition. Her wildest dream had finally come true, and she would never let it go. So I have wrote up a new story. Let me shed a bit of light onto this story. Obviously, a central character is Hinata stuck in Infinite Tsukuyomi. When I saw it in the manga, I saw Hinata's dream and went really. That's it. Sat on a park bench with Naruto. So this is an expansion reimagining of her dream. I don't like story that just have Naruto fall in love with Hinata after 15 lines of dialogue with her. Similarly, I don't like stories that take absurdly long amounts of time to progress the relationship between them. So when I did see her dream, I had an opportunity to build a relationship between them quickly, but still have room to progress. I'm more of an Erihina fan anyway, not becus of the whole everything she's done for them reason, but for a different one. Who are the main characters in the series? Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke. And Kishimoto will end the series with each of them attaining their own personal happiness. Naruto will probably become Hokage, Sasuke will probably have his clan finally seen as heroes, and Sakura, well, as it is frequently mentioned, Sakura is in love with Sasuke, so I think her happiness will be being with him, hence I believe Sasusaku is more likely than Narasaku. However, I doubt this will happen for a long time. I don't think this war is the end of Naruto. Kishi has said he is open to another time skip, and the new move is dubbed Start of a New Era, makes me think it'll be the first part of a time skip. I was trying to play on Hinata fighting the Jinjutsu, which is why she couldn't remember anything about the world she was now in. However, when Naruto finally says those words to her, she gives in and accepts the place as the real world. I imagine this story will last about 10 chapters before it's finished. I've actually had the new chapter planned out for most of my stories, however I just can't be bothered to write them. I'm using this story to thicken my creative juices, so I can provide more frequent updates in my other stories. Anyways, till next time. Surprise. Lavender-tinted white eyes flicked open as the morning sun began to peer through the curtains of her bedroom. Her neck was a bit stiff, however she blamed that on her hard pillow, her boyfriend's warm chest moving up and down slowly with each sleepy breath, gentle snores coming from his mouth. Hinata looked up at Naruto's sleeping face, with his green monster nightcap on and blushed madly. She would never get used to this. Her body wrapped around his, her leg crossed over both of his arm wrapped around her waist and her arm going over his stomach, her head buried into his chest. Memories of her missing years were slowly piecing themselves back together from nowhere, until they had fully formed. She remembered the house hunting with Naruto, getting a larger house apartment, after he refused to kick Tsunade out of the Hokage's mansion. She remembered every little date they had ever taken. And Naruto-kun. Hey, Hinata, what's up? Our ninja way is to never go back on our word, to never break a promise. Does that still stand when you make a promise to yourself? Sure. Promises to yourself are just as important as the ones you make to other people. That's good. You see, Naruto-kun, I have made a promise to myself. And what's that, Hinata? I promised myself that after the war was over I would no longer follow you, tracing behind your every step. I promised myself when the war was over, I would stand by your side, holding your hand. I would be with you. I don't want to break that promise to myself, so, I guess, what I'm trying to say is what I'm trying to ask is. You want to ask me out on a date? She remembered how she finally got Naruto's attention, and cursed herself for all the years she wasted not realizing how easy it was to get the blonde boy to notice her. She was sure when Naruto accepted to going on a date with her, he didn't feel the same way for her as she did for him, but it was enough, Naruto either being too like himself to outwardly reject her, or the fact he had actually enjoyed the time he spent alone with her, wanted another date, and what eventually came to be grew from it. He began to slowly reciprocate her feelings back. She looked down at herself and Naruto in the bed. Yes, Naruto was shirtless, however the rest of him and all of herself was fully clothed. She had no memories of doing that with him. When she told Kiba the other day she and Naruto had never done that, she said it without memory of all their years together, but now she could remember the years and still no memory of it. Perhaps she and Naruto really had never committed themselves to each other in that way. Idiot. She was startled by the sudden voice. Looking to the edge of the bed she saw Sasuke in the room. Instantly she cried out in fright, pulling the covers over herself and Naruto, despite the fact she was in her PJs. Naruto's eyes opened slightly, his head lifting up to look at Sasuke. What do you want, Sasuke? I thought I sent you on a mission. Sleep still coated his eyes and dried up his voice to a deep raspy grumble. I've completed it. How long did you expect it to take? It was only a B rank. Sasuke responded, shifting his weight to his other foot and rest his hand on his right hip, gripping his jounin vest in his hand. Then give me a report tomorrow. It's my birthday, and I'm not feeling all that Hokage light today. Go bug Sakura or something. She will be happier to see you at this time in the morning than I am. Naruto grumbled out again, letting his head hit the pillows and shutting his eyes. We have a problem. Sasuke retorted, even more serious than usual. It seemed to catch Naruto's attention, as he opened his left eye to look at the black-haired shinobi. Sasuke suddenly smirked confidently. There's this yellow-haired idiot that thinks he's stronger than me. Naruto groaned loudly, pulling the covers up even higher to cover his face. Then go fight him and prove him wrong. I can't. He won't get out of bed, idiot. Sasuke only smirked wider when Naruto shot upright, giving him a nasty growl. I don't think. Well, we all know that, idiot. Honestly, I wonder how Hinata puts up with your absent-mindedness. Shut up, Sasuke. I wasn't finished. I don't think I'm stronger than you, I know I am. Naruto jumped out of the bed, almost launching Hinata off it onto the floor. He quickly picked up some of his clothes scattered on the floor before rushing towards and flinging open the window. I'll prove it right now. Follow me. He jumped through the window, allowing all of Konoha to grace the sight of the underwear-only clad Hokage. Sasuke and Hinata could only watch him jump from rooftop to rooftop, becoming small and smaller as he leapt into the distance. Sasuke only sighed loudly, gaining Hinata's attention. He really is an idiot, he gets too overexcited. I'm sorry for taking your boyfriend from you on his birthday. He looked at her, before sighing loudly again, grumbling under his breath, it's going to be a long day. Okay class, we have a special guest speaker today. Kurenai spoke to her bright young academy teammate had all become jounin, and in her eyes, she could never have another team like them. Plus with her daughter at still a young age, she did not want to go on missions and leave the child alone. So she had found a new way to bestow the will of fire onto the next generation. She had taken up teaching at the academy. She taught a special class, girls only. Teaching them all the things only a Kunoichi could do, the importance of female ninja in a male-driven academy. Please welcome my former student, Hinata Hyuga. The young girls all gasped in awe, muttering with excitement to themselves as Hinata entered the room. Hello, I'm here to help Kurenai-sensei teach you of a Kunoichi's importance to the village. Hinata spoke out quietly. She was truly an awful public speaker. She never knew how Kurenai-sensei managed to talk her into doing this. And now, Kunoichi are usually underestimated by people who request missions, as men are naturally stronger. But, my friend, Sakura-san, she is investigating chakra control, and she has a theory that women are naturally better at controlling their chakra, as she believes that the male testosterone hormone impairs men's ability to control their chakra as well as they could. This is what? Hinata-sensei. A small girl shouted out, interrupting her speech. Hinata finally clicked on that these girls were perhaps 12 or 13, in their final year at the academy. Is it true that Hokage-sama is your boyfriend? What? Hinata was a little taken back by the sudden, intrusive question. Akadame Hokage Naruto-sama, he's your boyfriend, right? A different girl now asked, looking at Hinata with wonder in her eyes. Well, yes he is, but I thought I was here to. How did you get him to fall in love with you? Better yet, how did you get him to notice you? How did you first meet him? Tell us, Hinata-sensei. Hinata began panicking. All these questions coming at her too quickly made her lose what little cool she had coming to give this lecture. The questions kept on piling up, none of the girls letting up on finding out how to get a strong ninja to notice them. Hinata looked towards Kurenai-sensei, pleading with her to help her. This is the other reason why I brought you here, Hinata. Kurenai spoke with a small smile. It is important for Kunoichi to become strong, but they shouldn't give up on their hopes and dreams in order to attain it. You are a perfect example of this, Hinata. The girls have been working hard all year. Go on, treat them a little, let them fantasize of meeting a strong shinobi who they fall in love with, and who loves them in return, as both of us have. Hinata stared at her sensei. Even now she managed to surprise the blue-haired girl. She quickly smiled, before turning to the class, who all immediately went silent. A faint blush began to grow on her face. Well then, I guess the story of how me and Naruto-kun met begins with this, the first time I ever met Naruto-kun. It was my first week in the academy. There were these bullies, they didn't take a liking to me. Hinata sat casually on a bench in her and Naruto's garden after her long day at the academy, answering the young Kunoichi's very embarrassing, intrusive questions about Naruto, and how she managed to bag him, as some had eloquently put it. The garden extended from their apartment onto a balcony made of wood, something she later found Yamato had created for them. The large garden was covered by walls and a ceiling of glass, allowing the lovely Konoha's sunlight, bless the flowers and plants. It became a usual routine for her and Naruto on his very sporadic time off, or if she was lucky a full day off. She would press the flowers, plant them and create ornate arrangements with them, then Naruto would tend to them after her, watering them and giving them life. She was happy to find that perhaps Naruto's only hobby was one of her favorite pastimes as well. She sat with her legs up on the bench, reading a book in the sunlight. She had grown accustomed to sharing Naruto with the village, not like she could complain. Even in their childhood he never really belonged to one person besides Team 7, always bouncing from one friend to the next. That much had not changed since he was her boyfriend. The blush and small smile graced her face every time she had the opportunity to put that title to the blonde-haired shinobi. Naruto tried to spend more time with her now they were together, but his occupation as Hokage left him very little free time. He tried to make it a point that he was still at home when she woke up at 7 o'clock, though sometimes that was just physically impossible for him. He didn't like to leave her with clones of himself either, saying if it wasn't him, then it wasn't real, despite the fact he gained all their memories. He would spend all day away in the office, or trying to spend time with his other friends. He would always be home for dinner, spending 2, maybe 3 hours with her, before going back to the Hokage's office to continue work before coming back late in the night and rolling into bed. That didn't mean that Naruto didn't behave like Naruto. He stated he didn't like leaving clones with her, but he didn't mind leaving clones elsewhere, effectively ditching work to spend time with her. He would do this for a good 3 days each month, which he had affectionately named her time of the month, blissfully unaware that that name had been in use for many years beforehand for a completely different reason. Let's go, Hinata. It's your time of the month, you know. She remembered the humiliation that day, no matter how much she shuddered to repress the memory. It started off as an innocent gathering for Barbec with all of their friends, and it was during Naruto's ditch days to spend time with her and her alone. As much as he wanted to hang around with their friends, he started this ditching thing to spend time alone with her. So as innocent and oblivious as he was, loudly proclaimed that statement, loud enough for everyone in the restaurant to look at her incredulously, and he just stood there grinning his usual grin. She had then politely asked Naruto to not call it that in front of her friends again. She remembered the awkward and embarrassed atmosphere. After a series of probes and pouting on Naruto's behalf, she was forced to explain to him in front of everyone why. She remembered Naruto's wide, cheerful, innocent grin morphed to one of utter disgust for the female body. Kiba never let her live down that day. However, she also learned that there was another person she had to share Naruto with. His old teammate Sasuke. Even during the days he would ditch work to spend time with her, she had made sure to carefully avoid the Uchiha, that she didn't know where he was, which was not always so easy as the Uchiha could have been anywhere, as his only other hobby other than training was taking walks. She was always and probably will always be slightly jealous of how Sasuke managed to push Naruto's buttons with ease, so when he appeared in their house in the morning, almost demanding to fight Naruto, she didn't even have the opportunity to tell Sasuke ever so nicely to go the hell away and pull her boyfriend back into bed and wrap his arms around her. On the other hand, it was Naruto's birthday, so he may have finished with Sasuke and went to see all of his other friends whilst the sun was still shining. They have been gone a long time. She looked at the clock. Sasuke took Naruto away about 6 hours ago, longer than what their training sessions usually lasted. She was erupted from her thoughts when a knock came from their door. She quickly approached it and answered, seeing all her friends on the other side. Okay. Stage 1, get Sasuke to distract Naruto, complete. Sakura beamed from the other side, holding up the peace sign. What's all this? She asked curiously, looking around at the mischievous grins on all their faces. Letting them all into the house. Sakura simply handed her a brown envelope, gesturing her to open it. A small piece of paper was inside, headed with the title. Super Secret S-Rank Mission, Naruto's 21st Surprise Birthday Party. She couldn't help but smile. She finally understood Sasuke's unexpected visit so early in the morning, and why she hadn't seen Naruto since. Sakura was followed by Sai, Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, Lee, Niji, Kiba, Shino and Tenten. Even 2 of Sasuke's friends were there. The girl Karen, who had taken to creating a rather good bond with Naruto, she claimed it was due to his warm and bright chakra. However, she discovered that the girl was also from the Uzumaki clan's remnants, so they created another bond through family, as they were related to each other. Naruto clung to her almost as if he saw a sister in her. The other was Yugo, the extremely tall man who always gave Hinata a bit of a scare. He had these urges, which she had learned had stemmed from his clan's innate and involuntary ability to assimilate Senjutsu chakra, causing a rather monstrous appearance as they couldn't control it. Naruto, having mastered Senjutsu, had been helping him to control the ability to collect energy from nature, thereby helping him to control his transformations. Come on Hinata, you've got the biggest job. Show us where he would like his decorations and presents. Sakura grinned again as they began carting in bags of presents and decorations. Am I late? They all turned when they heard the calm, cool voice. Gar stood at the door with his siblings behind him, out of his cage robes, and in his usual attire minus the gourd. In his hands was a small cactus with an orange bow attached to it. What's that? Kiba asked nonchalantly, staring at the small plant in Gar's hands. It's a cactus. Do you think Naruto will like it? Gar asked, with his usual blank expression. However, it almost sounded like worry tainted his voice. I dunno, what's Naruto gonna do with the cactus? Kiba shrugged, looking at the cactus and the red-haired Kazuki repeatedly. Cacti are a lot like Naruto and I, Gar began to explain. They're strong, and in the desert they endure the harshest of conditions. Yet due to their prickly exterior people avoid them, condemning them to loneliness and pain. For years the cactus would question, why do I exist? As if it was some relic of the past everyone wanted to forget. However, the cactus never stops reaching for the sun, striving towards its goal, even when condemned to the harsh arid environment it has found itself in without it having a choice in the matter. It never stops reaching towards the glorious sunlight. Ugh, Gar, stop projecting on the cactus. Kinkuro groaned outwardly, pushing his hand through his brown hair. Well, this is nice, seeing everyone together for our special little guy's birthday. Everyone turned to the window to see Kakashi sitting in the now open window, reading his blue Icha book for the, what was it now? 27th time. Kakashi-sensei, are you here to help with preparing Naruto's party? Sakura asked excitedly, wishing for another helping hand in the preparations. No? Kakashi destroyed all hope in one syllable, giving her a smile behind his mask. I'm just here to drop off Naruto's present. You look like you have everything under control. He hopped off the window before moving to a table, placing a small brown envelope on it. Is that Naruto's present? What is it, money? Everyone looked at the small, flimsy envelope with confusion. Well, I guess you could say that it has the potential to be money. Kakashi trailed off, looking back towards his book. I'm worried, Jiraiya-sama. Ooh, about what, Kakashi? I'm worried in case you die. Ahaha, Kakashi, have you forgotten who you are speaking to? I know your status as a ninja, Jiraiya-sama. But you've left no heirs. What happens if you suddenly die? You've left Fuyuki's storyline at such a cliffhanger at the end of Icha Tactics. What happens if you die, and I never find out what happens with her unrequited love? And that Sadim and harem were left in a deadlock in their battle for Princess Kumin's affections. What happens if I never get the next installment due to dying in some glorious battle? Oh ho. Yes, tactics was my finest work after all. The subtle nuances of maturity displayed the brilliance of my writing in that book. But do not fret, Kakashi, should I die all the rights to Icha franchise go to Naruto. Naruto will be so pleased with my birthday present. Kakashi beamed inwardly as he remembered the conversation he had with Jiraiya years ago. Think of all the time he'll save on trying to think of pesky titles for future installments when he sees that list I've prepared for him. Yo. There can be a party, with me, Killer Bee, and a resident Hachibi, we. A tall dark-skinned man with bright, almost white hair bounced into the room. Where is the little Hokage, my student? My present to give him, it's prudent, yeah. Abi-san, we're having a surprise birthday party for Naruto, so we've had to distract him while we prepared. Sakura said politely too. The foreign ninja, all of them besides Naruto, had never really had any contact with the Kumo ninja that Naruto happily called Octopops. That's good, distract and strike for a good time. I've brought the music, my own best-selling album featuring Naruto and some lickety-split rhymes. B spoke back with a grin, pulling out a CD, a picture of himself and the Hachibi on the cover. Bring Tharakus was the title of the album. Whoa, Naruto is on this album. They all stared with shock at the small plastic case with the CD inside. He never mentioned that he recorded a song before. Yeah, he did too, a secret track called The Bijou Names, and featured in one of my high-tempo Enka raps of passion. The song is called Bakero Kanoiro, Databeo, yeah. Everyone couldn't help but look at the large man with a weird look, inwardly all thinking the exact same thing. Why are all of Naruto's teachers so weird and ridiculous? It's because Naruto is a weird guy. Sai spoke out loud, giving them all a blank expression that seemed to say, yes, I can read your mind. Naruto and Sasuke slumped down against a rock, now that a clone of Naruto's had returned with lunch, both of them covered in an almost equal amount of cut, smudges and bruises. Naruto grinned towards Sasuke, who only smirked in return. So, think you'll ever get used to that? Sasuke's eyes darted to the left. There stood several girls their own age, some slightly older, wearing shirts with Naruto's face on them, black whisker marks made from makeup on their cheeks, and plushy versions of the Hokage clenched in their arms. Naruto-sama. Show him why you're the Hokage, Naruto-sama. Naruto could just make it a weak grin, waving over to them hesitantly, causing them to squeal even louder. You're one to talk, Sasuke. Naruto nodded towards the space directly next to those girls. Another group, with Sharingan eyes on shirts, Uchiha clan-shaped fans waving around, and Sasuke plushies on in those girls' possessions. Sasuke-sama. Show him why you should be Hokage, Sasuke-sama. Are you kidding? Naruto-sama had Sasuke on the ground. 67 seconds in total, longer than Naruto-sama was on the ground. Sasuke-sama connected 34 more punches than Naruto. Naruto-sama is Hokage. Sasuke-sama is single and available. That's right, all of Naruto's fans salted the comment, remembering that Naruto did in fact have a girlfriend, their heads dropping even lower in depression. They're right though, I did win that fight. Sasuke eventually quipped, looking towards Naruto while blocking out the resumed bickering between the two groups of females. Whatever, you just keep remembering that when I put you in charge of a genin team, Sasuke-sensei. A fox-like grin grew on Naruto's face at his suggestion, which Sasuke seemingly interpreted as a threat. Don't even think about it. Sasuke glared at him wide-eyed. Sasuke's lack of tolerance with genin was quite well known, especially as they all looked at him starry-eyed, and didn't pay attention to what he said. He had been forced into missions with other genin teams when their usual sensei were injured, those kids almost getting themselves killed trying to impress him, hoping that he might take them on as an apprentice. You need to lighten up, Sasuke. Maybe get yourself a new girlfriend. You were so much nicer and relaxed when you were with Karen. Naruto laughed loudly. And whose fault is it that I'm not with her anymore? Sasuke looked back at the blonde ninja, raising an eyebrow as he gave the question. I don't see your point. Naruto squinted, pouting out his lower lip in response. Hey Sasuke. What is it, Naruto? You know what I realized? Karen's from the Uzumaki clan, I'm from the Uzumaki clan, we're both from the Uzumaki clan, Sasuke. So? So when you and Karen get married, me and you will practically be family. Karen, this isn't working out. Sasuke remembered that stupid grin on Naruto's face, the wink in his eye and the thumbs up when he pointed that fact out to him. He remembered meeting up with Karen later to break things off with her. No girl was worth having Naruto try to call him brother for the rest of his life. What about you and love life, idiot? I'm surprised Hinata hasn't murdered you yet. Naruto scowled, grumbling out something that Sasuke couldn't comprehend, but his face lit up, beaming widely. Oh yeah, there was something I wanted to talk about with you, Sasuke. Sasuke's eyebrows rose. Naruto's sudden demeanor came at her surprise. He was happy and excited, as he usually always was. But he could tell it was for a completely different reason than usual. What is it? Yeah, but Naruto-sama is more experienced. He has had time to practice kissing girls. Has Sasuke ever kissed a girl, in fact? Has he ever kissed anyone that wasn't his own reflection in a mirror? Naruto burst out in laughter at that comment, as the feuding groups of girls grew louder and louder, stopping himself of whatever he was going to say to throw his head back a guffaw. Sasuke quickly punched him in the arm, quickly causing the blonde to shut up. Well, there's that rumor. Naruto-sama's first kiss was with Sasuke, back when they were still in the academy. HHH, really, please do it again, Naruto-sama. Sasuke-sama. All the girls stopped fight to drop to their knees, bowing their heads with anticipation for a great gift from God. The two men looked at each other, vivid, disgusting memories rearing their ugly heads after years of suppression. They both moved to gag, wheezing and trying to vomit up at the memory. The party was now ready. Banners with shuriken adorned on them hung around the walls of Naruto and Hinata's apartment, along with one massive orange banner exclaiming "Happy Birthday" hanging from the ceiling. The presents had been stacked up in the corner, so many they were almost touching the ceiling. The music was ready to be blasted on Naruto's signal, and food was sitting in the kitchen on platters ready to be devoured, a situation that caused Shikamaru severe chakra drainage, using the shadow possession technique to keep Choji in place. Naruto is going to be here soon. If everything's ready, I'd suggest turning the lights off. Sasuke stood leaning against the wall, now in attendance after separating from Naruto. However, everyone could help but look at a secretive smirk on his face, as if he knew their deepest humiliating memories. What's that smirk for, Sasuke-kun? Sakura finally asked him, whispering quietly so no one else could hear. Just get ready, tonight is going to be good. Sasuke's smirk remained as he spoke, raising his hand to flick the lights off. It's rare to see Sasuke so excited for something like this. Usually he hates parties. Sakura thought with a gleeful smile, remembering the failure of Sasuke's own 21st surprise birthday party. When he entered his house and everyone shouted surprise. Sasuke just looked at the all of them with his usual dulled expression, before walking back out the door and leaving them in his apartment. Hinata now stood in front of her table, positioned in front of the only open window, the full moon lighting her and her alone in the apartment. She was dressed in a simple purple dress and black heels. The dress was a bit too figure-hugging for her liking, but Ino had insisted that she wear it for Naruto's party, as all of them had donned a formal party attire, instead of their ninja attire or day-off clothes. Hinata. I've got sensei. Naruto suddenly burst open the door, giving her a massive jolt. She never got used to his loud entrances when he came home. In his head was one of the only foods both of them equally enjoyed, red bean soup. She liked ramen, but not nearly as much as Naruto, and Naruto attempted to eat cinnamon rolls, but found he didn't like them. Sensei was one of their favorite foods, and it became a regular for them. Naruto casually walked in and back, pouring the soup into the bowls that were left on the table for some reason, humming his own merry tune as he did so. What kind of idiot doesn't turn the lights on when he comes in when it's dark? Sakura groaned inwardly. Naruto seemed to ignore the fact that the lights were out and sat down. Luckily Hinata began to speak. Naruto-kun, maybe we should turn the lights on. It's a bit dark. Hinata asked innocently as she sat down in the chair opposite to him, trying to urge him to turn the lights on to get the party started. Now the moon's full and so bright we don't need them. Besides, you're even prettier in the moonlight, Hinata. Why would I want to spoil that with fake lights? He grinned at her, luckily missed her beet red blush, giving her a thumbs up. But what about your birthday? Don't you want to have a party? If we have one, we'll need the lights on. Hinata asked again, fighting the urge to just tell him to turn those darn lights on. Naruto just shrugged his shoulders. I can have a party later. I want to spend time alone with my girlfriend on my birthday first. I didn't have time because of Sasuke. Then I had to go round the village trying to find Sakura or Ino or someone to help me with something, but I couldn't find anyone anywhere. Why were you looking for them? She asked, genuinely interested now. If Naruto needed help with something, why didn't he just come to her? What could he possibly need them for? It doesn't matter now. Couldn't find them, you know. So how was your day? He asked innocently. Hinata felt that she could read Naruto well enough to know when he was trying to change the subject. It was good. I visited the academy for a while, but I've most stayed at home today. She half-truthfully told him, ignoring that he's staying at home to prepare a surprise party that you won't start part of her day. And how was yours? It was fun. I trained with Sasuke most of the day, beat him up good. By the end of it he was on his hands and knees saying forgive me, Hokage-sama, I should have never challenged you. It was great. He beamed at her, laughing loudly. Sakura looked towards Sasuke, her eyes becoming accustomed to the darkness. She saw him with his usual expression, looking at her and shaking his head slowly, as if to say, that will never happen. However, it became awfully quiet awfully quickly, something Hinata did not enjoy. Naruto staring down at his food, obviously in deep thought. She didn't like a quiet Naruto, it wasn't the boy she fell in love with. Is something wrong, Naruto-kun? He looked up from her food straight into her eyes and grinned. No matter how many times he did so, her heart always melted. I've just been thinking about things recently, about my future, things I've never really thought about for it. What kind of things? She asked curiously. You know, having a family, what I'd call my kids, the girl I'd marry. He looked at her briefly, giving her another grin, causing the blush on her face to brighten. Have you thought about stuff like that? I didn't need to think about it, I've known almost all my life the boy who I wanted to marry. She was glad she thought that inwardly instead of out loud. Naruto may not know everyone else was there, but she did. Why yes, she eventually stammered out before continuing. I imagine a spring wedding, all my friends around me, working towards the love of my life, you, Naruto-kun. Then why don't we, he mumbled almost in a whisper, looking down at his food once again. Luckily for her he did so, otherwise he would have seen her eyes bulge out of her head. What? She managed to eventually stammer out in small whisper after a few seconds of utter silence. Apparently Naruto took her silence in the wrong way, looking rather panicked. I know what you're thinking, so I've made a list of reasons why you should marry me. He exclaimed, pulling out a small piece of paper. Our reason number 1. I am the Hokage. Reason number 2. If you get married to the Hokage you get a lot of freebies and discounts from shops. Reason number 3. I am the Hokage. Reason number 4. If you didn't marry me you'd have to marry someone who is not the Hokage. He seemed to stress that point more. And that's all I got, but for argument's sake I listed some reason that might make you say no. I'm a bit dumb, I act childish, I'm dense when it comes to understanding feelings, I'm not good at romance and stuff, I can't read the atmosphere, as Sakura seems to like putting it. But I can tell you now, Hinata, that even with all those bad things about me, there will never be another person who loves you as much as I do. I will always love you, Hinata, and that's a promise. I never go back on my word. Naruto then fumbled in his pocket pulling out a small box. Like I said, I'm not good with romance and stuff, you know. So I was looking for Sakura or Ino or someone to help me pick one of these out, but I couldn't find anyone. Luckily Sasuke was there, but he's probably even more useless at romance and stuff than I am. So I had to pick one myself, I hope you like it. Inside the box was a platinum ring, encrusted with a purple-colored sapphire and 2 diamonds on the either side each stone, and the metal ring itself in the moonlight. Hinata could only stare at the ring wide-eyed, her blush growing more and more the more Naruto spoke. I know it's sudden, and you might think we're too young, but I wanted to show you it now. I don't care if I have to wait 100 years until you're ready to get married. One day I will give you this ring, believe it. Why yes. What was that, Hinata? The blonde could barely hear a whisper leave her mouth, but couldn't make out what she had said. Yes, Naruto-kun. I want to get married to you. I didn't know how you felt about it, but I've never imagined the rest of my life with anyone but you. Hinata smiled so sweetly and blissfully as she held out her left hand, letting Naruto, who was rather stunned, slip the ring on her left ring finger. He quickly broke out into a large grin. Yada. We're gonna get married, Hinata. Let's get everyone over and celebrate. He laughed loudly, standing up and finally moving towards the lights. We should make sure everything's nice and clean for when they arrive. He flicked on the lights, noticing the massive happy birthday banner to him, the stack of presents in the corner, the food prepared, and everyone in the apartment he didn't notice. His team, Gai, Lee, Niji, Tenten, Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, Asuma, Kurenai, Kiba, Shino, Konohamaru, Gar, Kankuro, Tamari, B, Tsunade, Shizun, Tuchi, Aim, Iruka. All staring at him slack-jawed, wide-eyed and utterly gobsmacked. Naruto could only blush and grin sheepishly, scratching the back of his head and chuckled meekly. Her surprise. Naruto, you idiot, that's supposed to be our line. An. Ahoy, Rin here. Well, this was chapter 2, I quite enjoyed it. Despite the fact this will be a short fic, I want to fit a few genres into it, comedy, love, romance, fighting, tragedy, and I'm hoping to be able to do that. It may seem a little rushed, however it is a dream world setting, Hinata's dream, so it will jump in time. Saying that I'm having some problems writing this, chapters 7, 8, 9, 10 are pretty much planned, but the rest will probably be nothing but drabble. Another point was, as it is Hinata's dream against her will by the infinite Tsukuyomi, so she's gonna have to break out right. But because it's her perfect world, how do I make her go against it and want to escape? I've thought of an idea, but it's going to have to be written perfectly. If I do that it will be magnificent. In the manga all the main adults have serious quirks or faults in their personalities. Kakushi's lazy, Jiraiya is a super pervert, Tsunade has a serious gambling addiction, Guy is well Guy. As the manga is progressing into the new year, after the, to not give away spoilers, abruptness of the latest chapter, one think we are closing to that, so I want to play on the next generation, pointing out all the quirks of Naruto's generation. I've got a lot of comedic moments planned. Next chapter 1 hope will cover a lot of things, nothing serious, as it's still building to the focal point. I shall post when it's ready. Until next time. Family. AN. Hey guys, before the chapter starts. I'm starting this thing for this fickle named theme song for the chapter. It's the song I was listening to when I wrote the chapter, so you guys can go and listen to it while you read the chapter, build the ambience and whatnot. Anyways, this chapter's theme song is Sam Smith Latch, acoustic version, so there you go. Naruto stood in front of a large mirror adjusting his Hokage cloak before twisting and turning in the mirror, making sure he looked okay. Finally accepting his appearance, he gave himself a big grin. Okay. Let's get married. You look so handsome, Naruto. He turned quickly, his eyes widening when he saw his mom and dad standing behind him, smiling happily towards him. Mom-dad Naruto could barely make out as he looked at them in utter shock. Damn kid, if I knew you were going to get married this quickly, I would have stressed the point for you to read my books a little more. He turned again to see the no longer towering frame of Jiraiya. It wasn't as if Jiraiya had shrunk, Naruto had just grown, almost to reach his height. Please don't, Jiraiya-sensei, you already corrupted Yuhiko when you were alive. Leave the legacy you left behind as it is. He turned once again to see Nagato leaning against a wall. What are you all doing here? Naruto asked the ghosts, wondering if this was all in his head or if it was really happening. You didn't think we'd miss our son's wedding day, did you? Minato responded with a light laugh to accompany his cheerful tone. Naruto, I'm so glad you found a girl just like me. Kushina spoke with a happy yet soft and gentle smile. The girl's nothing like you, Kushina. Jiraiya grumbled outwardly in response to the woman's statement. She's totally like me, like. Kushina screamed back furiously at the old sage. She's kind, sweet, caring, and beautiful, she has a weird hair color, and she loves Naruto with all her heart. Naruto could only laugh at the scene, Kushina grilling a terrified Jiraiya and Minato backing away fearfully. Everyone, there was so much I wanted to do with all of you. They seemed to quiet down as Naruto looked at the red-haired man first. Nagato, I wanted to talk with you more about Iroh-sennin's teachings. I wanted to talk to you about your friendship with Yuhiko and Konan. Was it like how mine was with Sasuke and Sakura? I wanted you to help me pull pranks on Iroh-sennin. And I found out you were from the Uzumaki clan too. You were my senior disciple. I wanted to call you Nagato Nai. There's nothing to discuss about Jiraiya-sensei's teachings. They're pretty straightforward, but would you expect anything less from an idiot like Jiraiya-sensei? Nagato smiled, stopping his reply briefly, while Jiraiya let out a yell of protest. And about your team, I wouldn't know how you feel. You are more like Yuhiko and I was more like Sasuke. And like a younger brother's destiny to surpass his older brother, you have surpassed me. He finished with a smile towards the younger blonde. The blonde smiled back, before turning to Jiraiya. Iroh-sennin, you were the coolest guy ever. And all I ever did was show you how much of a loser I was. I wanted you to be there when I became Hokage. I wanted to know if you were happy with what I've done to help the world. You're right, you're probably the biggest loser I've ever met. Jiraiya responded quickly with a grin. But that's what made you so fun to watch. There was never a doubt in my mind that you would become Hokage and bring peace. You've done mighty fine work, kid. I just wished you had paid more attention to me when it came to girls. Oh, and continuing Icha for me, the series needs an ending. I've already been giving hints to do that. Naruto scowled a little bit, remember Kakashi's birthday present to him, and all the little notes he put next to each of the titles for future installments he suggested. I don't care if Icha. Damnation is your favorite one. Naruto finally turned to his mom and dad. Mom, dad, I don't know what to say to you both, I wanted. We know. They responded together with a knowing smile back towards him. We would never forgive ourselves for not being there for you. But you've turned out perfect even without us. We will always be proud of you. Tears began to form in Naruto's eyes as he looked towards the floor. All four of them moved closer towards him, making him look up again at them. All of them had proud smiles on their faces. Let's go get you married. Two more youths wasted, rushing away into the harsh adventure known as marriage. Ao said in a grumpy manner, having traveled all the way from Mizuno-kuni with the Mizukage to attend the young blonde Hokage's wedding. Youth wasted rushing away, no marriage. Seriously, what is it with the young whippersnappers these days trying to rush into lifelong commitments? Why in my day you were lucky if you lived long enough to even reach puberty. Ao, shut up before I kill you. Mei spoke darkly and to the point in a hushed whisper to her most trusted advisor, yet still giving him a soft sweet smile. She turned back to the altar in the center of the shrine, seeing the young handsome Hokage standing next to the young handsome Uchiha, his face she almost melted. She brought her smile up higher, hiding her gritting teeth. I'm not jealous. So what if everyone is waiting on edge to see this girl enter in her wedding dress? It's not as if I want to see everyone waiting on edge to see me in a wedding dress. So what if there are important people from all over the continent who have flocked to see this girl's wedding? It's not as if I want the Reikage, the young handsome Kazukage, the Tsuchikage, Mr. Samurai, that super princess actress from the land of snow, the princess priestess from the land of demons, the former Hokage, and almost every clan head attending my wedding. So what if she is almost half my age and already found a strong, caring, kind, funny, handsome man to look after her, protect her and hold her for the rest of her life? It's not as if I want to marry someone like that. The sound of the shrine doors sliding open brought the Mizukage out of her train of thought. She's beautiful. She heard the gasps of stunned silence and awe-filled hushed murmurs of the crowd as the annoyingly young and beautiful Hyuga girl entered, wearing a brilliantly pure white kimono with a large white sash tied around her waist into a perfect bow at her back. The crowd started grinning wildly as she entered through the bright light that seemed to be encompassing her from the outside and into the shrine. Mei's had dropped in depression. I'm super jealous. Naruto turned to see his former girlfriend, current fiancé and future wife all within one single beautiful girl move into the shrine. The bright light of the sun behind her seemed to block out everything, as if she had descended down from heaven in a bright light. His face turned to one of shock as Hinata stood still by the doors. Those figures appeared again. To her left was his father and mother. His dad had his arms wrapped around his mom's waist, grinning widely. His mom similarly had a large grin while looking at him, but had one arm up wiping the tears from her eye. On Hinata's right, leaning against the door was Jiraiya with a big goofy grin he was so used to seeing. And next to Jiraiya, leaning against the inside wall of the shrine was Nagato, with a small but happy smile on his face. All four of them looked at Hinata before turning back to Naruto as she began walking closer towards him. Nagato was the first to move, giving the blonde a small, slow two-fingered salute before walking out of the shrine and into the light. Jiraiya went next, giving him a big thumbs up before similarly moving off towards the light. His dad went next, moving slightly to place his hand around his mom's to walk together. He gave her arm a small tug, and she looked back towards him angrily. His dad only returned his stare with a small, understanding smile, tears forming in his own eyes. Kushina looked back towards Naruto quickly, even more tears falling from her saddened eyes. It broke Naruto's heart. He could see exactly what his mom wanted without her saying a word. It was all in her eyes. She wanted to stay longer, to see the end of the ceremony, to stay until she saw her first grandchild. She wanted to see her son finally and truly happy. Tears began to fall from Naruto's face as he gave her a smile back, hoping it was reassuring to his mom. Kushina broke out in more tears as Minato put his arm around her shoulders, and together began to walk towards the light together. Naruto-kun. He saw Hinata in front of him, looking up at him worriedly, seeing the wet tears still falling from his smiling face. Sorry, I'm fine. He laughed to himself in a whisper, wiping the tears from his eyes. He held out his hand to Hinata, who took it and moved to stand next to him. Naruto looked over his shoulder towards the door. The light had faded. He turned back towards Hinata, who smiled softly and sweetly at him. For a second that same light dazzled in her eyes. He smiled towards her in reassurance and turned to the priest to commence the wedding. Thank you for being there for me, but have a long rest now, Mom, Dad, Hirosen and Nagato. I've got a new angel to look after me. Hinata thought back on the day she would remember for the rest of her life. She remembered walking towards Naruto, looking more handsome than ever, donned in his Hokage cloak he so adamantly insisted on wearing for the wedding. She remembered the words she said to Naruto, pledging herself to him, and the words he gave back offering the same to her. She remembered the tinge of jealousy in Ino's and Sakura's smiles. The jealousy seeping from the fact that she was to be married and they had yet to find even a boyfriend. She remembered the wedding's gifts, a display of the weird and wonderful. Kakashi-sensei's present was the one that stuck out the most to her. A lifetime supply of writing paper and pens. She didn't quite understand the meaning behind the gift, but it seemed Naruto did as he scowled angrily towards his sensei when they opened the gift. She remembered her first dance with Naruto. She had never seen him dance before, and so she was pleasantly surprised to see him do so in his own graceful way. He leaned in and whispered that he had practiced so he wouldn't embarrass her. She remembered the song playing behind them as they danced alone. It described her emotions for him with such precision that she wasn't sure if the song was wrote specifically for her. He lifted her heart up when the rest of her was down. He enchanted her even when he wasn't around. And now that she had him finally in her sights, she would never let him go. She was going to latch onto him forever. She remembered the crowd of females at her back when she was ready to throw the bouquet. She was so nervous she threw it so hard. Sasuke, who had been silently leaning against the wall through the reception, was mid-conversation with Yugo when the bouquet landed exactly on top of his folded arms. She remembered Naruto's hearty guffaw on witnessing the following dogpile of young women, and a slightly older Mizukage dive on the Uchiha, all screaming they would marry him. It was perfect. The blush on her face grew when she remembered the wedding night. To finally experience the physical bond with Naruto following the most perfect building. She remembered the sharp pain at first, before it eased into nothing but pleasure. The night would have been seen as a disaster to anyone else. It was sloppy, unorganized, and messy. Limbs flailed and didn't know where they should place themselves. The majority of the time Hinata couldn't even look her new husband in the eye. Naruto frequently misinterpreted her groans of pleasure as those of pain, stopping midway to make sure she was okay to her surprising annoyance, urging him with a strange and temporary newfound confidence to continue. And yet, to her, it was more than perfect. She could see herself enjoying it for the rest of their lives, even if their technique never improved. All that mattered was that he finally saw her and she him. Finally, she and her Naruto-kun were finally one, as the priest in charge of their wedding proclaimed. Let this be the end of Naruto Uzumaki and Hinata Hyuga as two, please, everyone welcome Naruto Uzumaki and Hinata Hyuga as one. And then eventually. Father, it is my honor to present to you your grandson, Homura Uzumaki. Hinata sat with perfect etiquette in front of her father in the Hyuga compound, in her father's study. Her father sat in front of her with crossed legs, a small bundle in his lap. Hiashi looked down at the small boy and smiled. Homura, it is an interesting name you chose. Usually the father names their son. Yes, I have named him after the legend that Homura Sasuke was the founding father of the Hyuga clan, his descendants wielding the Byakugan. Naruto-kun had an idea for a name himself, but figured it best I be the one to name him. After what we saw during that war, there is no denying Homura's existence. Hiashi responded simply, still looking down at the small boy. He was a chubby thing for a newborn, a small fat face under a tuft of stark red hair. The small boy's eyes opened, smiling and giggling at the man looking down at him. He has your eyes. Hiashi stated upon seeing the pupilless eyes under the child's lids, a small tint of azure blue sheening through them. But Naruto-kun's mother's hair apparently. Hinata looked towards her son, smiling gently from afar. He seems to have inherited my Kekkei Genkai, so Naruto-kun believed I should name him. As Homura-sama created the Hyuga clan, I believe this child will be able to change it for the better. How did Naruto perform during the birth? Hiashi asked curiously, ticking the small boy under the chin with his finger, gaining an enormous laughter from the baby in response. She fainted. Hinata responded with a blush on her face. Her father's eyebrow rose at hearing the confession, and begrudgingly she began to explain. What the hell's taking so long, Sakura? Can't you see Hinata's in pain? Naruto managed to shout of Hinata's pain-filled screams of labor, his hand being crushed by the force of her own. These things take time, Naruto. Just shut up and let me do my job. Sakura screamed back, still working under the cloth that covered her legs. You've been saying that you can almost see his head from the last 15 minutes. Are you sure you haven't mixed it up with something else? Let me take a look. Naruto exclaimed, letting go of her hand and walking towards Sakura. He turned to look at what was happening, his eyes widened upon seeing the mess. They quickly rolled back into his skull as he dropped to the floor in a glorious thump. Her father chuckled softly at hearing the story, looking up towards her. He cannot be blamed, it was his first time dealing with childbirth as well. You have done well, Hinata. You are suited to the role of a parent, just like your mother. I was never suited to parenthood. I should have supported you more, taken closer care to your training when you faltered, and instead I abandoned you. I was never suited to be a father. That is not true, father. She replied firmly to her father's suggestion, yet her eyes remained soft and respectful. I admit I wish I had been closer to you, father, but I do not regret not being closer to you either. If you had kept me close, doted on me and locked me in the Hyuga compound, I would not have become the person I am today. She looked down towards her son in her father's arms. That child might not exist if you had done that. You have helped me more than you can ever know, father, for that I am eternally grateful to you. Hiashi sat with white eyes, before they softened, and a small smile grew on his face again. You were always so small and frail, Hinata. I may not have shown it in the way that suited you best, but I have always loved you. A small tear fell from Hinata's eye as she finally heard the words she had longed to hear him say. You know the story of how your uncle died. The head ninja from Kumo attempted to kidnap you. Do you know why I killed him? He tried to steal the Byakugan for Kumo's purposes. Hinata answered easily enough. It was common knowledge for the clan, to protect the secret of their jujutsu. No? Her father responded quickly, startling her. Had it have been any other member I would have subdued him. I didn't need to kill him to stop him. I killed that man because he tried to take my precious daughter whom I love. Hinata's eyes widened as she heard the truth behind the Hyuga incident so many years ago. My brother died because of my actions. And I have lived with the burden of my actions ever since. This is something you must learn, Hinata. To protect your children, you will do things you never imagined yourself doing, things where you cannot comprehend the consequences of your actions, things that will hurt those closest to you. But you will do it without hesitation, because you love them, because you want to keep your child safe. So this is Homura. Iruka grinned down at the sleeping baby in her arms. They had invited him over to speak to him about something important, but the minute he walked through the door and saw the baby, he quickly forgot what he was here for. Yes, he looks like Naruto-kun, doesn't he? Hinata smiled down at the baby in her arms as well. To be honest, she hadn't stopped smiling since the moment he entered this world. Nah, he's all you, Hinata, minus the red hair of course, you know. Naruto smiled towards both of them, before his face scrunched up a bit, looking down at his son in his wife's arms. Actually, he kind of looks like Neji now that I think about it. I'd imagine so, Naruto. Hinata and Neji are the children of identical twins. It's only natural they will share some similarities in appearance, therefore their kids will also have a few similarities as well. Iruka explained, still grinning at the small, sleeping baby. I guess, Naruto mumbled out quickly, before shaking any former thoughts from his head. Anyway, Iruka-sensei, the reason we've asked you to come today is because we want to ask you something. What's that? Iruka looked up to the two of them, sitting down in the seat opposite them. We would be honored if you were to be Himura-kun's godfather, Iruka-sensei. Hinata smiled towards the man, his eyes widened in shock. Hinata chose Kurenai-sensei to be Himura's godmother, so I get to choose the godfather. There's no one else I'd rather have to look after my kid. Naruto added before Iruka even had a chance to speak. But why me? Iruka asked, still obviously stunned by the proposal. Because, you were the first person who acknowledged me as Naruto Uzumaki, or at least, the first I knew that had acknowledged me as Naruto Uzumaki. His eyes quickly moved to her own. Hinata. With a small blush to her face, giggled softly at the added part of his sentence. You were always there for me, Iruka-sensei. You treated me to ramen, cheered me up when I was down, pushed me to become Hokage and follow my dream, even when everyone else laughed at me when I said it. You were like a dad to me, and I want you to be there for Himura like how you were there for me. You never needed to ask me to do that, Naruto. Hinata watched Iruka smile proudly to his favorite student. So does that mean? Hinata added curiously, expecting the answer that she already knew would be given. Yes. I accept. Hinata entered her home after her day at the academy. She had taken after her sensei somewhat. She still took important missions on occasion, but the majority of her time was spent looking after her son, and teaching sporadically at the academy. She was the main source of a parental figure in her son's life. Yes, Naruto was there, but his hectic schedule as Hokage, constantly working later starting early, leaving the village for Gokage meetings, every type of time consumer the job entailed, meant he had less time to spend with her and Himura. Obviously Himura had no idea about his lack of his father. He was only 2 years old, and no matter what, Naruto was always there for their son. Even with his hectic, grueling, commanding schedule, he made the time to be there for them. It was one of the newer things on Hinata's now countless list of reasons why she loved him. So as she entered her home, ready to begin preparing dinner, she was surprised to find Naruto asleep on the floor in their living room, with Himura asleep on his chest, surrounded by toys that had clearly been played with. She quietly walked over to them, bending down gently to take her son out of his arms, and put the small baby to bed. Don't move him. Her eyes shifted towards Naruto, who had one eye open staring back at her with a smile on his face. He's pretty comfortable. I thought you were staying at the Hokage's office late tonight, Naruto-kun. She spoke in a whisper to avoid waking her sleeping baby. I left a few clones and picked Himura up from Tsunade Bachin, though she wasn't happy with me doing so. She really likes him, you know. Naruto chuckled quietly to himself, shutting himself up quickly enough when the baby stirred on his chest. I guess it's because if she wasn't looking after him when you can't, she'd have nothing to do all day except drink and gamble. Hinata smiled down at her blonde husband, before moving her hand down to gently stroke Himura's growing red hair. Come lay down with me. She heard Naruto suggest. She quickly nodded, before standing up and dart towards the hallway, watching Naruto's head follow her movements as she disappeared into the bedroom. She returned with their blanket and a few pillows. She bent down and urged Naruto to lift his head, sliding a pillow under it, before placing the other next to him. She sat beside him and pulled the blanket over all three of them, covering the two adults up to where Himura's shoulders rested on Naruto's chest. Hinata lay down on her side, her arm draped gently over Himura's body. She looked down at the baby before looking back at Naruto, who had turned his head to look at her. He grinned madly, leaning his head forward and taking a kiss from her, when she happily and willingly gave in return. Despite the time of the day, despite how alert and awake she was moments before, she began to feel sleep crawl over her. This feeling of content, it put her at so much ease she didn't feel the need to stay awake. She would happily fall asleep here and stay here for eternity, with her perfect husband, with her perfect son, in her perfect life. So new chapter done, shorter than the last two, but I will probably go back to it soon and make revisions. I was happy enough to post it, but not happy enough for it to be the final product. Some things to discuss. I like the scene with Hinata and Hiashi. I don't believe he hated her, as some people like to portray him as on this site. I truly believe that he did love her, and he did pay attention to her at first, before Hanabi proved to be a more promising head of a clan. To be honest, if Neji was alive, I wouldn't have been surprised if he gave the job to him. Just because he shifted his attention of training a head clan to Hanabi, doesn't mean he automatically stopped loving Hinata. I couldn't be bothered to write the wedding because I'm not all that familiar with traditional Japanese weddings, or weddings in general. I added the scene with Iruka at the last minute because I was rewatching some episodes of the anime, and the best, most emotional scene comes from when it's just Naruto and Iruka. The first episode, when Jiraiya dies, when Iruka tries to stop him going to war, they're all heart-wrenching. That's why I don't understand why Neji died. I'm not Naruto fan, although I'd prefer they do end up together as I mentioned in my note on chapter 1. Naruto fans say Neji died to bring Hinata and Naruto closer together, and Narusaku fans say Neji died to break Naruto's spirit. I'm sorry, but if anyone dying would break Naruto's spirit it would be Iruka. Just imagine it for a second, forget Hinata for a second, imagine if Iruka died instead of Neji, it would be something Naruto would not have recovered from. So why did Neji die? I've boiled it down to 3 reasons. 1 to show that even the youngest generation were not safe in the war. 2 to show that even the best of us can be brought down by a madman, and 3 to bring Naruto and Hinata closer together. Fuck it, if you were a Naruto Akamaru fan you could have replaced Neji with Kiba and Hinata with Akamaru, and it would have made even that pairing look a bit more realistic, because that was the whole point of that scene. Finally, a reviewer said I shouldn't drift away from Hinata in this story, as it a Hinata-centric fic. I understand and validate your comment. However, although Hinata is the focal character, Hinata's canon dream was being with Naruto, therefore if you're going to write a story based on Hinata's dream, Naruto has to be a focal character as well. Not the focal character, but a focal character nonetheless. I'm still building this story, and as we progress it will become even more Hinata-centric. Anyways, till next time. Ka Chantin and Tu Chantin. Theme song for the chapter Charlie Simpson Lost, not so much for the lyrics, but for the instrumental. Hinata sat down at the breakfast table with some, but not terrible difficulty. Her stomach already swelling largely with her second pregnancy. She looked across at the table, her fifth son Homura now 6 years old, ignoring his father weirdly as Naruto inhaled his third bowl of ramen for breakfast. It was a habit she had hoped to break Naruto of, but gave up after realizing it was something she would never change. Naruto was always going to eat far too much ramen in one sitting, and would replace other meals of the day with it just for an extra bowl. Her only hope was that she can make sure he included other foods in his diet. She looked over to her son again, pleased the 6-year-old hadn't acquired the same love of the food as Naruto had. In fact, she was almost sure he didn't like the food, but ate it when his father requested him to. Of course she would never bring up her suspicions with Naruto himself. She looked at the boy, his red hair grown to full around his face and reached shoulder length, a large bang covering his right eye as he looked down at his soba in front of him on the table. His white eyes tinted with a brilliant blue to match his father's. Dressed in a sleeveless pure white, thick high-colored jacket and black shorts wrapped into bandages into his sandals. His was beginning to grow into his boyish face, looking eerily more and more like Neji did at that age. It was scary for her, aside from his eyes and hair color, it was like looking at a small version of her cousin. You shouldn't eat all that ramen, Dad. Homura spoke looking at Naruto guzzling down another bowl of the food. That much can't be that good for you, Tebushu. Naruto's chopstick fell from his hands as he stared at his young son. Even Hinata stared at Homura with wide eyes. Homura, noticing it as well, slapped his hands across his mouth, a red fluster spreading across his face. What did you just say? Naruto looked at Homura with wide eyes and a serious face. I didn't say anything, Tebushu. Homura screamed back at his father, before realizing he had said it again, slamming his hands over mouth again in embarrassment, as a wide yet somewhat proud grin grew over Naruto's face. It's nothing, just shut up, Dad. Tebushu. Damn it. Homura-kun, don't swear. Hinata scolded her son. Years had begun to favor her confidence. She would on occasion burst. She had learned that she couldn't be her shy self when trying to discipline her son, especially when Naruto was around to do so. She of course kept some of her old self, blushing and stuttering profusely when Naruto brought her unexpected presents out of the blue. Let's not shout at him, Hinata. It's a great day after all. Naruto beamed towards her, giving her a thumbs up, before turning back to his son, giving him a sly grin. So Tebushu, you get me, that's your thing, eh? What are you talking about, Dad? Homura asked his father with a scowl on his face. Proof that you are in Uzumaki Tebeo. Naruto responded, still beaming with pride. It's your verbal tick. I've got one, mine's Databeo, my mom had one as well, and hers was Databing. Your tickle happen when your emotions flare, like when you get angry, or excited or scared. This calls for a celebration, Tebeo. There I was thinking you've turned out like the rest of those stingy Hyugas, but it turns out that aside from those eyes you're all me. I am not you at all, Tebushu. Hinata watched the furious glare Homura shot at his father. It was quite scary for her seeing him stare so angrily at his own father. However, Naruto didn't seem to notice, still grinning with pride over the revelation of Homura's tick. Luckily a knock on the door seemed to break the one-sided tension on Homura's part, as he stood up to answer the door. Uncle Sasuke. Hinata turned as Homura exclaimed his name, seeing the Uchiha standing at the doorframe after being ushered in by Homura. Eichen. Was all his reply was at the greeting. Hinata knew he hated that name. It had started as a harmless prank on Naruto's behalf when Homura was still a baby. Unfortunately for the raven-haired man, the name stuck somewhere in the recesses of Homura's infant mind, causing him to constantly refer to the Uchiha in that regard. But a part of her always believed it was because Naruto finally beat him at something. He beat him to fatherhood, a position Sasuke had yet to achieve. "Oh good, you're here, Sasuke." Naruto grinned at his best friend madly. "I feel like celebrating today. Cancel all my appointments, will you?" "I'm not your secretary, idiot." Sasuke responded in his usual dull, ticked-off voice with a deep scowl. Oftentimes Hinata wondered if he just woke up like that, and his morning moods seemed to last all day, every day. "I'm your Hokage. You'll do as you're told." Her blonde husband screamed back at the Uchiha with verve and anger, as he always seemed to have when he and Sasuke spoke more than 10 words to each other. How could two people so differently, who seemingly could stand to be in the same room together possibly be as close friends as they were? "Whatever, Hokage Baka." Sasuke bit back as quickly as usual, crossing his arms across his chest. "There's something we need to talk about," he spoke before looking at Hinata and Homura. "Something that best be spoken in private." "Serious, Sasuke is so boring to Bayo." Naruto moaned out with a heavy sigh, standing from the table and taking his Hokage cloak from the back of his chair, turning to Homura. "Enjoy your first day at the academy, Homura." He spoke out, before moving to kiss Hinata quickly on the top of the head, before walking out their apartment with Sasuke. "Dad's so stupid." Homura grumbled out as he watched his father leave before moving back to the table to continue eating breakfast. "Don't speak about your father like that." Hinata reprimanded the small boy. His young temper had been festering and growing recently, something he seemed to direct at his blonde father indiscriminately for reasons unknown to her. "He is," though the small red-haired boy replied to her comment, looking down at his food once again. Hinata sighed wearily. This negativity couldn't be good for the development of her second miracle growing inside of her. She wanted a home filled with love, not a house of contempt. "Let's go get ready for the academy, Homura. You don't want to be late for the induction, do you?" she asked, hoping maybe getting the boy into a new environment with children his own age to play with would help his increasing mood. "Hello class, my name is Hinata Hyuga. I will be teaching you during your time at the academy. I hope we can all get along." Hinata smiled at the small children filling the seats in her class, one of her hands resting gently on her swelling belly. But none of the children paid attention. Instead they all looked in the same direction, to the center of the room, where Homura sat with his arms crossed and a scowl on his face. They stared at him with awe and wonder, some of the little girls beginning to develop an understanding and attraction, as they stared at him with faint red blushes on their cheeks. "That's him, isn't it? My dad told me he might be in my class." "Yeah it is, it's Homura Uzumaki, the honorable son of the Rakudame. Don't forget he's also the honorable grandson of the Yondaime as well. And he is Hinata-sama's son. She is the daughter to the head of the Hyuga clan. He could becoming the heir to the Hyuga clan as well someday. That's a lot of heritage. He's got a lot to do if he wants to be on their level. I bet he'll do it though. He is the descendant of 2 of the Hokage directly." "Class." Hinata spoke audibly, gaining the children's attention and breaking their murmurs regarding Homura, to the red-haired boy's relief. "Welcome to your inauguration to the academy, and the start to your future as shinobi of Konohagakure. In order to find out where you all may need some extra help, I would like to start with a small test to see your capabilities." She spoke happily to her students. "Homura-kun, would you please start us off?" "Why mom, you already know what I can do." Homura replied to her request bluntly, a small scowl still present on his face. "Please, Homura-kun." Hinata asked again. He was right, she knew exactly which the areas he struggled in were, and how well he excelled in others. And because of that she would usually not press the point, but she also knew what Homura was to become to the rest of the class. He was to be their goal, as Sasuke was in her academy class. The boys would make a rival of him, and try to become stronger than him. The girls would chase him, and worry that he may not notice them if they were weak, therefore they would train harder in the hopes of getting his attention. She may not like it, but Homura was always going to be the example, the point of reference, the goal to reach. She hated what would lay in store for her son, but he would never have a choice in the matter. Homura sighed in defeat. Before making his way to the front of the class when he arrived he stood in front of her. "What do you want me to do?" "We will start with the basic henge, Homura-kun." Hinata smiled again. It was the basic jutsu in the ninja world, and only the exceptionally rare did not have it somewhere locked away in their arsenal. "Who should I transform into?" Homura asked. It was a good question. Who should he transform into? "Transform into Hokage-sama." A boy shouted out from his seat in the classroom. "Yes, Homura-kun, please transform into Hokage-sama. After you perform it everyone else will give it a try." Hinata smiled at her son, who looked up at her with a shocked expression. "Do your best, honorable son. Show us what it means to be the son of the Hokage. Now you can be even more like Hokage-sama." "No?" Homura screamed loudly with fury, silencing all his cheering classmates and startling Hinata. "I won't transform into the Hokage. I won't transform into my dad. I'm not him. I'm not my dad. I'm not my granddad. I'm Homura." He screamed loudly with anger before he bolted, running out of the classroom, leaving all his stunned classmates and a very sad-looking mother behind. Honorable grandson. Honorable son. Honorable son. My name is Hamur. Hamur scowled as adults walked past with their children into the park where he sat, sitting on the swings by himself, not using them at all, just sitting away from everyone. He was positive no one actually knew his name aside from his parents and a select few of his friends. He knew he shouldn't have shouted at his mom, but those kids, how they acted around him, it hurt him deeply, and he couldn't take their stares. Why couldn't they see that he was just like them, not something special? Do you want to talk about it? He looked up, seeing his mother looking back down at him worriedly. Why are you here? It's still class time. He responded to his mother dully, looking towards the ground beneath his feet. I called an early recess. I couldn't leave my son alone when he was hurting. Hinata spoke with a small smile, occupying the seat next to him. I think I understand, she continued, causing his son to break his stare on the floor to look up towards her. I think I understand how you're feeling, but I do not know how you feel. I would have been here sooner, but I had to find someone who may be able to help. It sucks, doesn't it, the name honorable grandson? Hamura looked forwards again, seeing a man, younger than his mother with short spiky brown hair pushed backwards. Two small black lines going down toward from the corner of each eye. Dressed in a moss green guy with black lines at the ends of the fabric with sleeves just past his elbows, revealing a fishnet long sleeve shirt underneath. He wore black pants and black sandals, as well as a long blue scarf, so thick it covered the bottom half of his face, and so long it reached to the back of his calves. In his hand was a long thin bow staff resting on his shoulder. Konohamaru-san, what do you know about how I feel? Hamura looked upwards with confusion at the brown-haired man. That's right, I guess it's never had to come up before. My grandpa was the Sandaime Hokage. Konohamaru responded with a smile. Do you know what they called my grandpa? They called him the god of shinobi. Hamura responded quickly enough, even he knew about the Sandaime's prowess as a shinobi. Yeah, that's one massive shadow. There's only ever been 3 people to have that nickname, well 5 people when your dad and Sasuke get serious. Konohamaru responded with a small smile, before his face turned sad again. It sucks because people don't see you, all they see is an extension of someone else's greatness. I was about your age when I realized how much I hated everyone who called me honorable grandson. I also realized how much I hated my grandpa, simply for being who he was, the strongest Hokage in history. Hinata watched her son look towards the ground, allowing Konohamaru to continue. It was your dad who first saw me as Konohamaru Sarutobi. The brown-haired man laughed loudly. He smacked me on the head and called me an idiot. It wasn't great, but at least it wasn't honorable grandson. Your dad's a great guy, but he doesn't know how we feel. He didn't grow up with that name. He found out who his dad was when he was older. We've had it right off the bat. Hell, you probably got it worse. The Yondaime was named the fastest shinobi ever, and your dad, well, he's the Naruto Uzumaki. Konohamaru finally continued, wondering if he had actually made anything even remotely better. But your father does understand how you feel. Hinata added on with a smile at her son, who seemed to scoff in return. How can he understand? Just like Uncle Sasuke always says, he's an idiot. He's clumsy, airheaded, he's got all these weird habits, plus he acts more like a child than I do. Hamura added rudely after his scoff of disbelief. Uncle Sasuke would make a better Hokage than dad. He might not be under the shadow of a person, but your father has lived all his life in the shadow of someone else. Hinata returned, trying to help Hamura reconsider his stance. You mean Uncle Kurama? Hamura wondered, thinking of the gigantic fox that lived inside his father. He remembered the fear when Naruto linked their chakra together, so he could proudly present him to the fox. He remembered the fox angrily ordering him to call him uncle. If he was going to call that Sharingan brat uncle, as he referred to Uncle Sasuke as, he obeyed immediately. Yes, it may not seem like it now. But when your father was your age, he was very lonely, Hinata began to explain, looking sad and downhearted as Shiri told the story. He didn't have any friends, he didn't have a family to care for him. Just like how you feel, nobody acknowledged him, nobody saw him as Naruto Uzumaki, and they saw him as an extension of someone else. But unlike you, people did it out of fear, out of hatred, and for the longest of times your father didn't know why no one would look at him as Naruto Uzumaki, why no one wanted to be his friend. Hamura, who had been staring at her as she told him about his father's life, slowly began to look towards the floor. Sorry, I didn't know. I mean, the way everyone speaks to dad now, and how he and Uncle Kurama get along, it's hard to imagine people not being like that with him. It is because he changed the way people looked at him, because he never got angry or sad or gave up. That is why not only is he one of the strongest shinobi, but one of the strongest persons as well. He had a dream, and he made people believe in it. That is why he became Hokage, Hamura-kun. And just like how your father changed how people saw him, how Konohamaru-kun changed the way people saw him, you too will change the way people see you. Hinata finished with a loving smile at her son. It was something he appreciated, as her red-haired boy smiled back at her. I still wish she'd act more like a Hokage though. And how should a Hokage act? They both turned around sharply, seeing just the man they were discussing standing behind them with his arms crossed, smiling down at Hammer. Gently, he lifted his foot and placed it on the back of Hammer's swing set, giving him a light push, giving him the momentum to swing carelessly, before moving to standing in front of him, staying just out of reach of Hammer's movements. I don't know. Hammer replied after a brief moment of thought, still rocking back and forth on the apparatus he sat on. Well, that's something you're gonna have to think about if you want to be Hokage Tobeo. Naruto grinned, grinning Hammer another light nudge as his momentum began to fade. And what if I don't want to be Hokage? Hammer replied curiously to his dad's statement. Of course you do. You just don't want to admit it because you think it's expected of you or something. Naruto laughed loudly, giving Hammer yet another push on the swing with his foot. You want to become Hokage so you can outshine me and your grandpa. You want to surpass the both of us so people will see you as your own person, and to do that you're gonna need to be a Hokage as well. Naruto beamed his everlasting smile even more before giving Hammer another push. I wouldn't worry though, you're well on the way to surpassing me. He spoke to Hammer's shocked face. You've got my chakra levels, but that Hyuga chakra control, you're better at learning ninjutsu and taijutsu than me, plus you've got your mom's super scary Byakugan. There's never been a doubt in my head that you'd outshine me. But until the day comes when you're strong enough to take this hat off of me, there's one fact you gotta get used to, Tobeo. Naruto's grin enlarged. He gave the swing a particularly hard push, shocking Hammer as he flew backward before coming back towards his dad at full throttle. Naruto simply caught him by the front of his shirt and pulled him off the swing, maneuvering the small boy, so he landed comfortable onto his own large shoulders. You're Hammer Uzumaki, and your dad is not the Hokage, he is Naruto Uzumaki, a clumsy childish idiot. Hammer smiled down at the top of his dad's head, his hand gripping onto his blonde hair. Naruto beamed towards Hinata, giving her a thumbs up before extending his hand out to her. She hurriedly stepped off the swing, and allowed his large hand to wrap around her own. How was that, Hinata? It wasn't as good as your Ka-chanten. Shinsumi no Shins no Jutsu, but I've been working on my 2-chanten. Shidajukure no Jutsu. Hinata giggled at his words. Only Naruto would name parental techniques as if they were jutsu. Hammer, on the other hand, didn't seem to take his father antics with such good heart. Way to spoil the mood, Dad. He grumbled out to himself. Hinata stared at the small bundle now resting in a crib. If Hammer hated how people of Konoha likened him to his father and grandfather, how would her second son handle it? This baby was truly all Naruto, minus those whisker marks that adorned her husband's face. Same messy, spiky hair, the same deep blue eyes. Even now when the baby smiled at her, she could tell it was Naruto's smile. Hiwamera, she smiled lovingly down at the boy. He didn't have her eyes, so this time Naruto had come up with the most perfect name for their son. Look at this little guy. Listen up, kid, you've been born during a time of peace, and hopefully you'll live your entire life in it. You've also brought so many other people peace just by being here. Your mom and I don't have to worry anymore if you're gonna be okay. You were a little late getting here, you know. Because of that I want you to stay away from Kakashi-sensei. I don't want that to become a lifelong habit. You've brought peace to Hammer, he's wanted to meet you for so long, and you'll probably take some attention away from him. My teacher, Jiraiya, told me to help find peace for the world, but you've brought peace to me, that's it. Hinata, I think we should name this guy Hiwamera. Hiwamera, it's a beautiful name, Naruto-kun. She had placed Hiwamera down for a nap, but she had no idea how long she had stayed to just watch him sleep. He was beautiful in every way, but a part of her worried as well. He did not have her white featureless eyes, he had his father's. Did that mean he did not inherit the Byakugan? Would he not have her Kage Genkai? For some reason Agen just didn't have the same ring to it. She sighed deeply, leaving the small baby to rest. She hoped that if he did not have it, he would not grow jealous of his older brother, who was named a genius, just like her cousin. He learned jutsu with ease. The gentle fist came like breathing to him. His chakra levels were outrageous for his age, and he could wear out herself and Niji in training, and still have energy to spare. He did have a temper though, a trait more akin to dead lasts like his father than the geniuses. Naruto laughed it off when she had brought it up with him, saying it was another thing he had inherited from Kushina. She often wondered about Naruto's parents, would they have accepted her? Naruto had adamantly proclaimed they would have loved her, and his mother and Hammer would have got on like fire. It made her happy hearing that, but there was always a creeping doubt in her mind, as there would never be a chance to test Naruto's words. Hammer had made her father happy though, he was her father's joy. There was something that her father would never have admitted, but something that did not need to be said. He had wanted a son, so when Hammer grew and displayed an almost innate ability with the Byakugan as strong as her cousin's, straight from his own flesh and blood, she could see the euphoria hidden behind her father's eyes. Hinata returned to the dining room, where her husband and son sat at the dinner table. She retook her seating before looking at her son. Her eyebrows rose when he looked back at her with a weird look, his cheeks puffed up with soba. What? He mumbled out through the food overfilling his mouth. You're allowed to take that off, Hammer-kun. Have you even washed your forehead since you got it? She asked in her curious yet stern voice. Hamura's eyes moved upwards looking at the headband that adorned his 7-year-old forehead. A brand new Konoha headband on blue cloth had wrapped itself around it. He swallowed the food in his mouth and grinned. Why would I take it off? I was born to wear it. Besides, he smirked darkly, looking over at his father who looked up from his own dinner. It annoys Dad that I've got one so early. Dad was 12 when he passed the exam. Granddad was 10, I passed when I'm only 7. I'm out of both of your shadows now, Tebashu. Don't get cocky, brat, you're still 20 years in the Hokage hat away from being on our level, Tebeo. Naruto grinned back, still eating the food in front of him. Hinata looked back towards Hamura, before looking at his plate. You have avoided your vegetables, Hamura-kun, please eat them as well. I don't need vegetables, Mom. I need protein, I have to get stronger and stronger to reach my goal. Hamura grinned innocently, but cheerily in return. You need vegetables as well, if you don't eat them, why you will go to bed without any dinner at all. She tried to sound strict, but even she knew she was not cut out for the strict parent role. The loving caring role was the one that best suited her, but she needed to make herself better at discipline, and he needed to eat his vegetables. They both turned when Naruto gasped in what sounded like horror. He sank backwards in fear at the scene before him. To think how quickly Hinata has pulled out her Kachanten. Gorogoro Chisaya Naka no Jutsu. It truly is terrifying to witness. Naruto whispered quietly to himself in the background. Hamura looked at his dad with a weird expression, before turning back to her. If you do that, I'll use my new levels of stealth to sneak a midnight snack when you both are asleep, Tebashu. He finished with a cocky smirk. Do not Tebashu me, Hamura-kun. Hinata responded, trying to use her best stern and scolding expression. She thought about how easy her father managed it. Perhaps she could have inherited something from him, but her tender, sweet voice did seem to give it the same effect. If you do that, you will be under house arrest. I will ground you to your room for a week. No friends, no training, and no missions. This should give you enough time to think about your attitude, to think about how you speak to your parents, and to think about how you should listen to what we tell you. Naruto's gasp in utter horror was near masked by Hamura's loud response. I'm a fully fledged shinobi now, Mom. I can't get grounded now, Tebashu. I'll just sneak out and train and meet my friends and whatever. She panicked. Hinata had really nothing left to come back with. Hamura may look eerily like Niji, but even if he denied it with every breath, his personality grew more and more like Naruto-kun's with every passing day. Luckily she was saved by a very dark chuckle. She and Hamura turned to the source, Naruto, who had regained his composure, and he stared intently with a dark gaze at Hamura. Hinata watched her son begin to sweat a little bit. You've got some willpower, Hamura. To be able to brush off your mom's collaboration of her Kachanten. Kinshin no Jutsu and Kachanten. Kagoto no Jutsu with such ease. But now you force my hands. Naruto's hands moved together forming a seal Hamura had never seen before. The back of his fingers on each hand touched, and the pads of his thumbs pressed together. A wave of sheer chakra rolled from his body and hit Hamura's square. Hamura's eyes widened at the power in front of him. Dad? He asked worriedly. More sweat began to drip down his face with a newfound sense of fear. Everyone says Dad is scary when he gets serious. Is this what they were talking about? Chanten. In an instant Naruto disappeared before her eyes, as did Hamura. She found them quickly enough. Naruto was kneeling on one knee with Hamura pulled across it, held over his one knee, not holding his own weight, with both his wrists clasped in Naruto's much larger one-handed grip. Naruto's other hand hung dangerously high in the air. A look of sheer dominance and power was in Naruto's eyes as he stared down, and Hamura's terrified form. No, Dad. Don't do it, I'm sorry. Hiratuchi no Jutsu. Hamura's cries for mercy were ignored by Naruto's large L. His hand flew downward with incredible speed, smacking across Hamura's young keister. Hamura's scream of sharp pain filled the apartment. Don't. Another slap came down across Hamura's backside as Naruto continued to speak, each word accompanied by another sharp, strong and well-placed strike. Talk back to your mother. Adebayo. Naruto make Naruto names a baby. Here he is. Naruto, I'm surprised something so absolutely adorable came from you. Sakura chimed cheerfully after she had left to clean the newborn baby, returning with small cloth-wrapped bundle in her arms. That's so mean, Sakura. Naruto sulked towards his pink-haired teammate. She continued smiling nonetheless, walking up towards him. Here you're allowed to hold him now. She moved to allow Naruto to take the sleep babe in his arms, looking at his podgy face with tufts of stark red hair jutting out from the top of his head. I'm almost jealous. Seeing him makes me want one as well. She continued, beaming down at the baby. I'll give you three some privacy. She finished before quietly heading towards the door. Naruto moved to sit on the side of a very tired Hinata's bed. She sat upright currently, so she could see her son when he returned. Look at this guy, he's perfect isn't he, Hinata? Why yes, he is. Hinata replied weakly, but a loving smile adorning her face. He's got my mom's pretty hair. Naruto grinned again, looking at the tufts jutting from the baby's head. Thank you, Hinata, thank you for going through all that. And I'm sorry I fainted. Sakura is never going to let me live that down. It was my pleasure, Naruto-kun. Hinata smiled at her husband, who returned her smile with a curious look. Really? Didn't sound like it was all that pleasurable, you know. Naruto remembered her screams of utter pain while she tried to get the baby out of her. It was, Naruto-kun. Despite everything, it has made me very happy, going through all this with you at my side. It was all I ever wanted. She explained to her husband, her smile now joined by a red blush. And I'm happy as well, I finally get to see him. And thanks to you I finally have a family of my own. He smiled at her, before looking towards the baby in his arms. Look at him, been in this world less than an hour, and already he's filled us up with so much happiness, you know. Suddenly, Naruto's eyes widened with realization. He quickly turned to Hinata. That's it. Hinata, we haven't thought of a name for him yet, how about we call him Happy? What do you think, Hinata? Can you give me my baby, Naruto-kun? She almost yelled at him, Naruto with a scared look to his face after the almost scolding he got from his usually timid wife. Hinata all but snatched the baby from his arms, holding him close to her chest. Even as she would usually cave to nearly every request he made, there was no way she was going to allow him to give her son such a silly name. The baby's eyes opened after a small snooze, seeing two large white eyes and a pair of bright blue eyes staring back down at him. He smiled instantly, recognizing the two immediately. He's got your eyes. Naruto spoke quietly, seeing the boy's blue-tinted featureless white eyes for the first time. So he got you by Akugan. You should name him, Hinata. Hamura Uzumaki. She whispered almost instantaneously. She always knew everything about her first son. She knew who his father would be, and if she had a chance to name him she knew what she would call him. Hamura, after Hamura Sasuke. According to myth he was the founding father of the Hyuga clan, a people blessed with the first Ijutsu. Hamura, I like it, makes him sound really cool. Naruto smiled happily at the choice. Although I liked Happy better. The Makakashi Chronicles. Happy birthday Kakashi-sensei. Ma, Naruto, why did you summon me to your office? It's my birthday and also my day off. I plan to just spend my day reading Icha Tactics. Again Kakashi spoke lazily as he stood in front of Naruto's desk, quite annoyed he had been pulled away from his precious reading time. That's right, it's your birthday, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto beamed, before throwing him a small parcel hastily wrapped. Happy birthday. What's this? You usually just get me plants for my birthday. Kakashi spoke as he shook the small parcel. Nothing rattled, and it wasn't heavy enough to be something metallic. He lazily tore off the wrapping paper, a right eye widened in shock at the sight of the present. www. What is this, Naruto? In his hand was a book, a black book. On the cover was a silhouette of a man chained by the wrists, pulling his arms to the side. His face gave an emotion not of pain, but of anguish and heartbreak. But it was the title of the book that caught his attention. Icha damnation. Kakashi's breath began to escalate. He began to hyperventilate with utter shock. His skin turned white and cold, and tears began to stream out his eye like a waterfall. Naruto, this is not one word. Naruto spoke coldly at his sensei, giving him a very dark, serious glare. I wrote it so you'll shut up and stop dropping all these hints at me. If anyone asks, you tell them Miro Sennin had wrote it before he died, but it never got published. That's the only copy in the world. The only copy in the world, Kakashi repeated, staring at his new pride and joy nestled in his hands. Was this how a father felt when they were present their son? No one ever finds out how that book was really made. Do you understand, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto's eyes flicked to a blood red as his heart stare intensified. Hokage-sama. Kakashi dropped to his knees, his face hitting the floor of the office with such force there may as well be a mask-shaped imprint etched into it for eternity, as he bowed to his now most favored, most beloved student. I will protect this secret with my life, and that is the promise of a lifetime. Good. Naruto responded, cooling down and giving his sensei a more relaxed smile. However, Kakashi suddenly sprang back up, startling the blonde Hokage. You see, I'm quite a talkative fellow, and my silence may only last 512 pages. Kakashi spoke as he quickly skimmed to the final page of the book. In order to preserve my silence, you may have to. He didn't finish. Instead he opted to stroking his spine of his new favorite pastime suggestively. Get the hell out of my office, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto glared at the silver-haired masked man again, before quickly turning in his chair to stare out the window. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kakashi chimed gleefully before darting out of the office, clutching the book so tightly to his chest, as if it was worth 100 billion ryo. He couldn't wait to get home and finish reading it, so he could start writing his own fanfiction story based on his plotlines. Yo. Ironically, this was my shortest chapter in regards to scenes, as there were only 4 of them. However, at the same time, it's also the longest one I've wrote for this story so far. Took me a little longer to write this chapter. Been playing Ultimate Ninja Revolution the past 2 days. Heads up, America, it's not that great. Few things to discuss. Hamura, let's start with Hamura. I wanted to give Himura his own personality. When people do a Naruto has a kid fic, they just make a carbon copy of Naruto, and to be honest it gets a little boring. So I wanted Himura to have his own personality, his own loves and hates, his own feelings. This chapter was more about Himura's relationship with his parents. He obviously does love them, however he feels as if he is stuck in Naruto and Minato's shadows, similar to how Konohamaru felt when he debuted. Later on in the chapter we see something more akin to his true personality. He's more of a mixture between Naruto and Ichi. He's cocky, perhaps too cocky, but he's very confident, similar to Naruto, but is confident because he knows he's got something to back his cockiness up. He is essentially a dog with bark and bite. Himura's Genin stats are as follows. He is 7 years old at this point. Nin 2, Gen 1, Tai 2, Intel 2, Strength 2, Speed 2, Stamina 4, Hand Seals 1, total 16. Itebushu. Before any raging hardens over believe it come flinging my way, Databeo actually does not have a literal translation. Kishi added it to make Naruto's speech patterns unique, and was translated to believe it, in order to match his lip movements in the anime, before he met Killer Bee, and it began to get translated as you know. Similarly, Kushina's database gets translated as like how people put like at the end of their sentences like. So after learning that I figured why not have some fun with Himura's speech patterns. He is so adamantly against the idea he is like his father, he does not realize how actually alike he is to his father. Itebushu was just me having fun with him, and for all intents and purposes in this fic, Itebushu is translated as you get me. Like how people put that at the end of their sentence, you get me. Ka-chanten and Tu-chanten. Naruto does seem like the type who would name his parental techniques like jutsu. In hindsight it would have been more funny if I used the English names, but I wanted to use Ka-chanten and Tu-chanten, which would essentially be mom style and dad style. The Google translated list of all the jutsu seen in today's chapter will now follow. Ka-chanten. Shinsumi no jutsu mom style. Heart-to-heart technique. Tu-chanten. Shidajekure no jutsu dad style. Pep talk technique. Ka-chanten. Gorogoro Tsaya Naka no jutsu mom style. All-night tummy rumbling technique. Ka-chanten. Kinshin no jutsu mom style. House arrest or grounding technique. Ka-chanten. Kagoto no jutsu mom style. Scolding technique. And my personal favorite Tu-chanten. Hiratuchi no jutsu dad style. Spanking technique. Naruto and Hinata's age 21 when Naruto proposed on his birthday, spring wedding same year, Himura born year after, they are about 29 to 30 currently. Naruto make into Makakashi. Naruto plus Almec equals Naruto make. Almec. Plus Kakashi equals Makakashi. They will hopefully be one of each in each of the following chapters. The Naruto makes will be things I wanted to include in the story, but didn't fit the plot any of the chapters. They will not be in time with the story, in fact the majority of them will be in the past. The Amakakashis on the other hand are pure drabble, and will revolve around his love for Ichiichi. That was a long-ass note, saying that it was a long-ass chapter. Till next time. Dissecting the Hokage. You're too hasty Himura. The ground you stand on is your own. The Hyuga stand firm and strong, holding their position. Her father yelled instructions as he came at her son again. Hinata watched on silently as her father launched more strikes at Himura, who with some effort, managed to block each strike. It was truly a wonder to watch someone be able to match her father, even more so that the very person sprung from herself, who he had deemed too callous in the art of the Hyuga techniques. She looked down to the small bundle in her arms. Asahi, her first daughter, and hopefully her last child, she didn't think her body could take any more of the pregnancies and childbirths. She was happy with 3, and hopefully Naruto was as well. As much as she wouldn't like to go through it any more times, she knew deep down that if Naruto requested a 4th, she would provide him with one without hesitation. But Asahi, finally she had a daughter to play with. Naruto had been better with the boys than her. He gave Himura a goal he could strive for with every essence of his being, and Hyuga, now 5 years old and growing into the spitting image of Naruto with every passing day latched onto his father with every essence of his being. Asahi, on the other hand, dark-haired and paler skinned than her brothers, just like her. The white eyes of the Hyuga present in her eyes. Finally she had someone that would be more hers than Naruto's. She couldn't wait to teach her everything, how a woman should present herself, how to be strong. How to chase love and achieve impossible dreams. She wanted to comfort her the only way a mother could for her daughter. She just couldn't wait for Asahi to grow. Hinata looked back up towards her eldest child sparring with her father. Himura was something else, a true genius like her cousin. 12 years old, perhaps more dangerous than Neji, and even Sasuke was at that age, a prodigy in the Byakugan, but he had inherited Naruto's enormous chakra reserves and stamina. He could probably become a Chunin if Naruto would allow him to participate in the upcoming exam. Her father was usually a last resort for training with Himura. Neji, Hanabi herself were usually the ones to train him. But she had occupied herself with Asahi's care. And Himura had already exhausted Neji and Hanabi, yet still had plenty of energy to continue, hence her father stepped forward, a completely different challenge to the other two. Experience against youth, knowledge against power. It was truly a frightening contest to even watch. She watched as her father pushed Hamur backwards again, knowing him back onto the ground. You are far too akin to your father, Hamur. Her father spoke out, lowering his hands from his fighting stance. She watched as Hamur's face looked back to his grandfather's, his teeth grating with frustration, but it appeared the frustration came not from being knocked to the ground, but from the words her father followed the act with. You are too predictably unpredictable. Hamur rose to his feet again, still angry at the words being thrown at him. Hinata saw her father gaze harden with a stern look. The Hyuga do not place faith in the unpredictable, her father spoke out, Byakugan still blazing. The Hyuga place faith in knowledge. The knowledge that the Hyuga clan is the most noble, most powerful clan that stands in Konoha. The knowledge that, unlike the Sharingan there is no second stage, the Byakugan is the perfect Taijutsu. The knowledge that the gentle fist is the pinnacle of Taijutsu. You hold the blood of the Hyuga's main family, Hamur. Keep this knowledge in mind when you attack. Her father returned to a fighting stance, Haki KKSHM. Her father launched the airstrike at her son, who smiled confidently in return. His arms spread wide, almost appearing to accept the blow, until he began to spin. Chakra exploded from his body. Kaiten. His production was flawless, the spinning chakra gaining a larger radius than Niji's at that age, due to his larger reserves. The airstrike morphed around the spinning Hamur, blowing in all directions. It almost knocked Hinata backwards. She stared with shock and wonder at her son. He had already mastered the Kaiten, something she herself never managed to accomplish. Even her father looked surprised at her son's most recent display. So you have mastered Kaiten. Did Niji teach you it in secret without my consent? No, I observed and learned it myself. This is my unpredictability, grandfather. Hamura smirked as the whirling force stopped, standing upright with a newfound confidence. I have my own knowledge. Knowledge that I'll be the one to change the Hyuga Tebushu. Chakra began to form around Hamura's hands, a sight Hinata herself was all too familiar with. That she watched as the cracker grew larger and larger, becoming more steady and powerful. Her father smiled proudly towards his grandson, gracefully slipping back into a fighting stance. Come then. Your knowledge, Hamura, let me see it. Dad, no fair. You're not allowed to win all the time. Hinata and Hamura strolled into the apartment after leaving the Hyuga compound following Hamura's training. There inside their home they found Naruto and Hiwamaru sitting in the middle of the living room. They clearly walked into the middle of an argument. You have to let Sasuke win sometimes. In Naruto's hands was a 15-inch plush doll version of himself, while in Hiwamaru's smaller hands was a plush doll version of Sasuke the same size as Naruto's. What blasphemy is this? Hiwamaru, I am your dad, you can't ask me to lose to Sasuke. But it's boring now, Dad. You're the one who always wants to play Naruto versus Sasuke, but every time we play and I use Sasuke's jutsu, you come up with more and more ridiculous ways to counter them. You start using jutsu you don't even know. Hiwamaru screamed back, scowling like the 5-year-old child he was. I don't know what you're talking about. Naruto huffed, acting like the 5-year-old child he was on the inside. Really? Since when do you have the Sharingan, Dad? Since when was Madara Uchiha your secret grandfather? Hiwamaru quipped, raising his eyebrows to his dad. Did you just peek back to me? A dark glint sparked in Naruto's eyes, directed towards his young blonde son. His hand began to raise slowly into the air in a menacing manner. Looks like the children are fighting again, Mom. Hamura spoke up for the two of them, gaining Naruto and Hiwamaru's attention. Naruto's hand dropped back down as he gave them a wide beam. Hamura sighed inwardly, knowing the fate he had just saved his younger brother from all too well. Oh hey, I didn't hear you come in. Naruto beamed at wife and son and baby daughter, before taking a closer look at Hamura's scruffy appearance. So how was training, Hamura? Hamura smirked confidently. I finally caught grandfather off guard, and I finally perfected my new technique. Soon I'll become my own person. Soon I'll become unbeatable. Chen. You're 100 years too early to be saying works like that, especially with me around. They all turned to see Sasuke standing in their doorway, arms crossed and looking into the home. In his hand was a small bag. Sakura asked me to give this to you, some special baby food or something. Hinata winced slightly. Sakura had made baby food for Hamura and Hiwamaru before, and she didn't want to hurt her friend's feelings. But the babies, they hated it. They cried for days just by having a minuscule taste of the food. Uncle Sasuke. Hiwamaru, on the other hand, was more than happy to see the raven-haired man, not caring for the reason he was here. The 5-year-old leaped towards him, wrapping his small arms around Sasuke's neck. Have you been on any new exciting missions? Tell me all about them. Maybe later. Sasuke responded with a rare small smile. Hiwamaru, he was a mirror image of Naruto, unlike Hamura, who had too much Hyuga and Iji in him. Hiwamaru was blanc, just like Naruto. Blue-eyed, just like Naruto. Stupid, just like Naruto. Rash, just like Naruto. Reckless, just like Naruto. He got too excited over the most simplest things, just like Naruto. He was terrible at ninjutsu, just like Naruto. He was clumsy at taijutsu, just like Naruto. He was useless at Genjutsu, just like Naruto. He didn't have a Kekkei Genkai, just like Naruto. He was labeled a genius like himself, Nichi or Homura, just like Naruto. He had absolutely no redeeming qualities as a ninja or person, just like Naruto. This one Sasuke liked. Sasuke looked over to Homura. His usual tight back red hair was messy and all over the place. His clothes still had a healthy layer of dust and dirt covering them, his body littered with the small red bruises that came naturally to someone that fought against a gentle fist. You look terrible. All this was just a lesson. Homura's cocky grin grew. Sasuke hated that smirk. It wasn't anything anyone had ever shown him before. He was Sasuke Uchiha. If they were in a war, flee on sight orders would be issued against him, named one of the strongest shinobi alive. He terrified people. But Homura's grin, that obnoxious, annoying grin, it was worse than when the red-haired boy called him Uncle Sasuke with such familiarity. It was as if he didn't scare the boy. Soon I'll even be able to beat you, old man. Sasuke's eyes shot open wide. Hinata looked worried. Naruto burst out into a fit of laughter. What did you call me? Sasuke's eyes narrowed towards Homura, and that cocky smirk. Sasuke gently put the blonde Haiwamera back onto the ground, as he turned to face Homura fully. Ma, what's the matter, Uncle Sasuke? Losing your hearing in your old age. Homura's smirk grew even more confident and mischievous. However, Sasuke's very aura darkened. Brad, let me tell you a story, when your parents would have left out of your precious nighttime fairy tales. I'm the real deal, a true avenger. My entire life has revolved around going to the most extreme, most ruthless measures to exact retribution against those who have wronged me. That's my ninja way. Sasuke worded out, his every word matching the darkness his aura possessed. How dare this rapscallion call him old? He was only 35. And just now you have wronged me, I will ensure that. Yeah, I heard this story before. Homura hushed him into silence, his grinning growing ever more insulting by the second. I got so bored I fell asleep halfway through it. And I twitched, a soul twitched. The containment of fury twitched. Outside. Now. Hinata watched worriedly as Homura stood back up after before tossed to the ground. So quickly after training with her father was he being beaten into the ground by Sasuke Uchiha. Legs wobbly as he returned to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. She had never seen her 12-year-old son pushed to such lengths before. He ran forwards again, Byakugan piercing towards Sasuke, launching another gentle fist strike high at Sasuke's head, who was Sharingan blazing skillfully ducked under it, avoiding another strike to his lowered body, by spinning on his feet gracefully. Homura's may have the Byakugan, but, as all Kekkei Genkai, fell weakened against a stronger opponent. Today, Homura's opponent was speed. Even without his Sharingan, Sasuke brushed and whirled past all of Homura's strikes. The most recent one ended with Sasuke hacking at Homura's feet with a powerful leg sweep, causing the red-haired boy to lose his balance and topple over. Before he hit the ground, Sasuke had grabbed him by the ankles, and threw him over his head, and launched him across the training field like a pebble skimming across a river. And Naruto-kun, don't you think Sasuke is being a bit hard on Homura? She asked her blonde husband, however she found him looking sternly at the fight in front of him. His eyes on Homura, as if calculating the boy's many mistakes during this battle. If I thought Sasuke was being too rough I would have stopped him by now. Naruto crossed his arms and sighed, watching Homura struggle to rise back to his feet. His eyes turned to Sasuke, who looked back at him, giving him a knowing smirk. Sasuke's teaching him a valuable lesson today, one that, as a father, I can't teach him. What's that, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked curiously. Naruto had always done his best to be a good teacher, a good father to Homura and Haiwamera. She looked down at the new baby in her arms. Naruto did not have that much experience with girls, but he tried his utter best with Asahi as well. Something that Naruto couldn't teach them seemed something absurd to her. Homura runs his mouth off too much. He's cocky and overconfident, but unlike me, he has something to back it up. He's got insane taijutsu prowess. He's good at learning ninjutsu. He can even get genjutsu down, something that I never could. Plus he's got all your Byakugan. Naruto watched Homura take another beating into the ground. Homura hadn't even tested Sasuke, who had relied solely on taijutsu to beat the boy down again. Hitting him with two strong fists into the chest, launching him backwards and crashing into a tree. Hinata winced at the sight, yet she saw Naruto remain fixated on the scene. Sasuke is showing him what happens when he runs his mouth against someone much stronger than him. He's not holding back. But that's just like you, Naruto-kun, and it never stopped you from defeating people stronger than you. Hinata responded, hoping to not sound too insulting. Naruto grinned sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. I know. But that's not the lesson to Bayo. It's a lesson I can't teach, because as his dad I'll naturally hold back when I train with him. I wouldn't risk hurting him, and Sasuke knows it. He can run his mouth all he likes. What Sasuke is teaching him. He paused for a moment, nodding his head towards where Homura lay on the ground. Hinata watched as her oldest son struggled to climb back to his feet, his legs wobbly underneath his own weight as he stood back up, swaying slightly as if he was about to collapse again. His right arm hanging limply by his side, his left pointing towards Sasuke in an attacking stance. His body, dirtied and bruised, heaved with every breath, as if every breath caused agonizing pain. His face, blood streaming down his face as if his hair was leaking out its red color, Byakugan fixated on the Uchiha in front of him. Naruto smirked proudly as Hinata began to limp forwards, still aiming to fight. Is to find the guts to never give up. Hinata's eyes widened with surprise at her husband's words. She turned back towards the two fighters, and to her increased surprise, even Sasuke's smirk seemed to grow as Hinata weakly approached him. She watched as Hinata stopped short of Sasuke, staring up at the adult Uchiha, panting heavily. He moved his left arm forward, too exhausted and battered to actually do any damage. He prodded Sasuke in the chest with 2 fingers, so slowly it would have made a difference. Sasuke looked down at Hinata, who smiled back upwards at him. Next time Hinata heard her son wheeze out weakly, his eyes beginning to close, his Byakugan already deactivated through chakra exhaustion. I won't let you willingly let me touch you, Tebushu. Sasuke smirked, giving the boy a small tap to the forehead. It was enough to push the boy backwards to land on his back, collapsing into a well-deserved slumber. Hinata-kun. She hurried over as quickly as having a sleeping baby in a sling would let her. She kneeled down next to her red-haired son. She quickly performed a very basic medical jutsu to scan over his body. It appeared Sasuke had been kind enough to hold back enough, so the boy didn't leave with any broken bones or ruptured organs, despite multiple times when watching she was sure Hinata must have sustained. There were a few fractures, but nothing Sakura couldn't heal with a good half an hour and serious scolding at both her teammates for letting it go this far. What did you think, Sasuke? She heard Naruto's voice call from behind her, not as in a rush as she was to tend to their son. Eichen, was the Uchiha's response, shifting his weight to one of his legs, and stared down at the kid's sleeping face. No matter how much he hates to admit it, he's just like you, Naruto. Dumb, brash, overconfident. There was at least 7 times when I could have actually killed him if I meant to, and he knows that too. He continued looking at the boy. It was weird to see those Hyuga's stern, cold calculating eyes in someone like him. But he has guts. He knew I could kill him, and he kept on fighting. It reminds me of when we first fought Sabusa. Hello, Shikamaru, Ino, Choji. Have you just returned from your mission? Hinata asked curiously. She knew exactly who went on what mission, and how dangerous the mission was. Naruto was always fretting when he sent his friends out of the, wondering if he should have backed them up personally. She always told him he was overthinking things. They were powerful shinobi in their own right. Yeah, it was a bother, but mission accomplished. Shikamaru spoke lazily, looking at the Uzumaki family, minus one adult blonde goofball of a Hokage. Hinata had been strolling the town with her children, Asahi enjoying the sun from the sling around Hinata's body, Hiwamera being ecstatic to go anywhere and meet people. Hinata had been less complacent, mumbling about his training and how he needed to quadruple his efforts after his beatdown into reality by Sasuke. She had made him attend, however, as he carried bags of groceries for her. Konoha. They all turned at the sound of the loud proclamation. Amassing on the road, not even 300 meters away, was an army of men, with skin a deathly pale white, their faces covered by masks designed like whirlpools, leaving a hole for one eye to peer through. Dressed in attire she had seen from every shinobi nation. We are here for the Hokage's head. A man stood at the head of the small army, a large sword resting on his shoulders. That idiot Naruto has ruined the world. We shinobi were bred to wage war. We don't thrive in peace. We start by burning Konoha to the ground. After that we'll take the world back to how it was. The army behind him roared with excited, brandishing weapons and waving them high into the air. Hinata clutched onto her 2 youngest tightly. She wasn't afraid of these men, but she was afraid for her children's safety. Hiwamera had just begun to learn the arts of a shinobi, and Asahi was still too young to even speak. She would have to protect them against anything that these vile men thought they could accomplish. She looked over to her eldest child. Hinata glared at the men so very far away, before looking backwards at the villagers, who had backed away from this small army with fear. Hinata smiled with relaxation. Hinata was strong. It was a comfort having him by her side, to protect his brother and sister as well. Hinata. Her thoughts for him turned to fear as he dropped the bags and charged forwards at the army, who seemed to just break out with laughter at the sight of the small boy running at them. I am the son of the Rakudame Hokage, and the grandson of the Yondame Hokage. I am the heir to the strongest clan with the greatest Kekkei Genkai in Konoha. I am Hinata Uzumaki. And I won't let you lay one single finger on this village. Hinata roared as chakra seeped through the skin around his hands, before exploding into the air. The path behind him tore up with the speed and power of his movements and chakra combined. The chakra began to form into 2 large ferocious dragon heads. Chikos Raikibu. His movement stopped, however, as he was lifted off the ground by the scruff of his neck. The chakra fading, Hinata turned his head to see his father hoisting him up easily in the air. You did great, Hinata, but how about you let me take over from here? He beamed at his young son, before gently placing the boy behind him. Naruto's head turned back to the army. In a flash, golden chakra enveloped his entire body. Appearing like flames burning on his skin, his eye turned a deep orange as well as he glared at the army in front of him. Homura stood behind his father, shaken by the display of chakra and power. So this is him when he's serious. When he uses Uncle Kurama's chakra, it's terrifying. Come on. I'll take on all of you myself. Naruto yelled out at the small army, egging them into a confrontation. Typical, you don't think things through, Naruto. Guess this is why you keep me and my mind around. Sasuke spoke out as he stood by Naruto's side, his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan boring into the army ahead. No, that's Shikamaru's job. Naruto grinned back towards his former teammate, before speaking up loudly again, as if directly towards the leader of the small army himself. You said you're after the Hokage's head. Well, I'm different from the other Hokage. I'm just a body of the Hokage. You've also got to take on the brains of the Hokage, Shikamaru Nar. Damn, Naruto, always bringing me into troublesome situations. Shikamaru whined out lazily, yet took his place at Naruto's side. The left hand of the Hokage, Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke simply smirked next to him, his sword unsheathing slowly at his back. The right arm of the Hokage, Sakura Haruno. Sakura jumped into position, tightly pulling on one pair of gloves. The eyes of the Hokage, Nichi Hyuga. Homura watched his surrogate uncle calmly walk forwards, the most powerful Byakugan in the Hyuga's history flaring. The legs of the Hokage, Rock Lee. With a mighty proclamation of youth and a crash landing into the ground, Rock Lee stood up, flashing his world-famous nice guy pose. The sword of the Hokage, Tenten. The bun-style brown-haired girl leaped forwards as well, holding a small scroll at the ready. The mind of the Hokage, Ino Yamanaka. I thought Shikamaru was your mind, Naruto. The long blonde-haired woman quipped as she stood next to Shikamaru in position. No, Shikamaru's my brains. Everyone has a mind, Ino, but not everyone has brains. Naruto retorted quickly, before carrying on. There's the muscle of the Hokage, Choji Akimichi. The Goliath of a man landed next to Ino, a good head taller than everyone else that was assembled. The nose of the Hokage, Kiba Inuzuka. Don't forget about Akamaru. Kiba spoke as he appeared, riding atop an enormous white dog. How could I? Naruto smiled happily at the massive dog. Then we have the nerves of the Hokage, Sai. Naruto, I'm surprised I was listed as such an important body part. Is it because I stimulate you in ways no one else can? A very pale, but completely healthy-looking man barged himself rather rudely in between Naruto and Sasuke, a large scroll attached to his back. Quite frankly, as you were listing everyone, I was sure I was going to be the penis of the Hokage. At least you could say you had one then. Sigh. I called you the nerves because you're always getting on mine, idiot. Naruto screamed at the black-haired ninja, who merely laughed heartily in response. Naruto grumbled out something incoherently before clearing his throat. Finally, we have the most important part. Naruto didn't say any more, but he felt a soft hand wrap around his own. Hinata stood by his side with a gentle smile on her face, after handing the baby Asahi to her oldest brother, Hyumaru ducking behind Homura as well. Naruto smiled softly in return. Finally, we have the heart of the Hokage, Hinata Hyuga. Naruto quickly created a small army of clones standing between the imposing army and the Konoha ninja. You think you can take down Konoha on our watch? Think again. Wait. He was suddenly halted in his speech by a man completely covered by clothing and hoods and sunglasses, standing before Naruto with his hands in his pockets. Naruto, it appears you have forgotten something very important. I have. Naruto looked very confused at the statement. What did I forget, Shino? Me? He responded in a cool, matter-of-fact tone. What am I to you in this, the anatomy of the Hokage? Oh yeah. Naruto brightened instantly, clicking on. We have Shino Aburum, the Hokages, we've got Shino Aburum. How dreadful. Shino sulked away to the far end of the line, the shades and hood hiding the tear that left his eye. The men behind the leader of the army cowered, not only at the sight of the army of clones the Hokage had created out of nowhere, but the sight of them, the Konoha 13, a team with flawless teamwork despite its large size. Perhaps this wasn't a good idea after all. They began to run away, leading the leader alone. He tutted with annoyance. He couldn't fight and destroy Konoha alone. He needed the men behind him to have resolve. He needed more men. Soon we will return, and at that time, this Konoha will end. Naruto makes Sasuke becomes an uncle. The 4-year-old Homura watched as Sasuke Uchiha left their home. He remembered everything about Sasuke's visit. The way he held himself, the way he spoke, the way he acted. Naruto, you really are an idiot. Like I really care what anyone thinks I should do. No, Homura, I don't want to see your new drawing. Dad. He turned to his blonde father, who was seating peacefully on the sofa, having picked up a tattered old book, Homura's personal favorite. The Tales of an Utterly Gutsy Ninja. Why does Sasuke-san seem so angry and sad all the time? He's always been like that. Naruto responded, his nose still buried in the book. Before an evil glint twinkled in his eye, he turned to Homura with a gentle, caring expression. You see, ever since Sasuke was little, he's been very sad and very angry. Oh, I thought it was because he didn't like me very much. Homura looked down sullenly at his feet. It was the feeling he got from Sasuke-san every time he tried to speak to him. Perfect. Naruto's mischievous grin managed to remain contained behind a sympathetic look. He ushered the small boy towards him, patting him gently on the shoulder. Don't be silly, Hamar. Sasuke loves you very much, he just doesn't know how to show it. You see, Sasuke views me like a brother, but it hurts him that it really isn't so. I wish we could help him somehow. Hamura spoke hopingly after hearing about the raven-haired shinobi's plight. But there's a way we can. A way only you can do, Hamar. Naruto smiled gently towards his young red-haired son. He desperately wants to be like your uncle. He's jealous of your Uncle Niji's relationship with you. So next time you see him, why don't you give Sasuke a big old hug and call him Uncle Sasuke? It'll really make him happy. Okay? Hamura lit up with a newfound purpose. I'll do just that. Sasuke-san will never know what hit him. He yelled enthusiastically before bouncing away, leaving Naruto to finally let out that fox-like mischievous grin. Oh, you have no idea. The next day. Why do I have to get dragged along to these things? And where's Naruto? Sasuke huffed from the edge of the table, looking at Hinata who was already in attendance. He had assumed Naruto would arrive with her. He had been forced to yet another Konoha 13 gathering, at the Barbec joint again. He fondly remembered one of the last times they were there. Before Hamura was born, when Naruto boldly displayed his obliviousness at full maximum. Hinata's time of the month. He chuckled at the thought, thinking of how stupid and embarrassed Naruto looked. It was fun watching people be embarrassed. Uncle Sasuke. A voice and a pair of small arms broke his train of thought. Looking over, he saw Hamura beaming at him a foot away from his face. His little arms creating a vice-like grip around his neck. I heard you were feeling sad. So I thought I can cheer you up. Let's go tomato picking together, Uncle Sasuke. Uncle Sasuke. He thought with a puzzled look, ignoring the coups and alls and how cute and adorables the others around him made. He looked upwards, spotting Naruto leaning against a bench in front of him, a hand held up to cover his mouth and keep the prankster giggle from reaching him. His eyes darkened as he glared at the blonde. Naruto. Sorry guys, I can't say, hookage business and whatnot. Naruto waved over to them. Sasuke, take care of him, or okay? He's been dying to see his Uncle Sasuke. He gave him one last grin before darting out of the establishment. Sasuke looked down at the child still gripping onto his neck, then over to the other members of the Konoha 13, who all had the same grinning look and thought in their minds. So Uncle Sasuke. Naruto, I will have vengeance for this. Makakashi chronicles Kakashi once more. Jundo, please leave. If this is the end for me, I don't want you to be here to see it. Hanron looked at the woman dressed in a canvas white in front of him. He would not cry now at the end. No way. She did not move, unlike his resolve. She cried terribly, as the skies above them cried. Her immaculate dress getting muddier and muddier as she kneeled on the ground to be at his level, bound in chains and on his knees. She cupped his face in her hands, pressing her forehead to his. No, Hanron, I will not leave you now. It is you who I love, whom I have always loved. She turned to see the man standing above them. His face did not falter at her stare. Please, Chijiro Dono, if you love me like you claim, you will not do this. The man above them both stared down intently, the grip on his sword tightening. Jundo-sama, it is because I love you that I must do this. I cannot allow your good name to be sullied. No way. You bastard. Hanron yelled from his chains, staring at his rival for the past 2 years, his hunter, his predator. If this must be it, then remove these chains and let me stand. Let me die with honor. Chijiro scoffed in return, unsheathing his blade. Hanron, you are a worldwide criminal. The only honor you will receive is a swift death, worthy of a swordsman of your caliber. Because I know the truth, it was you who killed Jundo-sama's father 10 years ago. No way, I. Will you not even try to deny it? Chijiro looked down at his captive. After 10 years of hunting, 2 years of fighting for the young princess's love. It would now end. Hanron looked up towards Jundo. Her eyes betrayed the love she proclaimed. Hurt and pain was all that resided as she looked back at him. You've finally done it, Chijiro. You have broken me, come and be done with it then. Even if it takes 100 years, I will atone for my sins that day so many years ago, and climb out of hell. Even if it takes 100 years, Chijiro, I will embrace Jundo in the next life. Hanron, the criminal who had escaped justice for so many years, finally accepted his fate. His head dropped, leaving the bare skin of the back of his neck exposed. Chijiro took it as his cue, raising the sword high into the air, gripping it tightly with both hands. Hanron, no. Please don't, Chijiro Dono. He ignored her plea. A single tear fell from his own face. Very well. Your 100 years begin now. No, I. Kakashi turned to the next page with blinding speed, yet all he found was blackness, the same black that colored the cover of the book. His head shifted under his blanket that covered him. No, that can't be the last page. More? Kakashi bowed as low as he could go in front of Naruto in his office, Ichirochi damnation held out towards the blonde Hokage in his hands. Get out of my office, Kakashi-sensei, I told you it was a one-time thing. Naruto grumbled angrily back at the groveling man. Damn, Naruto's resolve is too great. To win this battle, I'll have to try another tactic. The silver-haired Jounin planned inwardly. Instantly he shot up, returning to his cool laid-back persona. Ma, but it's really good Naruto. It's not as risque as Jiraiya-sama's books. I mean sure it's got smut, but there's a hidden innocence and purity about it. It really is a welcome installation for the series. You should think about publishing it Naruto, you could make a lot of money from it. Really? Naruto asked. Kakashi mentally fisted the air at the lift-off in Naruto's interest. Yeah, you saw Jiraiya-sama's checkbook right? Naruto's mind drifted. He saw himself, clad in naught, but his Hokage robe rolling euphorically on a field of money. And of course, if you added another installation after this, you'd make even more money. Naruto snapped back to reality. His stare turned dark again. So that's what this is about. You just want me to write more of those stupid books for you. Say what's this Naruto? Kakashi remained aloof, pointing to a small box on Naruto's desk. Inwardly he was fuming. That dastardly Naruto had seen through his plan. It's a suggestion box, you know. Naruto looked down at the small box on his desk. I didn't think it was fair that only me and the council decide what happens with the village, so I made this. Civilians and shinobi can come up here and put their ideas on what they think would make the village better in this box, and there's so many that it remains anonymous. Pretty cool, huh? That's a nice idea Naruto, a real sense of sentimentality and care for the opinions of the villagers. Kakashi smiled towards his student. Anyways, I best be going, don't want to take any more of the Hokage's time. He turned abruptly, so Naruto could not see the new glimmer of hope in his eyes. This time he would get his new edition of the Icha Icha franchise for sure. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto burst into his apartment with a red-hot fury, a small box carried underneath his arms. Why does every suggestion in this box say build a theater and host stage performances of Icha Icha? Kakashi looked up from Icha Icha damnation, and shrugged his shoulder nonchalantly. If it's what the people want Naruto, you should give it to them. Who are you to judge them and take away their dreams? Kakashi smiled inwardly. Could this be a success? All he had to do was play this off innocently, act like he had no part in this, and he would have a whole new adaptation for Icha Icha. He'd be declared a hero of the world. Unblocking my toilet of all those other stupid suggestions will finally pay off. An. Yo. Rin here, chapter 5 done and dusted. As much as it was a pain to write, I rather enjoyed the end product. Few things to discuss. Like the previous chapter, it was a bit more humor-oriented. The reason why is because I like his character. He has his own goals and his own way of doing things. I reread the previous chapter when they spoke about Himura's abilities. He kind of sounded like a Gary Stu, so I purposely placed the scene with Sasuke and Himura fighting to break away from that idea. To clarify I guess, he's a Gary Stu for his age, but to any older, experienced shinobi he's still very weak and easily beatable. The other kids, God I wish I had more time to write about them. But I'm adamant in ending this in 10 chapters. And I added them for adding's sake. Haiwumeru simply means peace, with meru being a common suffix on male names, similar to Konohamaru, Shikamaru, Akamaru, Kurumaru, Himeru. You get the picture. Asahi, I really like that name. It means rising sun, but looking at it, Asa commonly translates to morning, so it would be morning sun to be more correct. Why do the other Konoha 13 not have kids? Simple reason, this is Hinata's dream world, and deep down in her subconscious, she simply doesn't care about whether or not they have kids or not. I made Asuma stay alive, because I think Kurenai's happiness would be Hinata's happiness. The reason why they don't have kids is because this is not a story about the Konoha 13 being adults, it's about Hinata's dream. Everyone is selfish like that in their subconscious. The bandit army. Yeah, I went there. Very Deus Ex Machina I know, but the bandits being there in this chapter was not the Jinjutsu being broken, considering their appearance white skin and spinning masks, very Zetsu and Tobi, is more like a crack. The real reason for the break will happen soon, and I've been dropping hints throughout the chapters as to what happens. I didn't want to introduce them without Hinata being there. I want Hinata to be in every scene, as this is her dream world. Regularly time skips. As I said, this will be a short story of 10 chapters, so regularly time skips are a must for what I have planned. Sorry for the lack of consistency. As we reach the midway point, the story currently is sitting on 26 reviews. It's okay I guess, I'm not going to push reviews. If you want to drop one feel free. Ironically, despite Naruhina being perhaps the largest party on the website and probably has more stories than any other character combination across it, there's a surprisingly lack of reviews coming from it, even on some of the great ones. I mean some stories are like 50 chapters longer and 356k words in length, but I've only pulled out like 50 reviews. Other than that I will continue writing this story simply because I am enjoying it tremendously. The next chapter will hopefully be a very long one, covering a lot of points and building towards the climax of the story. So expect a slight delay, considering I've only got 2 or 3 scenes planned for it currently. Owing to Illuminated who reviewed, you may have played the game by now. It's not like it's bad, but it feels like it should have been a DLC for UN3, rather than a standalone game if you know what I mean. I need to stop writing long ass ANS until next time. Find peace. Now Asahi, your stance has to be firm and strong, but ready to adapt to any predicament. It's a tough job, but let your Byakugan do the work for you. Let your body follow the flow of your eyes. Homura spoke sweetly, before gliding through a series of steps in an intricate combination of attacks. His little sister stood at the edge of their garden. With her board they had moved out of their apartment home, and into a larger compound built by some guy called Inari from Nami no Kuni. He had built it personally as a thank you to his dad, although Homura never learned what he was so grateful for. The compound had many rooms, yet still retained a homier size compared to other massive clan compounds. Apparently the only request his parents had was a large garden, which they had split into a training area, a playing area and a relaxation area, complete with a personal hot spring, and a space for flower pressing and tending. Yes, Homura Oni-san, I'll do my best. Asahi answered brightly, activating her own Byakugan. She attempted to follow his routine, however she caught her feet together and tripped into the ground. As she pulled herself up, a small tear dropped from her eye into the dirt. Don't cry Asahi, the gentle fist is hard to grasp, but it'll come very easy to you soon enough. Homura spoke gently, scooping her up from behind from under her shoulders, placing her gently back onto her feet. He walked around and knelt down in front of her, wiping any remnants of tears from her face. Especially don't cry in front of grandfather, otherwise he'll look at you like this, and say tears do not suit a Hyuga's eyes. He scrunched up his face to create a very shoddy scowl, his brow so low his eyes squinted, his nose crinkled back and nostrils flared, he puffed out his cheeks and jutted out his lower lip. She giggled at the weird face he made, before he fixed himself and flashed her a smile. Now come on, let's try again. Keep your arms up, but don't move them. Just focus on your footwork this time. Okay, Homura Oni-san. She smiled brightly again. Hinata watched the two of them slowly go through a simple gentle fist routine, Asahi like a new dancer making the basic steps, and Homura a gentle and patient teacher. She felt a pang of almost jealousy flow through her. She hated to admit it, but Asahi was supposed to be hers. Homura had fixated himself on surpassing his dad and grandfathers, therefore inadvertently latched himself to his father, always wondering what next step he would take, and how he would top it. Hiwamaru idolized Naruto naturally, as blonde-haired and bright blue-eyed as the man himself, not as a wall to overcome as Homura had, but more as a playmate, a person he could connect with without difficulty. They came to her with problems and questions, but it was Naruto they wanted to be like. She couldn't blame them, Naruto was the Hokage, it was impossible to not admire him. But still a part of her wished they would boldly proclaim how much they wanted to surpass her as much as they did Naruto. So her hopes had laid with Asahi, a spitting image of herself at the tender age of 3. The 3-year-old was not a natural at the Hyuga techniques as Niji and Homura were, but she had a confidence to keep on pushing and striving to improve. She watched Asahi, dressed in a plain purple training jumpsuit, her long bluish hair tied into 2 ponytails that hung over her shoulders. The front of her hair was styled like her own, with bangs framing her face, and short bangs cut to cover her forehead. She watched her daughter smile brightly at her elder brother. Her hopes of having one of her children aspire to be like her, to latch to her as Homura and Hiwamaru did to Naruto faded each time she saw that smile. Asahi had found her idol instead in Homura, she clung to him religiously. And Homura, so temperamental, so cocky, and quick to enrage, showed a different side to him whenever he was with her. Her gaze switched to Homura, now 14 and a clone of her cousin. Minus the red color of his hair and fluctuating temper. Wearing traditional Hyuga-like robes, a black shirt with closed on the right shoulder, with a fastener running down the right part of the chest and matching pants, with a white apron tied around his waist and black shinobi sandals. The Hyuga robes usually had long loose sleeves to obscure the arms, however Homura had carelessly torn them off, leaving his full arms on display, revealing bandages that covered both his arms up to the biceps. His red hair had grown longer, framing his face, the back had been pulled into a tight ponytail, but the end of his hair was at the top of the knot instead of the bottom, making his red hair sprawl behind the back of his head, almost like a plume or an open folding fan. She continued to watch the both of them. Homura, in her opinion, fully prepared to win the upcoming Chunin exams. And Asahi, just beginning her journey on the road of life. No matter how disappointed she was that her children didn't latch to her, she smiled blissfully. She loved how well they got along right from the start, unlike herself and her own sister, which took many years to form a bond as close as theirs. She loved how they looked at each other. Deeply, from the bottom of her heart, she was glad they became who they were. Homura-kun, Asahi-chan. Please come and have a break. I have prepared a lunch. She spoke out to the both of them. The prospect of food seemed to grasp their attention, as they both rushed over to her delight. However, something felt very odd, a feeling she had felt multiple times recently. Where was Hiwamaru? Every time she had come to watch over their training, he was never to be found with them, and every time she managed to catch him before a training session, he had a reason to not be in attendance. Meeting a friend from the academy, helping with their homework, promising a friend to fight them. Hiwamaru never seemed to show up. Where is Hiwamaru-kun? she asked inquisitively, hoping this time they would finally have an answer for her. She was right. It was subtle, but there was a subtle flinch from both of them at their missing brother's name. He was here, but I have no idea where he's gone. Homura answered first, suddenly finding the ground very interesting. Haiwamerinai was here before you, mother. He challenged Homura Oni-san to a fight. When he lost, he ran away. It was sad. I was so glad Haiwamerinai decided to train with us today. When we ask him, he says he is going to train elsewhere. Asahi continued, still too young to understand the concept of covering up for someone. But why? Why would Haiwamerikan not want to train with you usually? She asked, more curious than ever now that the truth had been partially revealed. We should train together, as a family. It's because he doesn't have the Byakugan. Homura sighed heavily, realizing the cat was out of the daimyo's wife's grip. He looked back at her, seeing her shocked expression. I caught him once. Painting veins around his eyes. That's why Haiwa doesn't like training with us. That's not true. Hinata responded to her son's answer sharply, before her face fell into sadness. I will not believe that. I cannot. You don't have to believe it, Mom. But it is the truth. The only time Haiwa shows up is when he wants a fight out of me. He feels out of place. He's jealous and considers himself to be the weakest, which is ridiculous really. Haiwa's got more chakra than I do. Her heart sank greatly, a foreboding feeling she had not experienced since Haiwameri was Asahi's age returned faintly. Come, we must find your brother and resolve this. She stood up quickly, surprising the two of them. It didn't take them long to quickly follow her. They split up after exiting their home. Homura leaving with Asahi. She turned to look at the Hokage's mansion, and more specifically the office that resided within it. It was as good a place as any to begin the search. Naruto-kun. She all but burst into Naruto's office. She assumed this was as good a place as any to start the search for Haiwameri. He had always begged her to go see his father when he was working. She had hoped that he would find him here, sitting with his father while he worked. Instead, she found Naruto alone, his Hokage desk surrounded with mountains of paper and files, Naruto himself in the center of the paper, sprawled back into the chair with his head resting over the top of it. A loud, deep snore emitting from his body. He did, however, jolt back to life when she had entered the room. Ah, Hinata. I didn't expect to see you here. I was just He looked around his desk in a panic, quickly finding his Hokage stamp, and slamming it onto the first piece of paper he found. Just approving this. It's about time we replaced the statue of Itachi with a statue commemorating the Icha Icha series. His panic look turned into a deep angry scowl. He carelessly ripped the paper in two. Stupid Kakashi-sensei. Naruto-kun, have you seen Haiwameri-kun? She asked. It seemed that Naruto instantly picked up on the worry lacing her voice. No, I haven't. Why, what's wrong? He looked at her with one of his rare serious stares. One he saved for super special occasions, as he so fondly liked to refer to them as. Haiwameri-kun, Homura-kun and Asahi-chan explained to me that before I arrived for training, Haiwameri-kun had challenged Homura-kun to a fight, and when he lost he ran off. They also explained to me that he has opted to train on his own, rather than with myself, Homura-kun and Asahi-chan. She paused for a moment, looking down at her feet. Her hands tightly grip one another. I know it is not something to usually worry about, but I feel there is something more to this, something Homura-kun and Asahi-chan either do not know about, or have not told me. This feeling has me left an uneasy feeling, which is why I am looking for him. I guess you're right. She looked up, seeing Naruto's serious expression remain, standing up from his own chair. She was surprised he was so willing to cooperate. She was sure he would have discarded her worries. He quickly formed a cage bunch in which took his place on the chair in the office. After all, the Kachanten. Yumarinagari no Hanma is the strongest sensory jutsu I have ever seen. Let's go, Hinata. We'll find him faster when we combine our parental jutsu Tobeo. Homura strolled through the streets of the village. For the past 20 minutes he had been searching for Haiwameri with Asahi without success. Asahi's little legs had begun to tire, or at least she said, as she seemed to possess a boundless energy as she sat comfortably on his shoulders, gripping onto the top of his head gently. Of course, as he walked along, he kept noticing the stares he received from both civilians and Kunoichi his own age. If they didn't look at him mesmerized before, it was worse now. Apparently he couldn't carry his sister without it being super cute and a totally different side of him that they just love. He scowled deeply. Stupid really. Do they have nothing better to do than look at me? Homura Oni-san, he heard Asahi's squeaky, quiet voice from above him. He looked up towards her, seeing her already staring down at him. Do you like girls, Oni-san? What? He almost tripped by the sudden question, a faint red blush appearing on his face. Of course I do. Why did you ask me that? I noticed, Oni-san, when girls smile at you like those girls over there do, you always look angry. I thought you might hate girls. No, you got it wrong, Asahi. It's just he paused for a moment, contemplating how to break it to a 3-year-old that he didn't like the way they fawned over him in a way she would understand. I've got a lot of things to do now. I've got to become stronger. Until then girls will just have to wait. His little sister seemed to perk up when she heard this. Promise me Hamura Ani-san, when you start to like girls, I'll always be your favorite. Hamura's mind clicked into place, finally understanding what she meant. She wasn't asking about his preferences, she generally assumed he didn't like girls in any and all ways. Don't be silly, Asahi. You're the exception, I like you already. You'll always be my favorite, Asahi. Your big brother will protect you forever. She smiled even brighter after his words, giggling to herself. Tell you what, Asahi, he began to add. When I do start liking girls, I'll let you be the judge of them. If you don't like them, they go, okay. Yes. She nodded eagerly, gaining a warm smile from her brother in response. Now, let's go find Hiwa. He added in his mind, activating his Byakugan. His grandfather managed to achieve a 15-kilometer radius of vision, his uncle Nichi had managed 25 kilometers. He was disappointed that could only muster a maximum of 5, but still it was enough to cover the whole of Konoha. He searched for Hiwa signature everywhere. Hiwa would never get through any of the gates, he's too recognizable to the guards, and the barrier encasing the village would alert the maintenance team the second he tried to leave. He's obviously still in the village, but I can't find his chakra anywhere. He focused harder, but still was coming up short, unable to find the slightest trace of his chakra. If he's in the village and I can't detect him, he'll be in a place where the Byakugan's vision cannot penetrate, like Dad's office or clan's compound. Uncle Sasuke. He came back into focus when he heard Asahi's voice cry out giddily. Sure enough, in front of him was the Uchiha, exiting Ichiraku ramen with a takeout ramen container gripped in his hand. The man turned to look at the both of them, a normal apathetic gaze plastered across his face. Oh, it's you two. What are you doing here, Uncle Sasuke? Hamura asked curiously. It was Uncle Sasuke's day off, and he never left his compound on his days off. The man responded with a small grunt, before turning to walk away. When it becomes your business, I'll let you know. Wait, have you seen Hiwa, Uncle Sasuke? He called out to the man's leaving form quickly. No? Sasuke responded bluntly, continuing to walk away calmly. A sudden gentle breeze occurred, sending the aroma of the ramen Hamura's way. Miso ramen. That's Hiwa's favorite flavor. Uncle Sasuke isn't a big fan of ramen, certainly not big enough to order it as takeout on his day off. Plus it's Hiwa's favorite flavor, he goes bananas over a drop of miso. His eyes narrowed at the Uchiha crest on the man's back. I think you're lying, Uncle Sasuke. You know exactly where Hiwa is. Hiwa sat on the wooden floorboards, looking towards the pond in front of him, the sounds of the trickling water filling the air, as the ornamental pipe filled with water, and dropped to release it into the pond. His own tears created a small pond as well at his feet. He had been beaten yet again by Hamura with such ease. No matter what he did, no matter how hard he tried, he could never reach his brother's level, his back was always so far away. So he returned to the place he always did when he fell so low, a place he had always found himself surprisingly welcome. Here, there was no Hamura and Asahi, there was no Byakugan he so desperately wanted. Here there was only. Here. A takeout ramen container was placed next to him. He looked upwards, seeing a small smile on his uncle's face. It's your favorite flavor, right? The man sat down next to him. The tears did not stop flowing from his eyes, but he could smell the miso ramen's aroma light up the air around him. It is. Thank you, Uncle Sasuke. The man beside him gave a small soft smile. What's the matter, Hiwa? He asked curiously to the small blonde boy. Hiwa sniffled loudly, turning to face the pond once again. Hamura, he began, his fists tightening on his knees, red hair, blue-tinted white eyes, and a confident smirk began to form in his mind. I challenged him to a fight. He beat me without even blinking. I wanted to prove that Hamura isn't the only one worth looking at. I figured if I can beat him, people will see me, they call me the pride of Konoha like they do him. I want to be like him so bad, Uncle Sasuke. I want to be him, but it feels like all I will ever be is his shadow. From the same place as him, but inferior. Sasuke looked down at the small boy beside him, an image of one person's back emerged in his own mind. The Uchiha crest presented more proudly than he had ever seen. A back that was always so close, yet worlds away at the same time. A knowing smile came onto Sasuke's face. Being a younger brother is hard. Everyone looks at them as if they're the saving grace, everyone acts as if they're the one, and as the younger brother, you're just second, silver to their gold. Do you have an older brother, Uncle Sasuke? Hiwa asked instantly. It sounded as if Uncle Sasuke had spoken from experience. Yeah, you know that statue in the middle of the village. Sasuke nodded once. Instantly the thought of the large statue came to the young blonde's mind. Of course, that's Itachi Uchiha. He's a hero to the village and to the world. Dad had that statue made to honor him. Hiwa responded almost instantaneously. Every child knew the story of how Itachi stopped a most dreaded technique, and turned the tide of the Fourth Shinobi World War to victory to the allied nations, all from the shadows. People called him the epitome of the shinobi. To work in silence from the darkness for the betterment of the world. Before he was a hero to the world, he was simply a hero to me. He's my older brother. Sasuke himself turned to the small pond, seeing his brother's reflection flicker in on its shimmering surface. I was chasing him when I was your age. I got sick of looking at his back. I got angry that my father had words that only Itachi seemed to hear. I was always chasing him, even for the wrong reasons I chased him. I was fixated on my perfect older brother, so I know how it feels, Hiwamare. He turned back to the blonde, but his eyes widened when he saw not Hiwamare, but himself, young and innocent before that event. He saw himself look up at him with wonder. He smiled again. Hiwamare, let me say something to you. Something my brother told me here at this very spot. You and Himura are flesh and blood. He will always be there for you, even if it's just as an obstacle for you to overcome. Even if you hate him. That's what big brothers are for. He ended it with a light pat on his small boy's head, and he saw his younger self smile back at him, as he smiled at Itachi all those years ago. Hiwamare smiled brightly, moving in to wrap his small arms around Sasuke's waist. Thank you, Uncle Sasuke. But I don't think I could hate Himura. He annoys me and I'm jealous of his power and his Byakugan, but he's just so darn likable, plus he's my brother. You'd be surprised how easy it is to hate your siblings. Sasuke smiled again, overflowing with knowledgeable memories. Itachi had been right about them. They were unlike any other brothers, what they had been through together. Come Hiwamare, if this means a lot to you, I'll show you how to surpass your older brother. Hiwamare's eyes lit up with a sense of awe and wonder. Really, you mean that, Uncle Sasuke? Sasuke smirked back in response, before a knock echoed through the building. Sasuke turned towards the front door. Wait here, we'll start when I come back. He stood up quickly enough before leisurely walking back into the house and out of view. Hiwamare sat patiently with anticipation. Uncle Sasuke was the only one comparable to his dad, the only one who could match him. If Uncle Sasuke was to teach him anything even remotely good, he could beat Himura in a heartbeat. He heard the door close again. After waiting a few extra seconds, he jumped up, spinning quickly. Let's start, Uncle Sasuke. What are you going to? He stopped when he didn't see his Uncle Sasuke, but his mother, giving him a relieved, kind and warm smile. And his dad, smiling softly at him instead of his usual white beaming grin. Hiwamare-kun, I am glad you are safe. His mother spoke first, as warmly and as kindly as ever. She moved forwards and hugged him tightly, as if she hadn't seen him in months. As she pulled back, she wiped a small tear from her eye. Hiwamare-kun, please tell me what is the matter. I heard a portion from Himura-kun and Asahi-chan, but there is more to this, isn't there? He looked up at his mother, seeing her eyes glisten with the wetness from tears, those white eyes, and a small tear fell from his blue eyes, and he turned his head to not look at those eyes he longed for anymore. You wouldn't understand, Mom, he began in a soft, meek whisper. Uncle Sasuke said Himura and I are flesh and blood. That means I have as much Hyuga blood in me as him, so why didn't I get the Byakugan? If I had it, I could match him, but it seems I can't compare to those with Kekkei Genkai. Hinata recoiled backwards in shock. She had never thought of this as an issue. Yes, she had her worries when Hiwamare was born. But as he grew, happy and healthy, a bumbling rambunctious child like his father had been, her worries dwindled. Hiwamare had a strength about him for his age, and she thought that was enough. She never imagined him to actually covet the prized eyes of her family. I think I'll handle this one, Hinata. He's right, you wouldn't understand, neither of you would. Naruto spoke with a serious tone, kneeling down to his son's height. You wouldn't understand either, Dad. You've got Uncle Kurama backing you up, that's better than any Kekkei Genkai. Hiwamare added, looking upwards towards his dad's face. You're right, but I didn't always have him on my side. I failed the Genin exams 3 times and passed on a technicality. Naruto smiled, looking down at his son's surprised expression. Let me ask you something, Hiwamare. Who am I? You're the Hokage. Hiwamare asked with a quiz look in his eyes, as if that wasn't the answer his dad was expecting. Naruto nodded affirmatively in response, a sign that it was in fact the correct answer. And who is the Hokage? The Hokage is the strongest person in the village. The blonde child responded as a matter of fact. The blonde adult nodded again, adding a large grin this time. So why am I Hokage? Because you're the strongest person in the village. Dad, where are you taking this? You're going in circles. Hiwamare answered more firmly, clearly irritated at the speed of the conversation. No? You said it yourself. I am the Hokage. The Hokage is the strongest person in the village, and therefore as Hokage, it means I am the strongest person here. That means I, without a Kekkei Genkai, a dead last loser, has surpassed those with Kekkei Genkai and the geniuses of the village. Naruto's grin changed into a soft smile once again. But Uncle Kurama. Forget Uncle Kurama for a minute, Hiwamare. Naruto responded sharply, silencing this small boy. Back when I was your age, I hated him as much as he hated me. He was a last resort, a power I never wanted to use. In my first Chunin exam I was matched up against your Uncle Niji, a true genius. Seriously, the guy felt like he was unbeatable. That Byakugan gave him eyes at the back of his head, he could see through everything. And in my first match against him, I beat him. Me, the loser of the academy and the village, defeated the guy that now holds the strongest Byakugan in the Hyuga's entire history. Himura is stronger than I was at his age, stronger than Uncle Niji or Uncle Sasuke was at that age, but power alone doesn't make you the strongest. Homura had to learn this lesson, and now so do you. Real strength is the guts to never give up. Hiwamare looked up at his dad's beaming smile, his eyes widened with a new sense of wonder towards his dad. But how can I? How can I never give up? I'm not special like Homura and Asahi. Wrong again. His dad winked at him. You more special than both of them combined. Hiwamare's eyes widened with shock even further. Homura and Asahi, they have a choice, either of them could lead the Hyuga clan one day, to do that they must sacrifice the name Uzumaki. They would become Homura Hyuga or Asahi Hyuga. You Hiwamare will always be Hiwamare Uzumaki. The clan that was very powerful, one that has a link to Konoha as strong as the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. The wife of the first, sister-in-law to the second and grandmother to the fifth was Mito Uzumaki. The wife and mother to the fourth and sixth Hokage was Kushina Uzumaki. The sixth Hokage is Naruto Uzumaki. With you they will make a comeback, and become stronger than ever. The small blonde bright blue eyes lit up with his knowledge of the meaning behind his last name. Naruto grinned again, standing back onto his feet. That's why I'm going to show you a special two-chanten. One I developed especially for you. Because I have every confidence you will keep the legacy of the Uzumaki clan alive, you will show the world the Uzumaki clan's real strength. He placed a hand on Hiwamare's head, rubbing the top of it, and messing up his already messy spiky blonde locks even more. It's called two-chanten. Hyaku to Hifuri ga no Shinin. Homura blocked another strong punch with both arms. Before gracefully leaping over a swift leg sweep, he performed a simply backflip in midair, before landing with the slightest tap to the ground, creating a new distance between himself and his open, and he slipped back into the standard gentle fist stance, frowning at his opponent. There's something different about you today, Hiwamare. His younger brother's fist tightened with excitement, grinning confidently back towards him. Today's the day, Homura Nai-san. I'll beat you today. After that, I'll become Hokage, an even greater one than all the predecessors, even greater than Dad. Homura chuckled loud enough for him to hear, his frown fading into a confident smirk. Sorry Hiwa, but you're gonna have to hold me down to become Hokage Tebushu. It was my goal before your dream, I'll become my own person. I won't give it up for anyone. Right then, Homura Nai-san. The battle that determines the Nanadame Hokage begins now. Hiwamare shouted boldly, bursting forwards with speed. Quick. Homura thought, pushing his brother's fist away with an arm, before ducking and sidestepping past another fist from the opposite side. But not quick enough. These eyes see everything. Homura moved forwards, his palm extended towards Hiwamare's chest. Inches before he met his target, Hiwamare's hands moved and clamped around his forearm. He gritted his teeth, trying to release himself from the hold. Hiwamare's own confident grin grew even wider. I win. Chains burst from the ground behind him, each one ensnaring round his limbs. Hiwamare, once confident he had been captured, jumped backwards, revealing the chains to be sprouting from the underside of his foot. These chains, what are they? Homura looked at his younger brother, who grasped hold of the chains near his foot and pulled. As he did, the starting point of the chains moved from his foot to the center of his stomach. They're made from his chakra. Hiwamare gripped tightly and jumped backwards. As he did, Homura felt himself pulled backwards by the chains, crashing him and pinning him on his back. As Hiwamare began to walk towards him, the chains receded back into his body, but the tightness of their hold didn't waver. He struggled with all his might to break them, but they didn't even budge. Homura glared at them with his Byakugan, his eyes widening when he saw the chakra forming them. It's so concentrated, how much chakra did he pump into these to create them? Hiwamare stood above him, the sun placed directly behind his head. It gave him a different look, a light Homura had never seen his brother in before. These should keep you held down long enough, Homura Nai-san. I'll let you out when I become Hokage. Standing on a thick tree branch above the Uzumaki household, watching the two boys train in the garden were three adults. Sasuke leaned casually against the trunk of tree. Hinata stood with her arms comfortably around the blonde Hokage's waist, a small smile shone as she looked down at the two children below. Naruto himself had an arm around the top half of Hinata's torso. The other arm was brought up to his eyes, wiping away the tears that streamed profusely. Stop crying, Naruto. It's embarrassing. Sasuke muttered out, his eyes never leaving the fight before him. His eyes focused on Hiwamare slightly longer, a smile formed on his face. Good going, kid. I'm trying, but he looks so cool today. Naruto worded out between each sob and reply, tightening his hold slightly on Hinata's shoulder. Hinata smiled, reciprocating it in return, her arms gently squeezing around Naruto's waist. She smiled down happily towards her two sons. Each were different people, Homura, a powerful Byakugan and confidence. Hiwamare, he had found his own power, a power Homura couldn't hope to achieve himself. These chakra chains were in Uzumaki trait as her history books had told her. Homura had become more Hyuga, however Hiwamare was more Uzumaki. She was happy to have two sons so different, so unique to one another. She could only staring down lovingly at the both of them, and how stronger they would both become. She looked over at Sasuke, who seemed to possess an almost proud smile himself. She knew instantly what it meant. Sasuke-kun, thank you. His eyes shifted towards her, the smile fading. For what? You helped Hiwamare as well. You always have. I will admit it felt strange that he would come to you with problems, but you seemed to be able to cheer him up very well. She spoke happily, losing herself in memories. She remembered the day she and Naruto had presented Hiwamare to Sasuke. It's a baby, your baby. What's he got to do with me? Everything, Sasuke. You're his godfather after all, Tebeo. Don't I get a say in this, idiot? It was a wise choice, Sasuke-kun. Naruto-kun making you Hiwamare-kun's godfather. She smiled at the raven-haired man sweetly, saying words she shamefully admitted to herself that she thought she never might actually say. It's because I knew Sasuke has a sensitive side just so powerful as the rest of him. Naruto added in a slightly perkier mood, flashing Sasuke a thumbs up. Chen, idiot. Sasuke turned once again, watching Hiwamare release his brother and begin fighting again. A small smile returned to his face. Don't say a word to anyone. Hamura Ani-san, you're the best. Asahi spoke happily as he stared at him with wonder. Just wait, Hamura, I'll become a genin and catch up soon enough. Hiwamare added, clenching his fist with excitement. Hamura simply laughed in return, looking down at the Chunin vest in his hands. His Chunin vest. It's nothing really, just another step towards my goal. It is a great thing, Hamura-kun. Becoming a Chunin is never an easy task. You've done superbly. Hinata smiled down at her newly promoted son happily. Yeah. This causes for an extra special treat. Naruto jutted out, beaming ecstatically. I think you're about ready, Hamura. How would you like to learn the Rasengan? No thanks, Dad. Hamura answered bluntly, crushing the blond man's spirit. Hinata watched him lift his hand, and in his palm a spiraling blue sphere formed. You've already learned it. How? Naruto looked excitedly at the sphere in his son's hand. He had perfectly created the technique with one hand. How many years had it taken him to do that? Rotation. Power. Stabilization. It's just like the Kaiten, but compressed into the palm of your hand. Hamura smiled down at the jutsu in his hand. You improved it by adding your wind chakra, Dad. I'm going to bring my own flair to Tebushu. Hyuga style Rasengan. I've already got a few ideas. Tears of pride began to swell in Naruto's eyes, smiling euphorically at his oldest child. That's my son. How about I treat you to some Ichiraku ramen instead, huh? No thank you, Dad. I'm not a big fan of ramen. Silence broke into their home. Asahi, Hiwamare, Hinata, they all stared in utter horror. They looked at Naruto, trying to keep a joking smile of his face. Very funny, Hamura. You love going to Ichiraku's. No? I just ate it because I know it made you happy. Hamura responded to Hinata's growing fear. Hamura didn't always have the greatest way with words, as she had learned once or twice. Oftentimes he was a bit too blunt with his approach, like her cousin. To be honest, I always thought Ichiraku's broth was too salty, and the noodles a bit too overcooked. Plus I don't like the taste of Naruto. Ah! His blonde father exclaimed loudly, leaning on the dinner table with one hand and clutching his chest tightly with the other. And Naruto-kun, are you okay? She approached him worriedly, placing a hand on his shoulder. She could hear how powerful his hyperventilated breaths were. Hinata-chan, my chest feels really tight, and I have these pains down my arm, he told her without looking at her. Instead he looked towards Hamura, sweat beating down his forehead. Hamura, tell me this is a joke, tell me that you really do love ramen. I can, Dad. You always said to never lie. Truthfully, Dad, I really don't like ramen at all. Ugh, Naruto groaned out as his eyes hazily opened. He caught the scent of sterilization. The pristine white ceiling above him. The hospital, he thought, feeling returning to his body. He found a tight grip around his hand. He turned to see Hinata, tears streaming down her face, looking at him happier than he had ever seen her. Hinata-chan, I had the most horrible dream. I was there. And you were there. And Hiwamare was there. He turned to see Asahi sat on his stomach, looking rather worried. He painfully lifted his own to playfully poke her on the nose, which made her sigh a bit. And you were there. And so was Hamura. We were celebrating Hamura's promotion and... Well, Naruto, I'm impressed. Sakura suddenly barged into the room, dressed in her usual attire with a doctor's coat over it. Kurama really does work wonders. I wish I could get a sample of his chakra that doesn't cause harm to the body. I could cure hundreds of ailments with it. To think he could actually make you survive 6 simultaneous heart attacks. She smiled towards him cheerfully, pacing the clipboard back on the end of his bed. I'm glad you're okay, Naruto. But what the hell did this? I dunno. It's all pretty hazy. I remember talking to Hamura. And I remember ramen. His mind began to drift off, just thinking of a bowl of the stuff filled to the brim, piled high with all his favorite toppings. Just thinking about it set his heart aflutter. I could really go for a bowl now. Hinata, do you think you could get some from Ichiraku's for me? Oh no, you don't. Sakura responded to his question first, entering her super scary doctor mode. You staying off this stuff for a while, you hear me? You wouldn't have been out of it for so long, but your arteries were clogged with cholesterol. It took hours to use my medical ninjutsu to speed up breaking it down. See, I told you that stuff isn't good for you in large doses, Dad. Homura spoke up for the first time, leaning against the wall of the hospital room. This is exactly why I don't like Raymond. Everyone present's eyes whitened with horror again, even Sakura whipped her head around to face the new red-haired chunin. She turned back to Naruto, his eye was twitching, and beads of sweat began pouring down his face. His erratic breath was so loud it filled the entire room. Oh, shy. Code blue. Code blue. Code blue. Naruto make disgusting. Naruto's affair. So thirsty, Homura let out in a raspy whisper, gently tiptoeing through the apartment so as not to wake anyone, especially not his mom, who was now heavily pregnant with his little brother or sister, and was real cranky as she got woken up early. Ah, Gama-chan. He heard as he approached the kitchen. Quickly ducking to press himself against the wall, he carefully peeked around the corner. That's Dad's voice, but who's he talking to? His voice had come from their conservatory, but his father was out of view inside the room. It just love you even more when you're so plump and fat. It makes your lips just so kissable, Gama-chan. Homura's eyes whitened as he pulled backwards. What in the world is going on? He thought worriedly, not wasting any more time. He quickly crept back to his room, attempting to forget whatever he had just heard. The morning came, and unfortunately he did not forget the conversation he overheard the night before. He ignored the breakfast in front of him, instead opting to stare at the back of his mother, who blissfully hummed a tune to herself as she washed the dishes from the morning's breakfast preparation. He didn't really understand the whole perfect figure girls in class dreamed of having when they grew up. But he knew what was fat and what was skinny. His mom was definitely lean, but definitely not skinny, not like Sakura-san anyway. But he could also tell there wasn't any fat on her, it was muscle, and it perplexed him greatly. Whoever this Gama lady was, she had something, a physical quality that his mother did not, but it was a quality that could be gained thankfully. It was time to act. Hey mom, you should really put on some weight. He blurted out, caution wasn't thrown into the wind, more like sucked up into a tornado. His mother's happy tune stopped, she whipped her head round quickly. Excuse me. He shrugged his shoulders before looking down towards his breakfast. I'm just saying Dad seems to like girls who are fat and plump. You don't look fat and plump to me, so you should put on some weight to make him look at you. Where did you get that idea from? Beads of sweat dripped down her face, she seemed nervous, scared almost, as if she was having a panic attack over his helpful suggestion. I got up last night to get a glass of water. And I heard Dad talking to some lady he called Gama-chan. He said how much he loves how fat and plump she is. His mind mentally clicked before he focused on his mother again. Come to think of it, Dad's never addressed you as Chan, Mom. He realized his mother not paying attention, instead wringing a drying towel between her hands, a strange combination of worry, fear, nervousness, and what appeared to be rage mixed on her face. I think I'll go to the academy early, okay Mom. He spoke warily, his eyes never leaving his mother's frozen form. He continued backing towards the door, and when he realized he wasn't going to receive an answer, he exited their home, gently closing the door behind him. Hinata. I'm home. Naruto chimed as he closed the door behind him after a long hard day of doing Hokage things. He was surprised to find the apartment empty, either Homura had gone to bed early, or he wasn't in. Concerning as it was almost dark. There was however a light from the conservatory, he moved towards it. Find Hinata pacing back and forth at a rapid pace. Hinata, you okay? Am I not appealing to you anymore, Naruto-kun? She stopped pacing to stare at him, it looked like she had been crying all day, like she hadn't bothered to dress all day. No? I mean yes. I mean you're always appealing to me, Hinata. Don't get me wrong, sometimes you still act dark, shy, timid and weird like you used to, but it's cuter when you do it now because it's not all the time. He answered in a panic, how he hated when questions like these arose. I really wish I paid more attention to Iro-senin when he spoke about girls. I mean physically, Naruto-kun. Do I not appeal to you physically anymore? Do I not meet your requirements? She asked again, tears swelling in the corners of her eyes. Of course you do. You totally appeal to me, Hinata. I'd use you as a model for the sexy jutsu if I could, Tebeo. He beamed widely, flashing her a great big thumbs up. Ah, the sexy jutsu, once again. Ready to save his sorry ass from trouble, truly it was his most prized and valuable technique. Then why? She performed her shout. It wasn't really a shout, but he had never heard her get any louder than that. So when she spoke as loud as she had then, he knew deep down in the recesses of his heart he fucked up. After all that I have done for you, Naruto-kun. Why would you do this? And to bring her here of all places. To where our children sleep. To where I share a bed with you. Have you no respect for me at all? What the hell are you talking about, Hinata? He looked at her with a blank expression, if this conversation wasn't weird enough. Hinata was talking about him bring girls here, he never brought anyone here. All their friends just seemed to waltz into his house whenever they pleased, so he never had to bring anyone home with him. Chimura-kun overheard you speaking with this Gama-chan last night. To think it was our son who discovered it. Gama-chan. He repeated with an eyebrow raise, whatever's gone through your head, Hinata, you've got it wrong. Here, I'll show you. Don't touch me. She struck him in the chest with a well-placed palm strike, knocking him backwards into the bookcase behind him. As it wobbled, a green lump dropped to the ground and began rolling towards the open conservatory door that led onto their balcony. Dama-chan. He called after the lump, 2 days from the attack, to retrieve it. Dama-chan. Hinata's eyes watched the green bowl roll away. It was Naruto's old wallet, a green frog-shaped wallet he adorably named Gama-chan. She hadn't seen him use said wallet, or had seen the wallet itself for so long she assumed he no longer had it, and forgot all about it. She saw the tears and devastation form on his face, as he watched the wallet roll into the open air on the balcony. Naruto was never one to look so distraught, he was never one to cry. So when he did, and she was a part of the cause, she knew deep down in the recesses of her heart, she fucked up. She moved to pick up the answer to all her worries, when a hawk dropped down from above, ensnaring the wallet in its clutches before taking flight into the night once again. Dama-chan. Naruto sobbed loudly as the hawk disappeared into the darkness. He curled upwards on the floor into the fetal position, sobbing profusely over the loss of that frog wallet. It crushed her to see Naruto in that state, especially knowing she had done it without any real thought or concern. She offered to sleep on the couch tonight, but she knew he probably wouldn't from that spot tonight anyway. My vengeance is complete. Sasuke smirked with a victorious smirk. A hawk he had placed all those years ago after the restaurant incident to spy on Naruto had finally paid off, literally. The hawk dropped Naruto's stupid frog wallet in his palm. What made his revenge even sweeter was that it was his own stupidity that caused it. Speaking to his wallet in the middle of the night. I promise vengeance, Naruto. I never go back on my word. He added almost sarcastically. Hey guys, he turned to the assembled Konoha 12, minus a grieving Hokage and his wife. Where's the most expensive place in Konoha? Naruto's treat as an apology for not being able to show up. He walked towards them, casually throwing the frog wallet up and down in the air. The Kakashi Chronicles had a Kakashi, the director. Sigh, just what in the world is this? Kakashi yelled angrily, dressed in a long beige coat, puffy black pants and fancy sandals. On top of his head was a bright red beret that drooped down to cover his left eye. In his right hand was a cigarette on a long slender cigarette holder made of tortoiseshell, which he still managed to take a drag from through his mask. Sigh, I'm clearly working with amateurs. This is the most important scene, therefore the background must be beautiful. In this scene it is Hanran's inescapable death, finally captured by Lord Chijiro, the head retainer of Princess Jundo's household. The setting must be perfect for Jundo's confession of love to Hanran. What you've done here, Sai, is a monstrosity. Where's the emotion? Sai turned around to face him, paintbrush still in hand. He stared at Kakashi with a blank expression, blank as the new setting canvas he had rolling in, completely devoid of feeling and emotion. That's right, root training. Kakashi clicked, taking another drag from the cigarette, letting out the smoke through his mask with another heavy sigh. Try again, sigh. It has to be perfect. Chop chop everyone. We only have 116 days, 8 hours, 47 minutes and 32 seconds until opening night. Wow, Kakashi-sensei becomes a real hard ass when he's in director mode. Naruto stared at his sensei while standing on stage, with Sakura on his right and Sasuke on her right. Why did you even agree to this, Naruto? Sakura asked curiously, but her temper was beginning to leak through after seeing all the antics take place around her. I figured it would shut him up and keep him off my back for a few months. I never thought he'd make us perform in this stupid play. I did it to get him out of my hair, not to be bossed around by him. Naruto scowled, watching his sensei walk over and scream at the makeup artist who was currently practicing styles for Akamaru's look, who had been cast to play as Hanran's loyal dog in the stage adaptation of Icha Icha Damnation. Don't hide it behind annoyance. You're afraid, aren't you? Afraid to discover this is just another thing I will outclass you in. Sasuke turned to look at him with an arrogant, confident smirk. Hey, Sasuke-kun, you're actually getting excited about this. Sakura turned to the raven-haired man in surprise. It annoyed her greatly what Kakashi had done. He had cast Sasuke as Hanran, herself as Jundo and Naruto as Chijiro. It annoyed her that Kakashi-sensei was purposely playing on her feelings for Sasuke to inspire a better performance. Of course, Sasuke smirked again, shifting his weight and resting his hand on his hip. It's yet another opportunity to show him I am better than him. His smirk grew as he stared at Naruto's face contoured into utter anger. Shut up. You've never been better than me than anything. Naruto bit back, shaking his fists with fury at the raven-haired man. Sasuke chuckled in return. War, fighting, technique, love. I've always outclassed you. This is just another one to add to the list. You two, this isn't the time to fight. In fact, what you're fighting about is something you can't really make a competition about. Sakura spoke in between them, trying to cool the boiling blood between them. Unfortunately, she was ignored by Naruto, gritting his teeth furiously. Don't be such a bastard. I'll prove to you that I'm better than you now in all of those things. We're not children anymore, I'm stronger than you now, Tebeo. Naruto yelled loud, gaining all of the stage hands and Kakashi's attention. Kakashi watched the two of them bicker and challenge each other with words. He listened intently with an eyebrow raised. He carelessly flicked through his own copy of the screenplay, reading it casually as he listened to his students argue. Wow, Sasuke's really gotten into the script. He knows his lines off by heart. Plus he's the perfect method actor for Hanrin. I'm glad I cast him in the role. Well done guys. That was a good impromptu improv rehearsal there. Kakashi approached them with a smile. Before it turned to one of annoyance, his hand flicked to his hip. The other kept the cigarette holder at mouth level. But far too many flaws. Sakura, Princess Jundo must be the personification of innocence. You were too brazen with your lines. Naruto, Lord Chijiro is a more reserved individual. He does not show his anger at every frustration. You have to keep the tone down, keep yourself in check. What the hell are you talking about, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto responded looking at his sensei with a freaked out expression. Kakashi sighed flamboyantly once more, taking another quick puff of the cigarette. It doesn't matter now. But we've got very little time to whip you into shape for opening night. But first, I'm going to need you three to sign these. He gave each of them a paper form each, which they all looked at with confusion. Those are consent forms. He added nonchalantly, waving his hand like they were nothing. Sasuke, Sakura, those forms are you giving your consent to be excluded from the mission rota when our performances are on. Naruto, you as Hokage are giving them consent to be excluded from the mission rota while our performances are on. His three students sighed loudly, each taking a pen from his hand and signing the forms willy-nilly without much thought. He smiled as they handed the forms back to him. Thank you. He spoke, while stretching the forms out, revealing one extra line on the documents. Now that Sasuke and Sakura have also given their consent to perform the very important sex scene at the end of Act 2, and Naruto has given his consent as Hokage to allow them to perform the scene in public, we can begin discussing it. Sasuke, Sakura, would you like to take some time out to prepare? Discuss how it's going to go down. And Sakura, I hope you're still intact if you know what I mean. If not, signing these consent forms so early gives you plenty of time to develop a medical jutsu that makes you re-intact if you know what I mean. All three of their eyes widened in utter shock. Sasuke and Sakura's heads whipped to face each other, while Naruto stood at their side with a flabbergasted look. Sasuke and Sakura continued to stare at each other, a faint red blush appearing on both of their faces. Sasuke turned away sharply, staring outwards across the park, trying to suppress the red glow on his face. TCH, I should have read the whole form. Guess there's no going back now. He's totally willing. Sakura's eyelids almost ripped in two at the sheer force they widened, the blush on her cheeks deepening. Images of the two of them began sprawling through her mind. SSSS sex SSSS scene with SSSS Sasuke-kun. It was far too much. Her eyes rolled back into her head as she collapsed to the floor with a thud. Naruto leaped to her aid, holding her head gently. That was perfect. Kakashi yelled out of character. His eyes alit with a newfound flame. Sakura's really been practicing page 69 of the script. Yo. Rin here. Sorry for the wait, I hope it was worth it. This chapter was more filler, well more filler than the last chapters have been. Few things to discuss. In my last note I said I wanted to give a bit more time to Hiwamaro and Asahi, and this chapter was me indulging myself. I was trying to create a good dynamic between them. It makes sense they would both idolize Himura, and Himura would similarly care for the both of them greatly. The two parental jutsu were mom's style. Natural instinct and dad's style. Belief in leaps and hair rufflings. If it wasn't addressed before, I hope this chapter showed exactly what Hinata would be missing when she escapes. I find it funny that she is jealous that the children don't try to surpass her, but it also makes sense that in her mind, she was always trying to catch up to Naruto. And so, when her subconscious created those kids, they would try to catch up to him as she had. I feel like there's something else I need to bring up, but I always forget when I'm writing my notes. Oh well, if it was important I would have remembered. Well, that's enough pissing around. Let's get Hinata out of there. Until next time. Shatter. I've been forgetting to do them. But the theme song for the chapter is Ellie Goulding Hanging On, Living Phantoms remix. Naruto-kun, please be careful not to overexert yourself. Hinata spoke from the side of the swings, being in the park with Naruto, Hiwamaro and Asahi, on such a beautiful day, even by Konoha's high standards. The sun shone immaculately, with a gentle cooling breeze flowing through the air. Please Hinata, it's been 2 years since that scare. I'm fine now, I cut down on ramen, I've been getting more sleep and visiting hot springs to relax. I've done everything Sakura told me to do. Stop worrying, I'm just pushing my kids on the swings. He grinned back at her, a single clone had been created to help push. He handled Asahi's swing, and his clone pushed Hiwamaru's. Where's Himura anyway? I thought we were all supposed to do this family bonding time thing. Himura's probably training again, I saw him when he got back from his mission, and his exact words were, "A jounin must always be at his best." Hiwamaru answered from the swing. It seems that is all Himura-kun does since he lost to Sasuke-san. If he is not training, he is performing missions. Hinata added to her younger son's statement. It had been 4 years since Amura's thorough thrashing against Sasuke, and since then the boy had grown in leaps and bounds. The Jounin at 16, creating new techniques on par with the Nidame's creativity, and a whole life of a possible legendary status ahead of him. But it felt like he was beginning to forget the simpler, more important things. A good night's rest for one, and love and family. Hamura was never interested in love, as was the norm for all boys his age. But family was important as well. He made time to spend it with Asahi, whether training or otherwise, and always seemed to have the time to beat Hiwamera into the ground since he lost against him that time 2 years ago. But if he wasn't with them, she scarcely saw him. She heard Naruto's light chuckled, seeing a proud smile on his face. It seems the message got through to Hamura. He spoke first, before looking at her, giving her a confident, reassuring smile. I'll talk to him later. I'll suspend him from missions if I have to make him spend time with us. If he acts up, he'll taste the sting of my most powerful chantin. Naruto-kun, spending time with one's family should not be a punishment. Hinata responded worriedly. It was true that Hamura should spend more time with them, but to make it like he had no other alternative just didn't seem right. In fact, it would probably pushing him even further away. You're right. Naruto let out a large sigh, looking up towards the Hokage's monument, fixated on the fourth face in line. He'd make a great Hokage one day. But he's forgetting the most important principle. A Hokage is not the one that everyone acknowledges, they are the one that acknowledges everyone. A Hokage loves everyone in the village and is loved in return. Hamura's got the second part down flat, the villagers love him. He's never been good at loving others aside from a select few, so this'll be his next stage of training, learning to love. To a Hokage, everyone is family. That damn Hokage Naruto, I'll make him pay for humiliating us all those years ago. The bandit leader stood before his new army. Years had not gone to waste, each one used to accumulate more ninja that shared his ideals. That the Hokage had ruined their world with peace. Shinobi were bred to wage war, ninjutsu was their tools for it. The shinobi did not thrive in peace. And now, when he looked across at the thousands he had amassed, he knew they were ready. Shinobi. All those years ago when we went to take the Hokage's head, I realized our mistake. We were ill prepared. But now I can see we are ready to save our world. Come with me and let us return things to the way they were. We will not boldly proclaim ourselves as we did the last time. This time we will act like true shinobi. We will ambush and annihilate our targets. The first, the Hokage Naruto Uzumaki and his precious Konoha. The horde before his yelled and cheered excitedly in return. His grin grew wider and wider. No matter how many clones he makes, we will fight. The clone can only take one hit. How many hits can you take before you fall? His grin grew even wider at the response. Unlimited. They yelled back, cheering even louder than ever. Exactly. We are ninja. Not peace-loving fools. Now let us go and take our world back. Hiwamera-kun, how is the academy going? Hinata asked carefully. They had separated from Naruto, who had returned to the Hokage's office. Now she walked with Asahi in hand, with Hiwamera on her left, with his arms behind his head and gazing at shops as they walked past them. It's okay, I guess. Sensei says I'm ready for the exam. But it's a bit annoying. Hamura got to take his 3 years early in his first year of the academy. I've had to wait the standard time before I am allowed to take it. He responded sullenly, still looking through shop windows. I would not fret over it, Hiwamera-kun. Hinata answered with a soft smile. When you pass the genin exam does not mean anything in the ninja world. It is what you do afterwards that counts. Please remember that your father passed on a technicality. He actually failed 3 times. And look where he is now. Hiwamera smiled back, obviously reassured by the words. Loud explosions began to erupt all around the village, frightening the 2 children with her. She immediately activated her Byakugan, scanning the area. These people who were setting off the explosions, who had begun to invade the peaceful village. She recognized them as those bandits from years ago. She had not heard or seen them since. She assumed that time was a simple one-off attempt. To think they were actually still planning something like this. Hiwamera-kun, take hold of your sister and do not let go. I will protect both of you. She ordered the small boy, who obliged immediately, taking his little sister by the hand. Hurry. We must meet up with your father. Asengin. Naruto plowed the spiraling sphere into another bandit, looking around at the 10 surrounding him. He cautiously looked back to the single clone sat with its eyes closed, remaining unmoved. Would you hurry up? I need the sage chakra so I can locate Hinata and the kids. He barked angrily at the clone building natural energy. Another bandit moved into his position, and he quickly swatted them away. The guys were all quantity and no quality. It was easy to knock them out, but the sheer numbers of them put the clone he was frantically trying to protect at risk. He couldn't move until the clone had built enough natural energy. Die Hokage. He turned, seeing a bandit rushing towards him at his back, a kunai placed and ready to strike into him. Hamura burst in between them and instantly began a flurry of blows against the bandit's body. Haki Rakuchikin SHM. He landed the last blow, knocking the bandit backwards into the wall of one of the 4 spikes atop the Hokage's building. Hamura turned to his father, Byakugan ablaze. What are you doing here, Dad? Mom, Hiwa and Asahi may need help. He shouted, before noticing the clone standing behind his dad, its eyes closed, looking at him with the Byakugan eyes. He could see chakra from the environment entering his body. You're building Senjutsu. Yeah, I'm trying to so I can locate your mom and the kids. Naruto yelled back, blocking another attack from a bandit before punching him clear into the air. Homura, can you find them with your eyes? Homura focused his Byakugan, scanning across Konoha for their chakra signals, pinpointing them. His mom was surrounded, not as surrounded as his dad was, but she was still fighting all enemies from every direction. Hiwa and Asahi huddled together behind her. Found them. Looks like they're in some serious trouble. Then go. Naruto ordered, not as a Hokage, but as a father and husband. Go and protect them no matter what. Once I've finished building Senjutsu, I'll end this raid with one hit. Right? Homura burst upwards from the Hokage's building, leaping into the direction of his mom and his younger siblings. Just let me get there in time. Hinata let out a loud cry as she powerfully placed palm strikes into two bandits' chests, launching them backwards into the air. She glared around at her opponents. She had been surrounded in every direction. She took a step back, inching closer to Hiwamaru and Asahi who huddled behind her as per her instructions. That bandit leader let out a loud cackle. So hard of the Hokage. What happens if I kill you? I'll tell you, Naruto's spirit is destroyed. He won't resist. He'll accept death after he sees the bodies of yourself and the children you so desperately protect. The bandits surrounding her all jumped simultaneously, kunai branded and ready to strike. Kaden. She heard Homura's voice call out. The blast radius was a size she had never seen before, easily covering a 50-meter range. The bandits soaring towards them were blocked and blown back by the impenetrable swirling wall of chakra. She felt Homura's back brace against her own. She smiled happily to herself. Homura-kun, you really have surpassed those before you. I have never seen a Kaden of that caliber before. You have really grown into your own person. Thank you, Mom. She couldn't see his face, but she knew he was smiling. You stay close to Hiwa and Asahi, I'll cover you. With that he speed off, taking down a bandit with ease before flying towards the next one. He had eliminated most of them with that powerful Kaden, now all that remained. If it isn't that brat from the first time. The Hokage's son. The bandit's leader watched the red-haired boy pick off the last remaining members of the teams he used to take on the Hokage's wife. His attention turned to her herself, moving towards the two youngest children. Like I'd let you do that. Doten. Bakusha Sunino. Spikes made of earth shot from the ground and fired towards the small children. Hinata watched the spikes of earth fire towards her two youngest children. Without hesitation she dived in between them. She cursed herself for never being able to learn the Kaden, so instead she performed the best protection she could think of. They came fast but slow enough for her to impart her final words. Hiwamaru-kun, Asahi-chan, please do not cry. Grow up strong and happy, nothing would make me happier to see that. I love you all so very much. She closed her eyes, a content smile formed on her face. If this was how she was to die, she couldn't think of any better way to do it than protecting her children, the things that were most important to her. No longer able to see the shocked faces of Hiwamaru and Asahi, she braced herself for death. She heard the squelching sound of flesh pierce. Could smell the spray of flesh blood erupting into the atmosphere. She could almost taste the coppery flavor of blood in her mouth. But she felt no pain. She opened her eyes, to see tears forming in Hiwamaru's eyes. She turned, and horror-filled tears began to form. In her own eyes. Are you okay, Mom? Before, specks of earth piercing through his torso was Hiwamaru, his arms extended further than hers to protect them all. His eyes stared at her, and despite the blood pouring from his mouth, he smiled at her. He began to lose balance. She rushed to catch him. His head resting on her shoulder. Medical team, help us. She sobbed out as loudly as she could, clutching her eldest so tightly in her arms. Mom, it's alright, I'm already. He spoke in the faintest of whispers. To her shattering heart, his voice sounded like death itself. Homura's eyes turned to the bandit leader, narrowing with anger. I can still do this. He held up his arm towards the man. The Rasengan formed in his palm, before the swirling chakra of Kaden enveloped his arm, speeding the rotation of the Rasengan even further, enveloping it into something akin to a chakra drill. Kaden Rasengan. Yuri. The orb along with its swirling drill shell fired from Homura's hand. Without warning, collided with the bandit leader's chest. His screams of anguish filled the village as his body was blown away into the sky, the drill puncturing and drilling through his chest as he did so. Homura smiled victoriously, before commencing to cough loudly, more blood pouring from his mouth. Homura-kun. Hinata spoke softly, tears streaming down her face and mingling with his warm blood on her shirt. Mom, I'm sorry. He began to speak, his Byakugan eyes fading back to normal. I'm sorry I never told you before. I never tried to surpass you. I always wanted to surpass Dad. I never told you the reason why I never was like that with you was because you were something I could never reach. He tried to laugh, but it came out as a hoarse, terrible, vile spew of blood. He looked up towards Hiwamaru and Asahi. Hiwamaru, tears forming freely in eyes as he stared back. Asahi, 5 years old and not entirely understanding what was happening, could feel the somberness in the air and cried nonetheless. Hiwa, he called out weakly to his younger brother, giving him a smile. Become a great Hokage in my place, it should be easy for you, you're stronger than me. He looked at his younger sister, and his smile became softer. Asahi, I'm sorry, but you won't get to judge girls for me, don't worry though, you'll always be my favorite grow up, so I watch you with a smile, and when you get old enough to choose boys, judge them against me. His eyes shifted slight to look at the side of his mother's head. Mom, protect them no matter what, and don't cry, this is how splendid ninja died. Grandpa did it. It may not be as grand as a death fight with a monster, but to protect the things important to me with my life, I think this finally takes me out of their shadows. Himura-kun, why did you do this? It was supposed to be my time. You had your entire life ahead of you. Do not tell me not to cry when I have to bury my son. Why did you do this? Hinata sobbed out, anger almost managing to override agony in the fragments of her heart. She could feel his cheek twitch like he was smiling again. Because you told me I've grown into my own person. Her eyes widened, her mind replaying the mere moments before when she complimented him on his ability. Hiwa and Asahi, they need their mother more than they need their big brother. They owe you their lives, and it seems my life was also owed as well. She felt his body shift, and with horror and anguish in the form of tears on her face, watched helplessly as Himura's body dropped to the ground, his eyes fractionally open, the smile that filled his final moments dropped to his still mouth. Himura-kun. She screamed so loudly, as if her voice tried to follow his soul as it ascended. She let it over his body, sobbing into his chest. The blood mattered not to her. She would drown in a sea of it if it meant she would see her son smile again. But something shattered. Like glass in her mind, as the fragments fell, each displayed an event similar to the one played before her. Hinata-sama is willing to die for you, Naruto. You do not hold your life alone. It appears my life is also one of them. Because you called me a genius. Not having my friends here is the most painful thing to me. Period. Niji just said that your life is not just your own anymore. Do you understand what he meant? Your words and desire to not let your comrades die, neither of them are lies. What inspired Niji and carried him this far were those very principles. It's not just you, Naruto, we all hold those same words and feelings within our hearts. They're what bind our lives together and make us comrades. If we all give up and discard those words and feelings now, Niji's sacrifice will have been for nothing, and that is when your comrades truly die, for you are no longer comrades then. That's how I feel, therefore stand up together with me, Naruto, because never going back on one's word is my ninja way too. As the last fragment fell, it displayed the 16-year-old Naruto, his dying body being whisked away by Gaara's sand, Sakura trying desperately to heal him. After it fell, naught but a black screen remained, as if her mind had turned to darkness. Then a great singular eye shone through, blood red adorned with concentric ripples, and 9 tamu circling the pupil. People began to circle them. The battle had been won, it would seem. Those bandits were all but eradicated. Sakura and Ino held their hands over their hands with shock. Shikamaru stood with Choji, Shino and Kiba, all looking sadly. Lee was in tears, and even Niji had a tear in his eye. She looked up when she felt a shadow over her. Naruto's body blocked out the sun. He said nothing, and just dropped to his knees. Shaking hands moved towards Himura's head. Lightly taking it into his hands, he pulled his son's body to his chest. And he screamed, perhaps louder than she had. It shot through pains even in her own heart. This was the sight of a Hokage who had lost. A Hokage unable to protect that which was important to him. But more than that, it was a father who would not see their child smile and laugh again. She saw Sasuke stand behind Naruto, placing a hand on his shoulder. A mournful look combined with what seemed like disbelief was on his face. Himura is dead. Fresh tears formed in her eyes as she looked down at the corpse of the boy in Naruto's arms. It was Niji's. Naruto made Kurama becomes an uncle. Don't be scared, Himura. He's big and looks mean, but he's a really soft-hearted. Naruto placed a hand on the 5-year-old's shoulder, the small boy too frozen with fear to respond. It annoys me how familiar you think we are, Naruto. The huge voice of the massive fox before them barked out angrily with annoyance before lowering its head right before them, his one eye larger than both of them peering at Himura. But he's right, boy, you have nothing to fear. You'd be stuck in my teeth for years if I decided to eat you. But don't think just because I won't eat you now means you can pet me. The fox's eye focused harder on Himura. He's got Kushina's hair color. I told the Hinata girl to watch out for any kids she may have with red hair when I first met her after the war. She'll get worn out following them around. I hope you're not as loud and obnoxious as your dad or grandmother. Now introduce yourself, boy. Himura. He panicked at the question, almost forgetting his own name when the fox asked him. I'm Himura Uzumaki. After Uncle Himura, eh? The fox's mouth moved to what Himura thought looked like a smile, but he couldn't really tell because of the huge teeth. If you become even half as strong as he was, I may need to look out when it's time to break free of this idiot. Why, you'd have to look out anyway. If you ever thought of breaking out, Uncle Sasuke would stop you. He's got the Sharingan and... What? The fox roared angrily, moving in even closer, so they were almost eye to eye, so to speak. You dare speak about the Sharingan in front of me, and you are calling its user uncle. This is unacceptable. If that Sharingan brat is called uncle, then from now on you will address me as Uncle Kurama. You got that? Why yes Uncle Kurama. The Kakashi Chronicles. Kakashi wins everything. Kakashi returned to the now empty and used stage, standing in its center. He remembered the audible standing O his months of planning paid off for. He remembered reading the headlines of Konoha's top magazines. Had a Kakashi the visionary. He did a quick scan to make sure no one was around, before pulling off a multiple shadow clone technique. With a quick transformation. Then turned into random people dressed up like they were attending a ball. He himself did a transformation into a smart black suit. However, a few clones had transformed into small golden statues. He took his place in a seat amongst a crowd of his clones in the empty seats from last night's performance, leaving a clone up on stage. And now, the award for the best director goes to Kakashi Haddock. The clone called out. Kakashi looked stunned, before getting out of his seat, shaking the hands of a few clones on his way to the stage. He collected one of the golden statues from the clone, before addressing the audience once their applauding ceased. Thank you all for this recognition. When I first began this stage adaptation of such a worldwide bestseller, I was nervous. But I'd like to thank my student, the Hokage Naruto, for using his rights over the series to publish this book. I hope I have made Jiraiya-sama proud with this rendition. The applauding continued again as he returned to his seat. The on-stage clone clapped before picking up the next statue. We will proceed to the next award. Best on-stage adaptation of a novel. And the award goes to Ichi Damnation. Kakashi come up again and collect a small statue, giving a small speech similar to the last before sitting back down. The next awards are for Best Actor, Best Supporting Actor and Best Actress. And the awards go to. I don't believe it. Kakashi Haddock wins all three. Kakashi hopped back on stage, collecting all three statues. Thank you. When I first decided that my students were terrible and planned to play all three main characters using shadow clones, I know it was a risky move. I'm glad it was able to pay off. He laughed loudly, basking in this ceremonious event to himself. Blissfully unaware that three shinobi were watching him at a distance. He's really lost the plot, hasn't he? Sasuke spoke first, watching this rather pitifully display in front of him. Do you think Kakashi-sensei would be a bit more grateful to us? We took all that time to prepare for that play. Some parts were humiliating to perform. Sakura also spoke out. You weren't complaining when the end of Act 2 rolled out though, Sakura. Naruto grinned mischievously. His mind had been forever branded by the screams of anguish and jealousy of Sasuke's fangirls when Sakura and Sasuke performed that scene. Yo, Rin here. Well, this chapter I really hated writing it. It was, for me, the roast chapter to write. Usually my plans for this chapter are at least 3 pages long. This one wasn't. There was one focal point to this chapter, and everything else was just snippets really. And by the time I got finished writing, I was so bored I rushed it in the omics. Sorry for dying lousy. Things to discuss. Age. I haven't done it for a while, so here comes the entire Uzumaki family. Naruto and Hinata, they are roughly 38 to 39 years old as of chapter 7. Homura 16, deceased, rank Jonin. Nin 4 Gen 2. 5 Tai 4. 5 Intel 4, Strength 4, Speed 4, Stamina 5, Hand Seals 2. 5 total 30. 5. Haiwamari Uzumaki 10 rank Academy student. Nin 3 Gen 0. 5 Tai 2. 5 Intel 2. 5 Strength 3, Speed 3, Stamina 4, Hand Seals 2, total 18. 5. Asahi Uzumaki 5 no rank. Now to move on to the most important topic. Hinata's escape. I said a few chapters ago I had been dropping hints as to the reason she realizes it was a dream. Either you hadn't figured it out, or thankfully you were keeping it to yourself and not posting it in a review. But that's right, Homura was the hint. If you read it, you'll notice near every time his abilities and appearance are described, they are likened to Niji's. As this is a dream world, I'd figure her subconscious would play into it as well. More ways I played with it are the personalities and relationships between her children. Homura and Haiwamari's personalities were spoken about in her own subconscious way of always trying to catch up to Naruto. Asahi and Homura's personality I feel is the one she wished she had with Niji. I'd imagine Hinata would have liked to have been as close to Niji as Asahi and Homura were as children, hence the relationship between those two is the dream relationship she would have with Niji. Haiwamari on the other hand, as he is meant to be exactly like Naruto. It seems Hinata was well aware of how lonely Naruto was. So Haiwamari was her dream childhood for Naruto, one when he didn't have to force himself to be happy and loved, because it was already there. Anyways, next chapter rocking up soon. I'm gonna see if I can end this story before the manga. I've only got 3 more chapters to do. Hopefully if this chapter didn't ruin the story for you, until next time. A knock on my door disturbs my dream. Theme song for this chapter was always going to be Fact Behind a Smile. Hinata looked on somberly, even the skies had darkened for this day. Homura's young body, cleaned of dirt and wounds, dressed elegantly in a red yukata, lay on a bed of flowers. A small clothed table in front of his body for people to lay additional flowers for him. Hinata-sama, if this is too much, you should not stay. No one will think ill of you. She felt Niji's hand touch her shoulder. She looked up to the man next to him, a somber smile on his face. No, it is alright, Niji Nai-san. She responded, before looking back at the body of the boy on the flowers. This is all a dream, there is no Himura. I do not know the state of the world after I was trapped in the Jinjutsu. I do not know what has happened to your body, Niji Nai-san. This may be the closest I get to the funeral you deserve. All of this was a lie. The love she and Naruto had shared, the experiences they undertook together. The pain of childbirth she endured, the feeling of utter devotion to someone when these children were nursed by her. The feel of them in her arms. The words spoken, and the actions done. They were all just her imagination given life by the fabrications of a madman, and what he believed was her perfect world. He wasn't wrong, however. Everything in this world was perfect, every minuscule detail filled her with joy. But after knowing the truth she could never look at it the same. Asahi, who clung to her leg, was just as herself as a child. Not quick to grasp techniques, timid and frail. But in the face of someone she truly loved, she went above and beyond to improve herself. That person was the brother lying before them forever still. She realized that the bond, the closeness Himura and Asahi had shared, it was the bond she wished she had shared with Niji. Niji protected her, watched over her training as Himura did Asahi's, and she referred to him as big brother, but there was still a distance between them. She wished she could speak to him as Asahi did to Himura, and so her desire was projected into these children her mind, and this Jinjutsu had created. But one thing she could not grasp was Haiwameru, so unlike herself or her family. Image-wise the mirror reflection of young Naruto. Where did he stand in this explanation? The more she thought about it, the more she came to realize. Haiwameru was Naruto, or at least, the childhood she dreamed he had. She remembered how sad and lonely and desperate Naruto was for acknowledgement. Haiwameru was not desperate, he smiled happily and was loved from the start. Haiwameru had the childhood Naruto should have had, where he didn't need to force himself to smile and be happy, because he had no reason to force himself in this Jinjutsu. She looked across towards Naruto himself, still in tears and clutching Haiwameru tightly. She did not cry, she had no more tears to shed. Naruto-kun, she thought worriedly. She vividly remembered the Kyuubi being torn from his body, him being whisked away by Gaara-sans as he lay dying, Sakura performing whatever treatment she could to keep his heart going. She remembered seeing the organ for herself with the Byakugan, how his steady beats slowed and softened. Did you make it? Were you saved? She had to find out for herself, it was the only way to know. She couldn't stay here, in a blissful slumber, knowing the real Naruto could still be in danger, could still be dying. No matter what, she had to escape this Jinjutsu. Hinata watched Asahi silently. Finally the girl most like herself had fallen asleep after constantly questioning when Himura would be coming back. She still was too young to fully comprehend the concept of death. And Hinata decided her final act in this world would be to not break this poor imagined fabrication of a girl's heart by telling her the full meaning behind the funeral undertaken earlier today. She would leave tonight, she couldn't risk staying. Her training under a Jinjutsu expert had informed her that a Jinjutsu can be altered once placed. Layers upon layers of Jinjutsu can be placed atop one another. She had created a crack, a hole with Niji's death, subconsciously repeating itself through the form of Himura's young life. She wouldn't give the Jinjutsu or the caster a chance to repair the damage done. She quietly exited the girl's room and made it to the living room, so close to the front door when she saw Naruto, sitting lifelessly on the couch, eyes staring blankly at a picture in his hands. Stains of dried tears still lingering around his eyes. He looked up towards her, a blank expression barely masking anguish and despair covered his usual cheery face. Hinata, sorry, I didn't know you were still up. His voice was dry and raspy, creaking and cracking with every syllable. Naruto-kun, are you okay? She berated herself immediately after asking the question. This person, this creation in front of her wasn't the Naruto, he wasn't her Naruto. But at the same time, it was still Naruto. An older, married to herself version of him. And although his was a figment of someone else's creation combined with her own imagination, it still pained her terribly to see him in such a state. He looked back down at the picture in his hands. It's all my fault. I told him to protect your Haiwa and Asahi no matter what. If I was better at Senjutsu, if I had found you quicker, if I was stronger, this never would have happened. He placed the picture back on the table in front of him, burying his face into his hands. Hinata walked over to him slowly. Looking down at the picture he was so fixated on. It was their first picture with Himura, still a babe in Hinata's arms sleeping peacefully, a happy smile on her own face, whilst Naruto stood at her side, an arm wrapped around her waist and beaming proudly. Naruto-kun, she knelt down at his side, taking his hands in her own. You cannot blame yourself. This was my fault. I let the death of someone important affect me, and it has resulted in this. What are you talking about, Hinata? He asked her in confusion. I must leave, Naruto-kun. I must find my way. She began. Solemnly, seeing the shock radiate in his eyes. What has happened? This place, this current you. It is nothing but a dream I have cherished and loved. A dream that truthfully I wish I would never have to wake up from. But a dream nonetheless. It is time for this dream to end, Naruto-kun. It is time to wake up. Don't wake up, Hinata. He responded quietly, placed her face in his hands and pressing his forehead to hers. Don't wake up just yet. Stay here with me. We'll find a way to wake up together. A tear left her eye. In all her life, she never imagined this day, real or not. The day she would have to leave him. That is not possible, Naruto-kun. Because you are my dream itself, this life I have shared with you, this endlessly happiness. It is all a product of a dream world created by Jinjutsu. I know the truth now. I have been following you for so long, trying to catch up to you. This is just another addition to my list of attempts. I have to return to the real you. Hinata, I'm not a clone. I've never left clones with you. I am the real me. He answered back sadly, a tear leaving his own eye. No, you are not. More tears began to fall freely. The real you is still fighting, as you always have, Naruto-kun. I must go and help. But I will give you a promise, one that by telling you, a product of my dreams, will also be making a promise to myself. I promise this world, this dream, I will make it a reality one day. And on that day, the real you will hold Hamura again, will laugh with Hiwamaru again, will watch Asahi sleeping again, and you will love me again. That is a promise, Naruto-kun, and I never go back on my word. That's my way. She stood up abruptly. She had wasted too much time. She rushed to the front door, throwing it open. She stopped suddenly, thinking about what was behind her. Love, a family him. Should she really leave? It would be so much easier to close the door again, go back to where the blonde man behind her sat and continue, remaining in a peaceful slumber in a perfect world. Then she thought of what lay in front of her. Naruto, the real Naruto, dying, still fighting against the impossible odds as he always did. No matter what challenge he faced, he continued pushing and pushing forwards, determined to overcome it. She could not give up either. She would continue fighting as well, continue until she couldn't stand any longer. She couldn't give up either. Naruto-kun, although you may not be the real him, I will tell you I have always loved you. Please wait for me just a while longer. Goodbye. Hinata rushed through the streets of Konoha, tears swelling in her eyes. As she got closer to the gates, memories of her time began to become more vivid and powerful. I remember calling you shy, dark, timid and weird. But every time I thought like giving up when I almost made the wrong turn. But it was always you. You kept me on the right path. You pushed me. You comforted me. You slapped me out of my own silly imaginations. You kept me real. These hands saved me. That's why I want to walk with you, stand at your side, to be with you, because you know what? I really love you. I know what you're thinking, so I've made a list of reasons why you should marry me. Reason number 1. I am the Hokage. Reason number 2. If you get married to the Hokage, you get a lot of freebies and discounts from shops. Reason number 3. I am the Hokage. Reason number 4. If you didn't marry me, you'd have to marry someone who is not the Hokage. And that's all I got, but for argument's sake I listed some reason that might make you say no. I'm a bit dumb, I act childish, I'm dense when it comes to understanding feelings, I'm not good at romance and stuff, I can't read the atmosphere, as Sakura seems to like putting it. But I can tell you now, Hinata, that even with all those bad things about me, there will never be another person who loves you as much as I do. I will always love you, Hinata, and that's a promise. I never go back on my word. Like I said, I'm not good with romance and stuff, you know. So I was looking for Sakura or Ino or someone to help me pick one of these out, but I couldn't find anyone. Luckily Sasuke was there, but he's probably even more useless at romance and stuff than I am. So I had to pick one myself. I hope you like it. I know it's sudden, and you might think we're too young, but I wanted to show you it now. I don't care if I have to wait 100 years until you're ready to get married. One day I will give you this ring, believe it. Why yes. What was that, Hinata? Yes, Naruto-kun. I want to get married to you. I didn't know how you felt about it, but I've never imagined the rest of my life with anyone but you. Yada. We're gonna get married, Hinata. Let's get everyone over and celebrate. Look at this guy, he's perfect, isn't he, Hinata? Why yes, he is. He's got my mom's pretty hair. Thank you, Hinata, thank you for going through all that. And I'm sorry I fainted, Sakura is never going to let me live that down. It was my pleasure, Naruto-kun. Really? Didn't sound like it was all that pleasurable, you know. It was, Naruto-kun. Despite everything, it has made me very happy, going through all this with you at my side. It was all I ever wanted. And I'm happy as well, I finally get to see him. And thanks to you I finally have a family of my own. Look at him, been in this world less than an hour, and already he's filled us up with so much happiness, you know. That's it. Hinata, we haven't thought of a name for him yet, how about we call him Happy? What do you think, Hinata? Can you give me my baby, Naruto-kun? He's got your eyes, so he got your Byakugan. You should name him, Hinata. Hamura Uzumaki. Hamura, I like it, makes him sound really cool. I admit I wish I had been closer to you, father, but I do not regret not being closer to you either. If you had kept me close, doted on me, and locked me in the Hyuga compound. I would not have become the person I am today. That child might not exist if you had done that. You have helped me more than you can ever know, father. For that I am eternally grateful to you. You were always so small and frail, Hinata. I may not have shown it in the way that suited you best, but I have always loved you. You know the story of how your uncle died. The head ninja from Kumo attempted to kidnap you. Do you know why I killed him? He tried to steal the Byakugan for Kumo's purposes. No, had it have been any other member I would have subdued him. I didn't need to kill him to stop him. I killed that man because he tried to take my precious daughter whom I love. Look at this little guy. Listen up, kid. You've been born during a time of peace, and hopefully you'll live your entire life in it. You've also brought so many other people peace just by being here. Your mom and I don't have to worry anymore if you're gonna be okay. You were a little late getting here, you know. Because of that I want you to stay away from Kakashi-sensei. I don't want that to become a lifelong habit. You've brought peace to Himura. He's wanted to meet you for so long, and you'll probably take some attention away from him. My teacher, Jiraiya, told me to help find peace for the world, but you've brought peace to me, that's it. Hinata, I think we should name this guy Hiwamaru. Hiwamaru, it's a beautiful name, Naruto-kun. You need vegetables as well. If you don't eat them, why you will go to bed without any dinner at all. To think how quickly Hinata has pulled out her Kachanten. Gorogoro Chisaya Naka no Jutsu. It truly is terrifying to witness. If you do that, I'll use my new levels of stealth to sneak a midnight snack when you both are asleep, Tebushu. You do not to Tebushu me, Himura-kun. If you do that, you will be under house arrest. I will ground you to your room for a week. No friends, no training, and no missions. This should give you enough time to think about your attitude, to think about how you speak to your parents, and to think about how you should listen to what we tell you. I'm a fully fledged shinobi now, Mom. I can't get grounded now, Tebushu. I'll just sneak out and train and meet my friends and whatever. You've got some willpower, Himura. To be able to brush off your mom's collaboration of her Kachanten. Kinshin no Jutsu and Kachanten. Kagoto no Jutsu with such ease. But now you force my hands. Dad. To Chanten. No, Dad. Don't do it, I'm sorry. Hirachuchi no Jutsu. Finally we have the most important part. Finally we have the heart of the Hokage Hinata Hyuga. It's just a Jinjutsu. A dream. She thought powerfully, fighting the tears more than the Jinjutsu itself. Everything was too beautiful, too perfect. But it was a lie. It was as if the world around her knew she was trying to leave and force these memories to surface in an attempt to make her stay. She rushed through the gates of the village, sprinting along the hard ground beneath her. She looked up at the moon, full and beaming. For a second it flashed red, with black ripples and 9 tomo points encircling a black center, almost like an eye carefully watching her world. This is where Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun fought. Every instinct had led her to this one location. The Valley of the End. The 2 statues of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha looming across the Great Valley. Remnants of the 2 battles remained, the craters caused by Naruto and Sasuke's fight, and the valley itself from when the Shodai Hokage fought that monster she had encountered on the battlefield. She looked over the valley. She couldn't comprehend why she found herself here. Kurenai-sensei had explained that Jinjutsu appeared to be the prefect technique, but every single one of them, no matter how powerful, always had a tell, a way to notice you were ensnared by one, and she also explained that there is always a weak point in a Jinjutsu, find it and exploit it, and escape was a certainty. She had uncovered the first part. Himura's death was the tell. Because of it she recognized she was under a Jinjutsu. But this place, perhaps this was where the weak point of the Jinjutsu would be. Hinata. She turned sharply to the sound of the familiar voice screaming her name. She saw Naruto behind her, tears formed in his eyes, and a look of fury and betrayal present. I don't care what delusional ideas have got into your head, I'm not letting you go anyway. Hiwamaru and Asahi have just lost their brother. I'll be damned if I let them lose their mother as well. Naruto-kun, please, she spoke back quietly. She imagined it might have resulted in this. Naruto chasing her down to bringing her back to the village. It was another fantasy of hers, for Naruto to be as fixated on her as he was with his best friend. I'll drag you back to the village if I have to, Hinata. He yelled furiously before charging towards her at a great speed. She cursed her own luck. Never in all her years did she expect to fight him, and in honesty, she was glad she never had to. She would lose against him, not simply because of his seemingly unsurpassable strength and will, but because she knew, whether he was real or not, she could never hurt him. She slapped her palms together, knowing of one technique to dispel a Jinjutsu. If you had an ally, they would push their chakra into you to dispel the technique. If you were alone, you had to stop the flow of your chakra yourself, before thrusting it and any opponent's chakra out of your body. She yelled loudly. Stopping her own chakra was easy enough, before thrusting her chakra with great power. Unfortunately for her, the technique did not dispel. And Naruto continued charging towards her. She held up her palms protectively. She could not fight against him, but she could protect herself against him, whilst she figured out another way to escape this technique. Hinata. He yelled as he came with meters of her person. Fury still rode across his face. Hinata prepared her palm to push him back. but a foot connected with his face instead, kicking Naruto backwards and into the ground. She looked at the owner of the foot, or his back, as he stood in front of her. Chakra formed into a light-colored coat with a dark-colored bodysuit underneath. The bodysuit covered his torso, reaching down his arms to the knuckles, and down his legs, stopping just above his sandals. A Rinnegan above 9 Nagatama, on the coat's back. 7 black orbs floated behind his back in a perfect circle, with a space missing that would fit another. 2. In his hands were 2 long black rods constructed from the same material as the orbs floating behind him. She couldn't believe it herself. She knew this chakra immediately, this wonderfully warm and bright chakra. To think that he would come here, that he would find his way to her. Yo jackass. Naruto's voice called out, the real Naruto's voice called out to his older counterpart he had knocked away. Stay the hell away from Hinata Tebeo. An. Yo. Rin here. Once again a short chapter, but TBH expect the last chapters to be shorter than the previous ones. It was always going to be Naruto that comes to save her. How has he managed it? Find out in the next chapter. No omics for this chapter, chapter 9, they don't really fit the mood for them. For once I don't have essays of things to discuss. Until next time. Good morning. Hinata stared with wonder at the teenager's back standing in front of her. How on earth did he manage to get here? How did he manage to find her? And Naruto-kun? He turned, still snarling a little bit with anger. He looked towards her face. This new four was different than his others. His skin remained the same color, and his eyes were brilliant yellow, as bright as the sun. Hinata. I'm glad I find you. When you got caught in the Jinjutsu I heard you call out. I wanted to come help sooner, but I'm a little busy at the moment. He laughed sheepishly, scratching the back of his head as the previous anger dissipated. Hey Chow? She asked, still relatively stunned by his sudden appearance in her dream. How are you here, Naruto-kun? Well, you see, he dragged the final syllable for a few seconds, before his face scrunched in contemplation. Well, what happened was, I felt this thing and, hold on, Kurama says he can explain it better. He closed his eyes for a second, and as he opened, the yellow had been replaced by orange in his eyes, with fox-like slits for pupils. Hyuga girl, Naruto's a bit dumb and oblivious to things, not like I should say it like you don't already know. I'll explain things. Remember when Naruto held your hand? The deep dark voice of the nine-tailed fox certainly didn't match Naruto's moving lips. But she did remember. It was when Iji died, he held her hand so tightly, and the fox's chakra surged through her body. When he transferred my chakra to you, you were able to harness it. It's gone now, but remnants of my chakra are still flowing in your system. I felt your chakra surge a moment ago, and therefore my own. I reconnected my chakra, but the Jinjutsu you are under is powerful. It wasn't enough to wake you up, but mine. And Naruto's chakra are connected to yours. We've connected our wills to you as well. That's how we are here. The link is only going to last for about 5 seconds, maybe even less considering Kagaya can kick our asses within that time frame. Time moves faster in this dream world. 5 seconds in the real world could mean a lot here. Hinata responded after hearing the explanation. Good, you'll need to stay out of this fight, Hyuga girl. This is linked to the real world through your mind. If you die in here, you die in the real world. Let Naruto handle this. We're just made of chakra. If we die, we'll just be expelled from the Jinjutsu. The fox grinned, before orange eyes reverted back to yellow. So, Naruto's cheery voice came back, smashing his fist into his palm. Are we fighting? Hey, asshole. Naruto turned to see the guy he kicked staring at him furiously. Get away from my wife. Wife. Naruto's eyes widened, his head flipping back to Hinata, who suddenly seemed rather interested in the ground. He looked back at the guy and growled angrily. You big pervert. You're worse than Iro-senin. You've got to be what, in your 50s? Hinata's 16. You idiot, just look at her, she's 39, the same age as me. The guy retorted. Naruto turned once more, seeing the same 16-year-old girl he had known since his academy days, not some old married woman. And another thing. Don't compare me to Iro-senin. I'm the Rakudame Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. Ah, no way. Hinata, you made me the Hokage in your dream, that's so cool. Naruto exclaimed excitedly, seeing the face of his older self for the first time. But then his mind began to click onto words spoken just mere moments ago. He looked back slowly towards her, eyes widened and sweat dripping down his face. Wife, why you mean Hinata, in your dreams you and I are married. I'm glad Naruto-kun has come to help, but why did it have to be Naruto-kun? Hinata thought dejectedly. She felt a strange feeling of pure joy and utter humiliation all rolled into one. Stop stalling. Hinata, I won't let you abandon our kids for some made-up fantasy. The older Naruto shouted at the both of them, causing Hinata to open her eyes with horror at what he had blurted out. Kids? Naruto spoke with almost a whisper, his head almost doing a complete 180 turn to stare at her with a twitching left eye. I have kids. You have kids. I have kids with you. You have kids with me. I don't want to wake up anymore, I want to die, Hinata thought with extreme humiliation, just wishing the earth would split beneath her and take her away. What are their names? She was surprised to hear Naruto calling out loudly, loud enough for the dream Naruto to hear as well. Hamura, Hiwamera and Asahi. The dream Naruto answered back with a smile on his face. Asahi is just like Hinata, and Hiwamera is just like me. And Hamura was like Niji and my mom rolled into one, he has her red hair and temper. Cool. Those are great names. Can I see them? Naruto answered back seemingly rather excited, running towards his fictionalized older self. Sure, I love showing off my kids. Asahi and Hiwamera are gonna be great ninja Tobeo. Hiwamera's probably gonna become Hokage after me one day. His older self answered back just as excited, within moments all tension was gone between them. Casually walking away with arms slung round each other's shoulders. What about Hamura? He's named after the old sage's brother, ain't he? I bet he's super strong and cool if he is like Haniji and Mom are. Actually, Hamura just died recently. Fighting as a Hokage should, to protect those dear to him. His older self responded sadly. Oh, I'm sorry for our loss, Naruto replied, similarly saddened by the news that his dream son had passed away. Yeah, that's why I can't let Hinata go. We've been through so much together, and I need her now more than ever. She's the perfect parent, and I'm useless at it really. The only thing I ever did was make up silly names for my parental techniques. Asahi and Hiwamera need Hinata too, they just lost their older brother. Hamura was Hiwamera's goal, his Sasuke to my me. Asahi looked at him like he was descended from the skies, she idolized her older brother. Without him, I'm afraid they might lose their way, but Hinata's so good at cheering them up, and I'm no good at it at all. That's why don't think I don't know what you're trying to do. You're trying to distract me so Hinata can make a getaway, right? His older self abruptly pushed him away angrily. Listen, brat. I don't know who you are, but I'll beat you to a pulp if I have to. I wasn't trying anything, idiot. Naruto screamed angrily back, tightening his grip around the black rods in his palms. Kurama said, we don't have much time, we're still fighting that Kagaya, and I've got to get Hinata out here quickly before she turns into one of those white Zetsu things. He murmured quietly to himself. Guess I got no choice. I'll have to take myself out so I can get Hinata out. Let's go. He rushed towards his older self, swinging a black rod sideways towards his head. But his opponent, unfazed by the speed, ducked under it and laid two quick but powerful punches into his stomach, blowing him backwards. Damn it, I hit harder than Sakura when I'm older. Naruto grumbled, holding his stomach. He got back to his feet and performed a familiar cross-hand seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 5 clones sprouted into existence, all charging at once towards his older self. Idiot. You think your clones even come close to mine? As they neared, without moving an inch, clones of his older self burst into life, knocking each of his own clones out of existence with mere punches. You've got a long way to go. I don't even need a hand seal to make clones anymore. The older Naruto roared out, before looking towards his clones, which all had stopped moving. 5 times as quick he closed his eyes, and the clones popped out of existence. When he reopened his eyes, the all too familiar sage eyes stared back at Naruto. In an instant his older self created more clones, who retreated and sat down a small distance from the fight, going into a meditative stance. In a blink his older self was before him, drilling his fist upwards into his chin, knocking him high into the air. You. He followed up by appearing behind him in midair, sending a downwards kick to the back of his head, and launching him back towards the ground. Zoo. He appeared once more below him, driving a knee into his stomach, knocking him back upwards into the sky. Ma. And again he reappeared, hitting him with a headbutt to his own head, that caused him to spin like a wheel in midair. Kai. Finally he grabbed Naruto as he was upside down, placing his feet under his arms, and forcing them down to the ground together. Hokage Senin Renin. As they neared the ground he sprung his legs like a frog preparing to jump, adding extra propulsion onto Naruto's head. First crash into the ground. The earth exploded beneath the attack, creating a massive crater and sending a shockwave across the valley. The wave hit Hinata as she watched the fight worriedly, almost knocking her off her feet. She looked towards the site of the devastating Taijutsu combination. Naruto-kun. Damn, that really hurt. Thanks Kurama, you saved my life. Naruto groaned out in pain, looking towards his older self, who had jumped backwards and out of the crater. Don't thank me, Naruto. The amount of chakra I had to pump into your head and neck just to stop them from breaking was far too much. Don't get hit by that attack again. Then let's end this now. Sync your chakra with natural energy, Kurama. Naruto yelled out, his eyes turned an orange color. A thick horizontal bar for a pupil was overlapped by Kurama's natural slitted ones, creating a cross in his eyes. The older Naruto looked down towards him, feeling the familiar presence. I don't know who or what you are, but I'm not surprised you might have some of Kurama's chakra in you. The first pseudo Jinchuriki I met was sore. However, no matter how much you may have, it doesn't come close to me. He erupted into golden fluttering chakra, like flames on his body. He held up his hand, the Futon. Raisen Shuriken grew in his hand. Naruto gritted his teeth, forming the very same attack, which only caused his older self to smile. So you even know my jutsu, but that's just a prototype Tobeo. His own attack grew enormous in size, tripling beyond Naruto's own. 4 smaller-tailed beat bombs sprouted and began orbiting the massive wind chakra shuriken. Bijkwakusei-rasen shuriken. They threw their attacks together, colliding with a deafening screech before erupting into a blinding explosion. Hinata lost her senses to the sight and sound of the 2 attacks clashing together. Hyuga girl. I told you to stay out of the fight. But we're still going to need your help. She awakened in a place as blank as a canvas. Save for the 9 tails itself sitting in front of her, its massive hands pressed together as if still forming chakra. Sorry to intrude in your mind. But I've linked myself to the chakra inside you again. We're talking telepathically, so don't worry about Naruto losing focus. What can I do to help? I can't compare to either of them, Hinata responded downhearted at the situation. Idiot. The 9 tails roared back angrily at her. I was once part of a Shinju, I can tell you how the Jinjutsu works. He began to explain to her surprise. This is a different Jinjutsu. The caster's role ends at that. The chakra used to maintain the jutsu is your own. Don't you get it? This is your dream, your chakra. You are in control of what happens. Hinata's eyes widened with the revelation. All this time, she was in control, not someone else manipulating her desires. The Jinjutsu was simply her chakra being used to manifest her dreams. I got to go, Naruto's getting his ass kicked. Why did you make him so strong anyway? In my eyes Naruto-kun is unbeatable. She responded honestly, causing the 9 tails, no Kurama to smile back at her. Well, the real Naruto is getting beaten, Hyuga girl. Do him a favor and make your Naruto beatable. With that she returned to the valley at the end, seeing Naruto on the defensive against his dream counterpart. She looked across at the older Naruto. How was she supposed to make him weak, when all he had ever done was inspire her to be strong? But the real Naruto was losing because he didn't match the strength of his dream counterpart. But perhaps her answer lay in that, the real current Naruto was weaker against his older dream self. What she needed was her dream self to become weaker than the current Naruto. Hey, what the hell is this? The dream version of Naruto yelled out in fury as his body began to shrink, his Hokage cloak vanishing, and his attire replaced by a bright orange jumpsuit. The real Naruto looked at his opponent and grinned, cracking his knuckles together. Within moments he had beaten his 13-year-old self to a pulp. He was really all bark and no bite in those days after all. He began to approach Hinata, beaming widely when his body began to glow in a bright light. The ends of his digits began to disappear, as if he was just an illusion. He looked up worried towards her. The Kurama had taken over again at the last moment. Remember, Hyuga girl. You have control over this world. Use it to escape. She heard the 9 tails voice yelled loudly as Naruto's body suddenly and quickly vanished from the world, gone as if he was the illusion all along. Hinata thought on the words for a while. What she had done to the dream Naruto seemed to confirm those ideas. But could it really be as simple as that? If this Jinjutsu was in fact using her own chakra to ensnare her, she would have the control over what happens that the user of the Jinjutsu usually possesses. If I have control over this world, then she thought desperately, as the sun began to rise. A door formed alongside it, standing before her. She halted in front of the door, her hand lightly gripping the handle. Slowly she began to open it, and as it opened a bright light shone through and enveloped her. If she had control over this world, this Jinjutsu, the all she must do is will a way out. This door, the exit from the dream and the entrance back to reality. She walked through and into the bright light. Blackness suddenly came, and slowly with the flicker of the eyes she saw Naruto looking over her, beaming down brightly at her. You took your sweet time getting here, Hinata. I left, fought Sasuke and came back and you still hadn't woken up. She could do nothing but blink a few times. The wrappings that once bound her now lay torn around her person. Her head nestled comfortably in his arms. She continued to look back up towards him. And Naruto-kun. He chuckled lowly to himself, still grinning that same bright smile that captured her heart long ago. Good morning, Hinata. Sleep well. A soft smile couldn't help but form on her face as she looked up towards him. Yes, she answered back happily. Finally she was home, back with the real him. She looked around at the destruction around her. There was probably an explanation involved for what had happened after the Jinjutsu was set into motion. But that didn't matter now. Finally she was home. I had the best dream. Yo, Rin here. Well, I'd like to view this chapter as my submission for the worst fight scenes in Fanfiction 2014 awards. This chapter is the product of the combination between my inability to write fight scenes, my lack of enthusiasm in writing fight scenes, my eagerness to get this chapter over with, my lack of sleep for 27 hours. And me writing this chapter on the fly instead of planning it. In short, it sucks. To anyone who may have been put off this story because of this chapter, remember there's only one more chapter to go. That's right, next chapter will be the epilogue. Stay tuned for the wrapping up of this fic. I promise you will enjoy it. On an unrelated topic, I'm looking for a fanfiction I read some months ago. I can't remember what it is called or who wrote it. I tend to enjoy stories but forget to bookmark them and am too lazy to log in to favorite. Hopefully, one among you may have read it. I think it starts when Naruto comes back from training with Jiraiya, but his training has been more focused on, or he and Jiraiya simply just did spy work whilst they were traveling, so Naruto quite good at spying and disguises and stuff. He goes on a mission with Yamato, Kiba, Hinata, Sakura and Sai. Something about investigating multiple disappearances in some town, but they use codenames where their initials match their real names. I can't remember what happens, but I do remember Naruto whilst in disguise is in a fight club where he and Hinata get kidnapped. If anyone knows what this story is, please tell me. Anyways, until next time. Reality. Peace versus hope. Update. I place a poll on my profile regarding the future of this story, go ahead and vote if you'd like. Theme song for this chapter is Orbital Halcyon and On. I can't believe this scarf is handmade. It's so well crafted. Naruto spoke excitedly. Now 19, he had cut his blonde locks short. He was dressed in his off-duty attire, a black hoodie with orange on the sides, black 3/4 length cuff pants and simple black sandals. The only new addition was the long red scarf he had received and was currently still marveling. I'm glad you like it. The girl next to him smiled happily towards him. Like it? I love it. It's so cool, you know. Naruto responded ecstatically to her, grinning madly as he did. So what do you want to do today? Lunch. As long as it's not ramen, sure. I'd love to. She smiled back happily. But soon realized he had stopped paying attention to continue marveling his red scarf. You should thank her for the scarf next time you see her. She obviously put a lot of care and effort into making it. I will. But I haven't seen Hinata for a few days now, Sakura. Naruto quickly responded to the pink-haired girl next to him sullenly. He had found the scarf outside his apartment from Hinata as a birthday present, yet he had not seen her so he could thank her for it. Sakura smiled gently at him, taking his hand and having it wrap around her own. They smiled happily to one another before continuing walking down the busy streets of Konoha. From a distance, lilac eyes peeked from behind a wall. Hinata watched the couple walk away together. Just as she did in the past, and just as she would continue to do so forever, she would always watch him. He may have found love from another, but she knew deep down in her heart, her love for him was unshakable and unreplaceable. She knew she would never love anyone else. It may have been just a dream inside her mind. But she had experienced a life with him, she had experienced love from him. She had had a family with him. She had experienced a true bliss. How could she be saddened that he had found someone else? Her mind drifted back to that time. Naruto, Himura, Hiwamaru, Asahi. They stood in their home, smiling warmly at her. As if she had only been gone a few days and they were welcoming her home. She smiled happily to herself. She shook the thoughts from her mind. That was just a dream, she was home now. Back to the real Konoha, with her real family and friends, and with the real Naruto. She looked towards his departing back. She had given up a life with him. She had given up children with him. She had given up a love with him. She continued to stare at his back as he got farther and farther away, his hand intertwined with the pink-haired girl's. This was fine too. An. Ahahahahaha, you fools. You simple-minded Naruhina fools. You played right into my trap. All this time I've hidden myself within your ranks, but in actuality I am rips off mask and Narusaku fan. I have lulled you into a false sense of security and made you weak with feels. Now you can finally see the truth. That the glorious Narusaku ship is the perfect pairing. Can you see it now? How well they blend together, how natural the conversation is between the two of them. It's over for you now, Naruhina fans. This is my wonderful gift to you to spare. Yeah right, I'm just kidding, I wouldn't really end this story like that. To be honest, a part of me thinks pairing will remain undecided, as Oda once said in an interview. He doesn't write romance because he makes a shounen manga, and young boys aren't interested in love. Naruto is a shounen manga as well. However, in the event of pairings, I do believe Naruhina is more believable. I mean, Sasuke abandoned Sakura, threatened to kill her master, berated her, threatened to kill her teammate, and attempted to kill her twice, and she still loves him. Sakura's feelings for Sasuke may be stronger than Hinata's for Naruto. A lot of people were saying when Sasuke put Sakura under that Jinjutsu the Sasusaku ship sailed. Well, from a neutral point of view, the Narusaku ship sailed long before that. Anyways, I digress, the real epilogue begins. Now? I really wish they'd start the finals now. It's been 2 hours since the last match in the semis. A lone figure sighed heavily, leaving over a railing high above the other spectators, looking bored over the empty field in the middle of the large stadium. I didn't take the day off training and missions to stay at an empty space. Himura-kun. He turned at the sound of his name being carried on a soft voice. The girl his own age, 19, stood smiling at him, casually leaning a hand into her right hip. Deep onyx eyes and long black hair with a violet tint pulled into a ponytail, except for shorter bangs that framed her face to her ears, and even short bangs covering her forehead. She dressed simply, yet elegantly. Wore a black, short-sleeved tunic that went to her midriff over a fishnet mesh shirt that, aside from the front where her tunic was open, could not be seen. These were over a long red china dress that went to her shins. On her left arm was a tight fingerless sleeve glove that hid her entire arm, the right had a similar glove, but only went past her elbow, revealing bandages wrapped around her arm. Around her waist was a white sash, and from what could be seen by the sides of the dress, she wore short spandex black pants and baggy black pants that started halfway down her thigh and were held up by straps, revealing only a slight bit of her skin on her legs. These baggy pants dropped into white boots that on the front went up to her shins like armor. Asajiri. Homura addressed her in return casually. I'm surprised you got back from your mission in time for the finals. You've missed everything up to the semi-finals. I was beginning to think you would miss this as well. I wouldn't miss this for the world. She smiled happily, approaching the boy who continued to lean against the railing, looking over the field before them. Wearing a charcoal gray shirt, closed on the right shoulder, with a fastener running down the right part of the chest and matching pants, with a white apron tied around his waist and black shinobi sandals. The Hyuga robes usually had long loose sleeves to obscure the arms, however he had carelessly torn them off, leaving his lean muscular full arms on display, revealing kanji tattoos on each of his shoulders. On his right shoulder was the kanji for fate, on his left was the kanji for guts. His red hair was long, framing his face, the back had been pulled into a tight ponytail, but the end of his hair was at the top of the knot instead of the bottom, making his red hair sprawl behind the back of his head, almost like a plume or an open folding fan. Homura let out a light laugh, looking across to her. Surprised at who's in the finals? Not at all. She replied quickly, scooting just a little bit closer to him, and leaned against the railing as he did. Who do you think will win, Homura-kun? The winner gets a guaranteed promotion after all. Yeah, but they'll both be chunin by the end of the day. He replied honestly, after watching all the fights that had occurred today. But who do I want to win? Nakatai is strong, stronger than his opponent. So I think he will win. But Hiwa is my brother, so I want him to win, obviously Tebashu. My foolish little brother is in the finals as well, remember? She looked at him with a soft smile. Nakatai is strong, yes, but I think Hiwa Maricon is stronger than even you see, Homura-kun. I think Hiwa Maricon will win, but I want him to win as well. It would show my brother some humility. Homura only laughed again, turning back to look over the field again. She giggled herself, still looking at him. Soon her gaze became a stare after their shared laughter dwindled. It was a stare she found herself holding longer and longer each day. And unfortunately for herself, those eyes he possessed saw everything. Those brilliant pure canvas white eyes of, faintly tinted with a beautiful deep blue, darted back to her, giving her a confused look. What is it? And nothing. She turned away sharply from him, hiding the faint red mist that covered her cheeks from him. She thought back to before her mission, remembering a conversation that resolved her confusing feelings, and gave her hope for a future she never thought of expecting. Hinata-sama. She bowed to the woman, who had kindly invited her into her garden for tea after she out of the blue knocked on the door. Please, Asajiri-chan. I have known you since you were a baby, there is no need to address me so formally. The woman, so kind and beautiful, smiled softly and sweetly at her. Just that smile seemed to cause peace wherever it was displayed. What can I help you with? You seemed nervous about something. Well, you see it's Homura-kun, Hinata-san, the slight fidget of her body. The blush appearing on her young face. The stutter at the mention of his name. It was an instantaneous recognition for the blue-haired woman. Asajiri had a crush. On Homura no less. You love him, Asajiri-chan. She finished for the girl, giving her still a sweet smile. The girl's eyes opened with horror at what the woman had said. And no, it's nothing like that, it's just how I feel about him is. She blurted out with a panic, before she signed heavily, looking down at the ground sadly. Maybe yes. I don't know what happened. One day he was the same old Homura. The temperamental genius I've known since I was born. One day he was just my best friend. Then the last time we went on a mission together, we were in this town and all these girls were flirting with him. He probably won't like me telling you that. She looked guilty, but the woman continued to smile, giving her the cue to continue. I don't know why, but I felt angry that they were doing it, and relieved when he didn't pay them attention in the same way. I realized later that I was jealous of them. I realized that I didn't want him to look at any other girls like that. The next day he was no longer just my best friend, Homura, he was Homura, my something more. Hinata smiled knowingly at the girl. Love is a bug, Asajiri-chan. Its poison is highly infectious, and it bites very unexpectedly without warning. She responded to the girl's plight. Then what should I do? She asked, looking at the woman beside her, suddenly surrounded with an aura of unparalleled womanly wisdom. Embrace its bite. She answered simply. Fighting it, telling yourself those feelings aren't real will only make it worse. But come to terms with those feelings will bring you closer to him. It is not something you cannot force, someone loving you back. Let it flow at its own pace like a river, let it be natural. It may be soft and gentle at one point, and harsh and unforgiving at the next. It may take months, even years, but it will always find its way to the final stop. And when it does, after all the struggles and hardships, it will be much more worth it. Love is a dream, Asajiri-chan, do not be afraid to chase it. I made that mistake with Himura's father. I was too afraid to chase that dream. So how did you get Hokage-sama to notice you? She asked, hopeful for the most perfect easy answer. I got stabbed through the heart by a man who once razed Konoha to the ground with one technique whilst trying to protect him. A large bead of sweat dropped down the side of her head at the answer, and how carelessly it was given with a light-hearted laugh. Although I must ask, Hinata eventually continued after a brief pause to laugh. Why did you come to me for this? Your mother has had a lot of experience with love as well. Yeah, but your advice is better, Hinata-san. The last time mom thought I had a crush, she went on and on for 6 hours without actually saying anything substantial. Asajiri complained, sighed heavily with annoyance. Plus she'd tell father. And he wouldn't be too happy with the knowledge. Last time my mom told him I might have a crush, his exact words were, as long as it's not some loser or Himura. She then giggled quietly to herself, a faint red blush returning to her face. I guess father not liking him is something that makes me attracted to him even more. She looked back up to the wife of the Hokage with a look of mercy in her eyes. Please don't tell my mom any of this, Hinata-san. Hinata smiled back at the young girl. Of course. So I must now ask what you truly came here for. It certainly was not for a lesson on love, Asajiri-chan. Actually, it kind of was. It was still about Himura. She smiled back. Truth be told, the conversation they just had wasn't really what she came to ask for. That guy, I've known him my whole life. We were on the same genin team for 3 years before he got himself promoted. I knew everything about him when we were little, but he's changed so much. I don't know anything about him anymore. We were separated for so long. She smiled sheepishly with the blush still lingering. It's rather embarrassing really, going to ask the guy you like's mother about the things he likes. Himura-kan is very independent. He has not relied on me much for years now. I am sorry Asajiri-chan, but sometimes I barely know him myself. I would be of little aid to you. Her ever-sweet smile softened fractionally with an apologetic feel over it. However, Himura-kan he can be a bit dense sometimes, and oblivious too. He is not very good at reading an atmosphere, and tends to say whatever it is he thinks. I'm sure your mother has told you about the time he put Naruto-kan in the hospital. Himura-kan, no matter how much he passionately denies it, he is just like Naruto-kan sometimes. It's alright, Hinata-san. The girl smiled, standing up and giving her a short bow. I guess this is part of the adventure, isn't it? Learning everything there is to know about someone you love. I must be going now. I promised Nakutai I would help him prepare for the Chunin exams. She bowed once more and began to set off towards the door. Njicha. She stopped at the single word Hinata spoke, turning around to face her. The woman smiled towards her again. Himura-kan's favorite drink is njicha. He doesn't really like sweets, but Himura-kan also enjoys amanum, and ajimono is his favorite style of dish, tonkatsu being his favorite. Asajiri smiled back towards the graceful woman. Thank you. Hinata-san. She spoke quickly before take her leave. From behind her she heard Hinata speak 3 more, simple, yet powerful words. Good luck, Asajiri-chan. Asajiri-chan. Asajiri-chan, Asajiri-chan, Asajiri. Yo, Asajiri. You in there? She snapped back to reality, and was instantly startled. Himura's face was mere inches away from her own. You okay? You've been stood there all spaced out for like 5 minutes. Plus your face is kinda red. You got a fever or something? Sorry, I just remembered that I forgot something. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. She jumped back a bit before quickly darting away, leaving a very confused Himura behind. Asajiri sure is acting weird nowadays. She's just got here and she bolted. She could miss the finals. He thought with confusion, looking over to the field once again. He smiled a little bit. You can see from here a lot better from where they're sat. I think I'll bring Asahi up here to watch Haiwa fight. See, Asahi? You can watch the fight a lot better from up here. Himura smiled down at his 8-year-old sister, who ran straight for the railing, leaning over it to look down over the field. You're right, Himura Oni-san. She responded excitedly, gazing down at the Enter Stadium below her. Just be careful though, Asahi-chan. They both turned to the sound of a familiar voice. Asajiri-nichan. Asahi exclaimed happily, running straight into the arms of the older girl, hugging her tightly. Hey, Asajiri, what was that earlier? Himura asked bluntly, remembered the girl's weird zoning out and speeding away without a real explanation. Sorry, I just remembered that I had some homemade amanum at home. I figured we could eat them as a snack while we watch the finals. She responded with a smile, offering the bag down to Asahi, who happily took one of the sugar-coated azuki beans. She mentally punched the air when she saw Himura's eyebrows raise. Would you like one, Himura-kan? Sure. Thanks. He responded, moving to take a piece. She panicked a little when his hand stopped just outside the bag. Wait. Homemade? Your mom didn't make these, did she? No, I did. She smiled back happily, swelling with pride when he finally took a piece of the confectionery she slaved over to make perfect. Himura let out a sigh of relief. Good, I never lived down the taste of Sakura-sen's cooking tebushu. He shuddered as he tried to repress the resurfacing memory. I wonder how you survived for so long, Asajiri. He lazily popped the sweet into his mouth, chewing on it for a few seconds. It's good, thanks Asajiri. He turned back to look over the railing, missing the girl's blissful smile. Nah, Asajiri-chan. Umaranai and Nakatai-kun are in the finals. I think Umaranai will win though. Will you be cheering for Nakatai-kun? She heard Asahi's excited voice called out towards her. Yes, he's my little brother after all. She smiled down at the smaller girl, before crouching, leaning into her ear to whisper. But between you and me, I think Umaru-kun will win too. Asahi giggled happily to herself at the secret. Hey, it's about to start. They heard Umaru call over to them. Asahi quickly ran to his side, while Asajiri walked, standing on the smaller girl's other side. Asahi looked up to her brother and smiled, then towards Asajiri. She noticed the older girl stare towards her brother, a faint red blush on her cheeks and a content smile. She looked back to her brother, then to the girl again. Back and forth she looked at them, before a smile grew on her face. Umaru Oni-san. She tugged on his arm. When he turned she gestured him to come closer. He bent down to her level, and she began to whisper quietly into his ear. Asajiri-nichan thinks Umaranai will win. She giggled mischievously. Umaru smiled back at his little sister. I know, she told me that as well. He whispered back towards her. You like Asajiri-nichan, Umaru Oni-san? She asked inquisitively and without warning. Sure I do, we've been friends for a really long time. Umaru answered his sister's question honestly. Asahi giggled again happily. I like Asajiri-nichan too. That's my judgment. Tell you what Asahi, when I start liking girls, I'll let you be the judge of them. If you don't like them, they go, okay. Umaru's eyes widened, staring down at his little sister. Really? The girl nodded in affirmation. But Asajiri has always been well Asajiri. I've known her longer than I've known Dad was a moron. I've never looked at her in that way before. The small girl merely shrugged her shoulders. Well, maybe you should start, Umaru Oni-san. She turned to look down over the field again. Umaru rose back up to stand upright, staring at the violet-tinted black-haired teenager. She eventually caught onto his stare, a red blush growing even more on her cheeks. What is it, Umaru-kun? Nothing. He turned away, leaning against the railing once more and looking over the field. Yuri could help but glance at the girl from the corner of his eye once more. Eh? Asahi's small voice squealed out in delight. I can see Umaranai. Would the finalists come and stand before me? Jenna spoke almost as if he was bored of the job now. He had been stuck here all day, watching kids think they were better than they actually were. Two of them were definitely becoming chunin, and a select others might if votes went their way. Hey Hiwa. Are you sure you're up to this, you scaredy cat? A boy smirked confidently, tightly pulling a glove. Sharingan eyes glaring behind his fist, made more intimidating by two small tear trenches at the inside corners of his eyes. His hair was an odd two-tone shade. The top half of his hair was black with a blue tint to it, sleek back and kept a spiky look. The bottom half of his hair was longer, tied backwards out of the way, and was a vibrant pink. He wore a simple black jumpsuit, sleeveless and short-legged. Over it he wore a jacket with the sleeves torn off and a furry collar surrounding his neck. From the crowd Onyx's eyes glanced towards a blonde-haired man sat down next to the Kazukiage, adorning the Hokage hat on his head. His opponent pointed a finger back towards him. Kid today is the day I show you just how far I have come. I'll finally beat you today. His blonde-haired opponent glared back with deep blue eyes. From his arm that pointed towards the other boy, chakra chains sprouting encircled his arm. The boy's blonde fringe was pushed up by his Konoha headband, but stayed individual to the rest of his spiky hair. He wore the standard blue shinobi pants of Konoha, with an orange hoodie that kept blue sleeves and shoulders. From the seats above, blue eyes glanced back towards the onyx-eyed man standing at a distance and leaning casually against the wall. The first boy chuckled half-heartedly, brimming with, "Why don't you get your brother to come down and fight me? At least then I might actually have a challenge." "What's the matter, Kitai? Afraid to see that I caught up? Remember the last time you challenged Umaru to a fight, Kitai? You were in the hospital for 6 days, I believe." Umaru responded with a cocky grin. "I'd say bring your sister down to fight me, but Asajiri-chan won't fight me. She likes me better than you." "HMPH, idiot." The first boy responded with a snort, clenching his fists and holding them up. "I'll win with 2 hits and no ninjutsu. Let's get this over with." For an instant, to all who knew the story well, 2 silhouettes appeared behind the boys. There were 2 men, one blonde-haired and blue-eyed, the other raven-haired and onyx-eyed. Before long they shrunk down to the 2 young boys' size, and for an even shorter instant, 2 different boys stood glaring at each other. One was of a shorter stature with blue eyes and blonde, spiky hair, and with 6 whisker marks on his face. Donned in an orange tracksuit with blue on the upper shoulders area as well as around the waist, a white swirl with a tassel on the left side, a red swirl crest on the back, a large white collar, orange pants with a shuriken holster attached to his right knee, blue sandals, and a blue forehead protector. The other was slightly taller, with fair skin and onyx eyes and black shin-length hair. His hair is spiky in the back with bangs that frame his face. He wore a navy blue, short-sleeved shirt with a high collar, and a paper fan crest on the back and white arm warmers, along with white shorts. Quick enough after that brief moment the original two boys came back into view in everyone's minds. Gemma smiled a little bit with nostalgia. It was so many years ago, but this could have been a fight that changed everything if it were allowed to play out. Now instead of those former two boys, these two current boys would finish the fight instead. Hiwameru. The stadium turned to see a growling blonde-haired man, clenching his fists tightly as he glared down frustrated at the blonde boy on the field. You'd better win, otherwise you'll taste the sting of my ultimate Hokage level Secret 2 chanting. High above the rest of the crowd, a black-haired girl noticed the shocked reaction of the red-haired teenager standing next to her. Ultimate Hokage level Secret 2 chanting. What is that, Himaru-kun? His face started away, but she did not miss the blushing tinge of embarrassment spreading across his face. I don't want to talk about it, Tebushu. He grumbled out quietly. Come on, guys, let's start the fight now. Gemma spoke quietly to the two boys, before holding his arms wide. The final match of the Chunin exams. Uzumaki Hiwameru vs Uchiha Nakatai. Begin. Naruto make Hokage level secret dad style. 1000 years of spanking. This should be far enough. Naruto looked out across the open field, all the way to the massive waterfall in the distance. He smiled at the place as nostalgia kicked in. It was here where Kakashi-sensei first told him he had surpassed him, where he told him he had surpassed his dad. This was the place he learned the Rasen Shuriken. That's great, Dad. Now can you tell me what we're doing all the way out here? He turned his head to look at the red-haired boy draped over his shoulder, an annoyed look on his face. Naruto promptly propped him to the ground, the boy landing on his backside. You really did it this time, Himaru. You pissed off your mom and hurt her feelings. What are you talking about? It was your fault. Seriously, he names a wallet like it was a girl. Himaru barked back angrily at the statement. Idiot. You should have asked me about it first. Naruto retorted even more angrily. Those eyes of yours can always tell when I'm lying. Your mom calls me out on it all the time. You should have asked me who Gama-chan was, instead you went and told your mom about it without knowing anything, and got her all pissed off and hurt. The blonde man sighed heavily, as if the anger left with his breath. I've brought you here for one reason only. He held his fingers in a familiar cross-shaped pattern. Tadyu Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 1,000 clone popped into existence, already standing in a perfect formation, creating a large spiral design across the field. The first clone, and start of the formation standing roughly 20 meters away from them. Very impressive, Dad. Himaru spoke with a cocked eyebrow, looking at the clone's formation. So what's the point of all this? He didn't get time to complete his sentence. Naruto grabbed him and placed him under his arm, his other arm holding the boy's legs closer to the boy's chest, leaving his young derriere jutting outwards. This is what you get for hurting your mother's feelings. For making me sound like a really bad guy. And for jumping to conclusions without asking questions to Bayo. WWWW, what is this? Himaru screamed back at his father in a panic. Hokage Heimjin Lugai. Himaru's eyes whitened, the clones raised their arms high in perfect unison, each open palm a message of fear towards the young Uzumaki. Send in here Tuchi. The clones began to run towards them in a single file. The first reached and shot his hand down across the terrified backside of Himaru, sending a wave of pain, humiliation and discipline through his body. But it didn't stop. As soon as the first one passed, the clone right behind him spanked down again, followed by the third, and the fourth, and the fifth. There was no escape from this technique, his father's vice grip ensured it. He could do nothing but scream as the 10th clone passed, only 9,990 spanks to go. The Makakashi Chronicles. Hada Kakashi, the auditioner. Hello. My name is Hada Kakashi. And I'm here for the audition. Kakashi poked his head around the door warily, seeing the super scary directors sitting before an empty seat, each with a clipboard in their hands. Ah yes, Haddock-san. Right on time. We had heard rumors that you were constantly tardy. If I'm honest, it put us off meeting you. The one in the middle spoke, peering over the top of his glasses frame. I am never let when it involves this. Kakashi spoke back strongly, sitting in the lone seat before all three of the directors. So you wish to audition for the role of Hanrin in our upcoming adaptation of Icha Icha. Damnation. We must ask how old you are, Haddock-san. The middle directly spoke again, breaking a small, yet relieving smile to the silver-haired man sat fidgeting slightly in the chair before him. I'm 36. Kakashi answered, not really sure what else he could add to the answer. Well, you are within the age range for the character. In the book, Jundo-sama is only 19 whilst Hanrin is 31. The actress we have lined up to play Jundo-sama is 25. The camera may add 10 pounds, but with the right makeup it knocks of 6 years. The woman on the middle director's left laughed audibly. Yes, and your eyes have a hardened, experienced look, eyes filled with the pain of loss. Just what we're looking for in Hanrin. The scar over the eye is a bother, as Hanrin had never been cut in battle, but we can use it to create a more dangerous look. How is your swordplay, Haddock-san? The middle director spoke again, clearly the chatty one of the tree. Rusty, if I am honest. I was skilled with the use of a tanto in my youth. But I am a very quick learner, Director-san. I can pick up swordplay very quickly. I have a student who is very adept with a sword, he would be more than happy to teach me. He responded quickly to the question. That's good. And how well do you know the character? The middle director spoke again as the two on either side of him continued to jot down notes. Backwards, Director-san. You may not believe this, but this book was written on my behalf. It was originally wrote as a birthday present from another student of mine, who acquired the rights to the series after Jiraiya-sama's heroically valiant but untimely demise. Kakashi smiled towards the three directors, who seemed surprised at the new information. As for Hanrin and his character, I was a lot like that when I was younger. I believed in my own strength and thought I could do everything alone. I also believe the author of this installation based the characters on his own relationships with his teammates. Chijiro Dono was himself, experiencing an unrequited love and a fierce albeit one-sided rivalry. He is constantly trailing behind Hanrin, and finally resolves to bring him back to justice. Dono-sama was based on his teammate, the love he did not receive from her, as she loved another with every fiber of her being. Despite the wrongs Hanrin had done to her, despite the pain he had put her through, and despite how dangerous he became, she continued to love him and him alone. Hanrin himself is based on his teammate, a loner, a rogue rebel who hides his pain with promises of violence, a man who is given everything but wants nothing. I'm not convinced. The man on the middle director's right spoke for the first time, glaring harshly at Kakashi. You do know the characters well. But I'm not convinced as of yet. What is the matter? The middle one asked his companion, who continued to stare at a now sweating Kakashi. The mask. My mask. Ah yes, the mask. I had almost forget about that. The middle director spoke yet again, flicking through the papers attached to his clipboard, eventually pulling out a picture of Kakashi himself. Even in your headshots you wore the mask. Hanrin is the star on the film, and the book specifies his appearance as gruff, rough, but blessed with a divine beauty. You can't expect the star of the film to hide his face, can you? The woman next to him looked up from her clipboard once more. Haddock-san, would you be willing to take the mask off first now? Kakashi's eyes widened. This mask was his comfort object. He had hid his face for years, each time for a different reason he had never disclosed to anyone. But he really wanted to be in the movie. I mean, I really want to be in the movie. Well, I suppose it's fair. How can you make your decision if I'm right for the part when you can't see my face? Kakashi finally relented, his arm moving closer to his face, gripping the edge of the mask in his fingertips. It can't be this easy. 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 He pulled down the mask slowly, finally revealing a face that hadn't been seen since September 21st, 1999. Please don't look so surprised. It's quite embarrassing. Kakashi spoke worriedly, seeing the three directors' eyes blow out of the skulls in complete shock. Smoke exploded around the three of them. As it dissipated, Sakura, Naruto and Sakyu all sat balking at him. Finally, after months of meticulous planning, faking auditions, and listening to people rambling incoherently about nonsense for an illusionary acting role. After created fake word-of-mouth designed to reach Kakashi's secret purveyors. After thousands of clones spending hours creating posters advertising the open auditions for the role. They had finally seen Kakashi-sensei's face. They lolled backwards into their chairs, fainting from the pure shock of the revelation that had bugged them since they were 13 years old. It was that easy. Ta-da. Rin here. Well, it hasn't really been a relatively long road, but we've made it here in the end. My final few things to discuss. Despite the fact that Hinata is the central character, she plays a very small part in the final chapter. The reason behind it is because this chapter shows that the dream became true. The kids are all there, just as they were in her dream. Despite the fact I said in the phone about 3/4 of the way back up, Sasusaku's ship has sailed, I still believe that is the most realistic pairing for Sasuke and Sakura, so yeah, they had kids. Asajiri Chiha Asajiri hopefully means morning mist. Her name was inspired by the episode Itachi made his debut, entitled Return of the Morning Mist. For the life of me, to this day I fail to see the connection between Itachi and Morning Mist, so I took that and made it her name. It was fun to make the interaction between her and Homura, simply because I have full control over both of their personalities. Sasuke and Sakura's son, Nakatai. When wrote as the usual Japanese style of surname then given name. His name is Uchiha Nakatai, break apart his name, and it become Uchiha no Kitai, which hopefully mean hope, or future or prospect, of Uchiha. His name is inspired by him being the first male Uchiha born in God, knows how long it took for Sasuke to have a son in this fic. That also inspires the title of the chapter, Peace vs Hope, Haiwa vs Kitai. Homura's favorite foods. Jicha is a Japanese green tea that is distinguished from others because it is roasted in a porcelain pot over charcoal. Most Japanese teas are usually steamed. Amanib is a Japanese traditional confectionery that is made of azuki or other beans, covered with refined sugar, after simmering with sugar syrup and drying. Ajimono is a category of deep-fried dishes in Japanese cuisine. Tonkatsu is a Japanese food which consists of a breaded deep-fried pork cutlet. Continuation. I got a fair few PMs asking if I was open to a continuation, and if I was, who would the main character be? I wouldn't lie, the idea crossed my mind. I actually have 2 different storylines to go down as well. As for the main character, I want Homura to be the main character because he is my favorite out of them, and the genius son of Naruto would be fun to write about more. But I dunno, a part of me thinks it should be Hiwamaru, because he is the most like Naruto, so it would give an air of familiarity to readers. This is the final chapter, but expect a chapter 11 to be posted. Chapter 11 will hold links to wait for it character designs. Fuck yeah. I'll be creating the designs for Homura, Hiwamaru, Asahi, Asajiri and Nakatai for your viewing pleasure, so stay tuned for that. For the record, I don't own Naruto, never have owned Naruto. This fic was created for the purpose of non-profit entertainment. I have no rights to the story or characters. Aside from that, I guess there's only one thing left to say. Sorry fanfic, this is the last time. The last. Sasuke the Omic W designs. Hello, father, how was your trip? Asajiri asked carefully. She hadn't seen much of her father. He was always away on a journey of discovery. He returned infrequently to visit, his most recent appearance being to see Nakatai perform in the Chunin exam finals. It was enlightening, Asajiri. You come to see how inexplicably small you are compared to the world. Sasuke answered his daughter, looking over the balcony of their house across the view of Konoha. You should come one day and see it for yourself. I'd love to, father. It would mean the world to be able to spend more time with you. She smiled back towards him. She nestled into his side, hugging him from around the waist, her head resting on his left shoulder. But I can't go. Someone needs to keep Nakatai down a peg. That Chunin promotion went straight to his head. And Sarada is getting old enough to ask about your absence. I need to stay to look after her as well. I'm sorry. But there's only one more place I need to go to. I promise, Asajiri, the next time I leave will be the last time I return. He gave her a soft smile, moving his arm to circle around her. The hand slapped hard on her shoulder, causing her to wince and utter out a small ow. Sorry. I'm still getting used to this arm. He looked behind her to the bandaged left arm that wrapped around his daughter's shoulders. It's fine. She laughed quietly, enjoying this small embrace with her father. Besides, there's another reason why I can't leave. She saw her father's eyebrow raise, and hesitantly, she gulped audibly. Why, you see, father, the thing is I kind of have. When are you going to tell your dad the news? Asked Sajiri. Her mother returned from the kitchen with a tray of drinks in a pleasantly chipper and excited mood. What news? Sasuke asked curiously, looking down to his daughter. Did you get your genin team? Your mother wrote about you applying for the role in the letter. No, this is even better news. Sakura answered ecstatically, giving the two of them a small wink. Asajiri's in love. Got herself a little boyfriend. Sweat began to drip from her forehead as she nervously looked towards her father, whose eyebrow remained risen. I guess that's good news. Is there something I have to do? Just be nice to him and don't scare him off. Sakura smiled happily again before walking back towards the kitchen. Sounds simple enough. Sasuke mused, walking back into the house, unhooking the sword from around his waist and placing it against the wall. It's not some loser who'll piss himself at the sight of me, is it? No, not at all, father. Sasuke recognized the laugh that his daughter emitted, that nervous laugh. Sasuke nodded, removing his black cloak and placing it on a hanger. I guess I should meet him then. That's good to hear. I saw him in town earlier and invited him to dinner. He should be here shortly. They heard Sakura shout from the kitchen, making Sasuke's brow raise again. I guess we don't have much time then. He turned to his daughter, who began to look a bit more panicky. Tell me some things about him. She chuckled nervously again, a light blush covering her face. Well, you see, father, you actually know him quite well. It's... A knock banged on the door to silence her. No time at all, it seems. Sasuke mused again as he walked towards the door, opening it to reveal the side of Homura stood on the other side of the door. Hello, Uncle Sasuke. He beamed towards the raven-haired man, who instantly frowned at the sight of the red-haired Uzumaki. What do you want? We're about to have dinner and we're expecting a guest. Sasuke spoke towards the young adult in a sour tone. Hello, Homura, come on in. Dinner's almost ready. Sakura peeked round the kitchen door to address the red-haired boy. Thanks, Aunt Sakura, I can't wait. I'm absolutely staved Tebushu. Homura grinned, sliding off his shoes and walking into the house. Sasuke's eye twitched repeatedly. No, he turned and slowly closed the door, watching the boy walking towards Asajiri, who smiled sweetly and lovingly towards him. No. They embraced into a hug, right there, in the middle of his house. Oh god, no. He fought every urge to return to his sword and kill the kid right here and now. Was he a bad father? Sure, he wasn't around much, but he liked to think he still cared for and loved his children. He allowed them to grow in their own way, and he had always been proud of Asajiri, who had grown to be like his mother and older brother, more than he or Sakura. But did he do something wrong? Was this her getting back at him for not being there for her more often? He remembered the words he spoke to her the last time Sakura had informed him of a possible crush Asajiri may have had. As long as it's not some loser or Himar. Were those instructions not simple enough? Was he asking for too much out of his eldest daughter? Father, Himar is my boyfriend. Asajiri began to explain, smiling nervously at him. You see, while you were gone, something happened, and I fell in love with him. Within a second Sasuke was between them, pushing the two apart and grasping his surprised daughter by the shoulders. Don't say you love him, Asajiri. You're just a girl. A child. You don't know what love is. Father. She whined in return, a deep look of embarrassment spread across her face, as her father's grip on her shoulders tightened. Don't worry, Uncle Sasuke. I'm really respectful to Asajiri Tebushu. Homura grinned wildly towards him, before his head appeared to click onto a new piece of information. Instantly he grinned again. I guess this means I can't call you Uncle Sasuke anymore. I suppose I best start calling you Dad. 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 Daddy. Ah. The raven-haired man exclaimed loudly, leaning on the dinner table with one hand and clutching his chest tightly with the other. Sasuke-kun, are you okay? Sakura approached him worriedly, placing a hand on his shoulder. She could hear how powerful his hyperventilated breaths were. Sakura, my chest feels really tight, and I have these pains down my arm, he told her without looking at her. Instead he looked towards Asajiri, sweat beading down his forehead. Asajiri, tell me this is a joke, tell me that you are not really in a relationship with him. I can't, father. It's something more than that. I'll admit I never expected this to happen. But I really do love him, father, please accept this. Yeah, his eyes moved towards Homura, staring at him through pain-filled, squinted eyes. That grin, that unfathomable grin he had hated since the boy knew how to produce it, grew larger as he approached him. It may take some time, but you'll come to accept me, Sasuke-chan. His body collapsed into a heap onto the floor, his eyes closed tightly shut. Sakura screamed with horror, running to his side, and began a medical analysis on him. She reached his chest, over his heart, and her eyes whitened with shock and familiarity. Pains in the chest and arm, hitched breath, this has happened before with Naruto. Her hands pressed onto his chest of his heart, green healing chakra began to flow through him. 4 simultaneous heart attacks. Her eyes whitened, darted towards Homura again, who looked just as shocked at the scene as her. You again. Break. An. Yo. Rin here. The final Almach, Homura apparently has the innate ability to hospitalize the most powerful shinobi in the world. Was this Sankanin? We'll see. Anyways, I've been meaning to do character design, and I took a little vacation. Well, not vacation per se. I just stayed away from fanfiction after finished Don't Wake Me Up, and by the time I realized that I need to do the character designs, 3 weeks had passed. Whoops. Anyways, 2 of them are done, Asajiri and Homura. The links are Homura Rin Kami. DeviantArt art Homura Uzumaki 494,896,629 Asajiri Rin Kami. DeviantArt art Asajiri Chiha 494,875,395. Haiwameri Rin Kami. DeviantArt art Haiwameri Uzumaki 497,299,754. Asahi Rin Kami. DeviantArt art Asahi Uzumaki 497,300,659 Nakatai Rin Kami. DeviantArt art Nakatai Chiha 497,304,831. It's a bit superfluous putting the links in here because you can't copy from a story, unless you're on the mobile version, which can be done from your desktop, third bracket for the hell of it, so if you search Rin Kamo in Google my DeviantArt should appear. Obviously, the epilogue has come out and we have seen Boruto, Himawari and Sarada, so if you read their bios I've added them to the family. On Homura's design, the tattoos are there but just not visible. I have also added whisker marks to maintain a link to canon material. Read the bio, it explains everything about the clothing, tattoos and crappy coloring. On Nakatai's design, his shirt is black, I just couldn't be bothered to color it, hence why I only colored his sleeves. On the designs, if you want to comment and review them, you can leave them on DeviantArt if you want, but I'd prefer if you return here and review on this chapter. I don't go on DeviantArt a lot. Remember there's a poll for you all to vote on if you want a sequel to Don't Wake Me Up, it's on my profile, feel free to vote. Now I finally updated all the kids from my epilogue. If you read their bios there's some news hidden in there, but screw it, I'll tell you now, a sequel is in the works. It will be out spring 2015 and will be a mini-series. Oh wait, that's canon, my sequel will be await soon, hopefully by the end of next week. I'm a little scared to be honest, because it's going to be very arc-based. How many people will read it? Now to begin the grueling process of answering reviews. Sorry fanfic, this really is the last time this time.